This is my Minecraft Forever world, and this video compiles over 1,000 days of me building this world up block by block. If you like this kind of video, make sure to subscribe and enjoy the rest of the video. Alright, what is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back for another episode on the Forever world here. It has been probably just over a week since I've last been on the Forever world, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited. Those of you that haven't seen the last episode, the main thing was filling in this extra area. So we got this pale oak house I really like. I want to give you guys a little bit of a better view, but basically it's pretty much entirely using pale oak. We're using pale oak planks, pale oak strip logs, pale oak actual like pillars. The only thing that isn't pale oak is the deep slate, but we're even using pale oak moss on the roof. We got this little garden patch, and then also our little sheep house we built right here, which I also really love. And if you head back here, you guys have probably already seen it. We got our little sugarcane forest right up here that leads up to our little pig pen. Anyways, though, I've got some insane plans for today's video. I am super duper excited for it. So first things first, I'm going to kind of just tell you guys what the idea for today's video is. I have one major idea I want to do. We'll see where we get on that project. I'm not going to lie though, I feel like it's going to be a super duper long video. So, oh, what's up, Knight? Finally, dude, this is like the first time in like the last 2 or 3 videos I've been on the Forever world and somebody else has been online. But before we get to telling you guys the plans for today, I'm going to go ahead and harvest the wheat farm at the beginning of the video because it is fully grown. You guys know me, I absolutely love harvesting wheat. So let's get this whole thing harvested up, and I will see you guys as soon as I get the whole thing harvested. Okay, I've got the whole thing harvested, and now I got to do the dreadful task of replanting the entire thing. I'll be back in just a second once I finish this up too. Okay, operation from the wheat farm for the first time in the video is complete. So now I just want to go ahead and show you guys what my plan is for today's episode. First things first though, we got to get the hay. We're getting up there. We're almost to a full barrel of hay bales, which is awesome. Okay, I've got one big plan. I'm going to show you guys just a second. First things first though, I want to show you guys a plan that I do have to do some work on, even though I'm dreading it. So you guys know we built this riverfront village. I believe that was 2 episodes at this point. We haven't decorated any interiors besides this mangrove house, but we have decorated the top and the bottom. So one house is completely done, but we got 3 more houses over here. So throughout this episode, I'm not going to do it right now because I'm absolutely dreading it. You guys know I absolutely hate designing interiors of houses. But yeah, I've got 3 more houses, top and bottom I have to design there. And then I've got the farmer house right here and the pale house right here I have to design. But I'm going to work on that a little later. First, I want to show you guys my big plan for today's episode. Okay, so as you guys can tell, since we started the Forever world, my main goal has been kind of colonizing this section of the river here and making a village. I think it is coming along very, very well, but there was a plan I had in episode 1 that I think is going to happen today. I'm going to show you guys that right now. So if I head over this direction a little bit upstream from my little village we're working on, which we are still going to be working on going forward. But on episode 1, the reason I picked this location to live was I had this really cool build idea I want to do. I've never done one of these, so bear with me, but I do want to try my best to do it today. So basically down there's my village. I'm going to build more buildings all the way along both sides of this. Right now I've only been working on that side of the river, but this side too. But basically my plan is a giant archway bridge going across this giant canyon. I think probably from right here over to that level, which will look absolutely awesome. But to envision this, there's one thing I have to do. First, we're gonna have to go clean up that beacon. So let's get down there and work on that. Now, I wish I had my elytra. This would be so much easier with an elytra. Let me see. Okay, I think I should be good to jump over here. And this beacon was put here because eventually I want to make a coliseum for map room down here. That is not my priority right now. It looks really ugly, so I'm gonna break this thing. Unfortunately for me, beacons take centuries to mine and completely get destroyed. So I'm gonna be spending the next, like, who knows how long, probably like 10 minutes mining up this beacon. It's not bad while I have haste, but once I run out of haste, this is gonna take a long time. So yeah, I'll be back as soon as we get this whole thing mined up here. Okay, I finally got the entire beacon mined. It literally took me a bloody year, but dude, look at how big. Wait, where was it? Was it that salmon? I think it's that one right there. Look at how big that salmon is. I genuinely don't know that I've ever seen a salmon that big in Minecraft. That is absolutely insane to me. But I believe this is Night Beacon, so I'm gonna go see if I can find him because he is on the server right now and return his beacon and his iron blocks. So let's go head over to Knight's area, see if we can find him real quick. Okay, we're up here in Knight's little village area. He's up here in his main starter house. So here you go, Knight. This is your beacon and your iron. You can take it back. Okay, and I had a little idea I want to do. So Ned has some parrots up here. I don't know if you can breed them, but I'm going to go ahead and try. And to breed them, I need some seeds. So luckily, there's an ugly looking wheat field down here. Let's grab that. And we got 2 seeds. Perfect. Now, I believe Knight has 2 seeds right up here. Not 2 seeds, 2 parrots. I'm not sure if you can breed them. Also, I don't know if they become mine if you breed a baby. If I'm correct, I believe if you breed 2 wolves, even if the wolves aren't yours, the baby is yours. So if I give you a parrot, oh, wait, never mind. I can't breed them. I'm going to Google, see if I can figure out how you breed a parrot. I will be right back. Okay, I actually didn't know this, but apparently parrots can't be bred in Minecraft, which I think is very interesting. But before we start any major products, I do just want to go ahead and name one of the animals in the world. For those of you that don't know, every episode I take a couple name suggestions left down below in the comments to name some of the animals throughout our world. So first we got to get our name tag from the stable, which we have. I believe we have 8 name tags left. I'm probably going to name 2 or 3 animals in this episode. But like I said, if you guys have any name suggestions, let me know them down below in the comments. Okay, and we are lucky enough we have a working anvil up here. I feel like 9 times out of 10 I come up here and the anvil is broken, but we're gonna give this guy a name of Dave. Like I said, this was a common suggestion, so we're gonna run down below the hill, find an animal to give the name Dave. And from a previous episode, I believe it was last episode actually, somebody named that cat Fluffy. No, you're not being robbed, Knight, you're good. And we also got Rosebug, which was also named in a video right here. The suggestion Dave was actually recommended I give it to a parrot. So we have a parrot here without a name, we have a cat here without a name, and a parrot here without a name. And then I believe this cat is named, yeah, Lucky. It looks like, yeah, Lucky. So we're going to name this parrot right here Dave. Boom, we got Dave the parrot, and there's another parrot right there. But I will be naming another animal later in the episode, so stay tuned for that. Anyways, though, it's time for me to get started on this massive bridge project. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm just going to jump right into it. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want to get a pathway built up to where the bridge is going to start. So to do that, we're going to need all the coarse dirt we can get, and we're also going to need some spruce slabs for elevation. So let's just get a bit of those crafted up too. And we're going to head up there and we're going to extend the trail. I don't know exactly how this is going to go. I kind of got to get a plan in my head first, but I am going to go take a look and see what I can kind of think up in my head. We're going to like schematic it out and then put in the trail after that. Oh, and Knight stealing things from my mind. Yep. Okay. Well, he's gone. I'm just kidding. Me and Knight share most of our items in the game. Me and him live like we're next door neighbors. So we basically share everything. Okay. We got this path that goes right here. So I'm thinking I could probably, wait, maybe I want to start it up here. I could bring it, wait, if I clear out this, I could bring it along the cliff over here, kind of up to, dude, I love the look of that mountain there, but up the peak here, and then I could bring it, yeah, we could bring it down kind of the cliff over here. Yeah, I think that is going to be the idea. And the bridge is going to connect across right here. And I think that means we should just go ahead and get started because this is going to be a long process. Like I said, we're doing coarse dirt. So let's start digging the path out right here. And then once we get up here, we're going to have to do like spruce slabs like that. And we fill in this entire trail with coarse dirt. And we can connect it all the way into the existing trail just like that. And then we'll just kind of round it out a little bit. I think this will be good. I think it's going to be a little bit of a smaller trail because that trail is kind of the main highway that connects my area to Hunting's area. This is more of an off-branch path. So I don't think this trail needs to be nearly as thick or as wide. But yeah, I'm going to work on this a little bit. But Knight also asked me if I would help him make an automatic sand and gravel farm. So I actually think I'm going to take a little bit of a break from this and go ahead and help him with that. But first, let's build the slabs up. There we go. I think that'll be for now. I'm just going to put everything I need for this build into this shulker box. And let's go find Knight and see what he needs help with. He asked me for help, so I'm going to go help him out. Okay, so Knight says we need to head to the end in order to be able to build this automatic sand machine. So he wants me to follow him. So we're taking the elytra all the way over to the end, which is actually only about 1,600 blocks this direction. Speaking of which, there's our massive tree farm that looks awesome. But yeah, we're going to head over to the end. I'll be back once we make it all the way over there. I believe it's actually right over this hill right here. And there's a little village from the raid farm and the village we stole villagers from. If you guys remember that episode, it was a while ago at this point, but it's not too much further and we should, wait, where's Knight going? We should be there. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this dirt stack right there. Yep, Knight is landing, so let's land in with him. And honestly, it'd be awesome if we only had a staircase to actually get down there. Knight is making us a little safe way. I'm gonna put my chest plate on just in case, and let's drop in. It's a long way down. I remember the end portal being kind of tricky to find too, so hopefully that's not a problem right now. Okay, and we're in the stronghold. Let me just put the torch in the offhand. Okay, apparently Knight knows where we're going because I have no idea. And here's the portal. I don't know what the plan is. He's kind of just mining the wall. Okay, Knight wants a nether portal here, so I believe we're just gonna dig out the wall like that, and we need to go up a couple of blocks. Same thing over here. And yep, I definitely did I did that wrong. I don't know, Knight. Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. Okay, it only needs to be too wide. So we're going up like that, and boom. There we go. Now we have a nether portal. I think that's what he wanted. And he gave me a flint and steel too, so we got a working nether portal. I think we're going in. I don't know why we're going in, but we're going in. Okay, so we're in the nether now, and Knight is just going on a little bit of an adventure. I don't know what's happening exactly, but I'm gonna just follow him. It looks like we're farming up a little bit of netherrack, so I'm gonna help him with this. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so the current plan is we're connecting that nether portal from the end portal to our nether portal at the home base, so we have quicker travel to and from the end. So currently that's what we're doing. I'm gonna just make this walkway a little bit safer by adding little railways like this. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. I'll be back once we get connected back over to the old nether portal. Okay, we actually didn't even make it very far. And okay, I hear a gas, which I don't like, but we found another fortress. I don't know if this one's been looted. It looks like it has though. I don't know what that hole's about, but that looks like it's probably maybe been looted. Yep, no, it's definitely been looted. Soul sand is missing. This might be the nether portal right by our home nether portal. Or it might be the nether fortress by the home nether portal. Gosh, I can't even speak. Okay, yeah, so it turns out this is the nether fortress right by it. That's our base nether portal, so we are fully connected. Honestly, it's literally not that far of a walk. We got like a couple of feet here. Knight's fixing up the bridge, and you can literally see like where the end portal is literally like right down there, and then you go down a couple blocks and we're there. But I'm not gonna lie, having these connected is definitely gonna be nice just for quick and easy access to the end, rather than having to use the elytra and wasting rockets like me and Knight just did. So let's get through the nether portal and let's go back to the end. Okay, so plan, we're going to the end. I don't know exactly what we're doing. I've never built one of these I think it's called a sand duper. I believe how it works is you come to the end and you connect it to the end portal and it just drops. Oh god. Okay, why did Knight drop purple blocks there? Dude, the end looks awesome with shaders. But yeah, I believe you just drop sand through the portal and it makes a sand duplication. I'm not 100% sure. Knight knows what he's doing. I'm just kind of here to help. So I'm gonna help him mine out the area, and I'll be back once I figure out what we are actually doing. I guess we're doing just a simple little mine out here for now. Okay, so we got a little chunk around the end portal kind of mined out. Knight said we need to break the bedrock, so I'm just gonna watch him do that. He has a bunch of stuff in here to do that, and hopefully he succeeds the first time, because if he fails, we don't have more materials to be able to do this. But yeah, it looks like he's hard thinking, so hopefully he's got this figured out now. Okay, so Knight is building a weird contraption. We got obsidian, we have a piston, TNT, levers, all sorts of stuff. I don't know what's going on. I'm just kind of sitting back and watching the show as he does this. He's always been more into like redstoning stuff like this. I don't understand how redstone works in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I think he's just gonna hit the lever. I'm not exactly sure. The TNT is going off. What is happening? I'm just gonna stand back here. And did it break the bedrock? No, it did not break the bedrock. He failed. Maybe they patched in 1.20, 1.5. Who knows? Okay, here we go. Attempt number 2. It doesn't look like it worked. Yeah, I don't know what Knight's doing wrong, but for some reason, we can't seem to get the bedrock to break. I'll be back if we actually figure it out. Okay, so Knight's current design for breaking the bedrock is not working, so he's looking up some different strategies to break it, and he asked me to go get some TNT. Unfortunately for me, I don't have any TNT, so I'm gonna have to craft some. Let me see. We've got some sand in here. I'm not sure if I have gunpowder. I'm gonna go check my chest, see if I do. If not, I might have to go grind some creepers. And honestly, because of the rockets, we honestly should make an automatic creeper farm here at some point, but I'm a little bit lazy. Okay, it does not look like I have any gunpowder. I'm gonna ask Knight if he has any. I will be right back if he does. Okay, so Knight had some gunpowder. I'm gonna craft up 19 pieces of TNT, and for some reason, he came back. So there you go, Knight. There's your TNT. Okay, we got all the new supplies we needed, including the TNT. We're now using the nether link we just made to get back to the end a lot easier. And And speaking of which, there's the nether portal that should bring me right into the stronghold right here. And we should be good to just jump into the end right away again. Okay, so Knight built a slightly different design here. It's not working, Knight. What are you doing wrong, bro? What are you doing wrong? But yeah, he built a slightly different design. We are still trying to break bedrock. We'll see how this goes. Okay, he moved the lever. Now he's hoping maybe it should work. Maybe. I guess I'm just gonna wait, sit back so I don't get hit by the TNT and just see what happens. Okay, he needs me to flick the lever. So we're gonna flick the lever. I'm gonna run and Knight is gonna blow up. Let's see what happens. Come on. Oh, did it maybe? Nope, still didn't work this time. All right. I'm starting to think Knight might not know what he's doing. He's just fighting Enderman at this point. I'm gonna let the Enderman do his thing. I'll be back when we actually get this figured out. Okay, so we figured out the bedrock. We got the bedrock destroyed. We set up the sand duper. By we, I mean Knight. And the sand duper isn't working. So Knight is in single player right now. He's currently testing to see if it is a server issue or if the duper's not working for some other reason. So I'm literally just waiting. I have no idea what any of this is. I'm just here to film it, and I'm currently just waiting for him to get back. Okay, so apparently we just figured out that since we are running paper on the server, it automatically removes duping, and so we literally can't even we can't set up the sand duper, which is a little bit annoying. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe we'll have Hunting fix it. Okay, so since we're not figuring out the sand duper or the sand machine thingy right now, I'm gonna go back to working on my little project of getting the road connected to the area that I actually want to build the bridge. And to do that, we're gonna need our shulker box back down, and we need our coarse dirt as well as our spruce. I think this section of the path is good, so I'm just gonna keep working on bringing the path over a little bit. So let's go up, and I'm just gonna work on digging some of this out until I have an area that I feel comfortable with. So let's fill all this in, and we're gonna need slabs again, so we'll do slabs up like that, I'm thinking, and we'll go over another set of blocks just like this. Going up and down hills is always the hardest part about building trails like this, but I think I should be able to figure this out decently well here. Okay, something like that, and we're gonna go up. Okay, do I want to go up another level? No, I'm thinking we're gonna go around, and then we're gonna go down right there. So once I'm up to this level, the trail is gonna kind of curve and go this way, so let's clear some of that ground out, and let's start going this direction, I suppose. Canny corner over to here, and also in the future, I do plan to add buildings along this stuff, so that way there is stuff here, and there's a reason for these trails, but that'll be a project for a later day, obviously. In the meantime, we should go ahead and get this completely filled in with coarse dirt. I will be adding some rooted dirt in later as well. Just, I don't know how much rooted dirt Knight has left, so maybe not gonna happen quite yet. And let's clear up just a little bit more of the grass. The grass is the most annoying part about building trails like this, I've gotta say. And some grass blocks there, make that feel a little bit more natural. And okay, I'm gonna clear this one out. I think I'm gonna have to start making this trail go down, right? So let's drop down one level right here, and we're gonna go this way sort of with the trail. Probably have it start curving this way now. I don't know how I'm gonna make it go down this, because this is really dang steep. So maybe I should bring it down here and then over. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to figure this out as we go. I think I'm definitely gonna drop it down a level like this. And oh my gosh, dude, I'm gonna get so much free tulip farm from all this. Let's make the spruce go down a level like that. I'm thinking we'll need another coarse dirt there and another one right there, and we're gonna drop in a little bit of coarse dirt like that. And yeah, I gotta get down all the way to that level, so I'm gonna have to make this relatively steep. Let's drop down another level right here, dig out what is gonna be this entire level. Yeah, this is the part that's gonna be annoying. We're gonna have this random dirt cliff here that I'm gonna have to figure something out to do with later. I don't know how do you make like a steep trail? That's always something I kind of struggle with, because when you do it out of stairs, I feel like it's so ugly if you use stairs, right? Let's go out probably about 3 blocks right there, and we'll chop down a little bit of this dirt, make it feel a little bit more natural here, make the cliff still feel like a cliff, I guess. And we'll probably have to clear out some of this too. I want it to feel normal. I just don't know how to do it. We're having to do a little bit of terraform work, and maybe something a little bit like that. Later on, I'll add some shrubbery, maybe some trees and stuff to make make everything seem just a little bit more natural too. But that'll be a start. Okay, now if I drop down another layer, I think I want it to go over here. So let's make the trail kind of curve this way. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is so hard to tell what's trail and what's not, so I'm just going to replace these with grass blocks instead of dirt blocks. And we'll go ahead and do that right there too. Perfect. And then, okay, if I put the slab there, we're going to go down another layer right here. And yeah, here's the one part that sucks. Like if you're on, I'll just show you guys, when you're down here, it just looks so stupid. And that's always where I struggle with building these trails. Like it's only a problem when I'm going down like steep terrain like this. But okay, we do coarse dirt there, and we're probably going to have to go down another level right away. Isn't too bad. Okay, I am running out of coarse dirt. We might have to go craft some more of that up soon here. But I think this should work out to be basically perfect if we drop down another slab there, and then we're going to do coarse dirt across like that. Slab, and then coarse dirt again. Yeah, I figured this out literally to basically be exactly what we need. And coarse dirt, and bring it down to the final level. And now I can kind of just clear out all the grass right here and fill it all back in with the coarse dirt. And there we go. We have side. Okay, maybe actually I'm thinking we're probably going to want to bring it this way a little bit. So let's make the path a little wider here once it gets to the edge. And we'll build this out a little something like that. Just because I feel like I wish that this was on point a little more. I'm going to have to do some terraforming over there to make that look a little bit more natural. But here's kind of the beginning of what we got going on. So now if I do a little bit of work on this cliff side, make this look, okay, this is going to look really weird right now. I promise you, I will make this look better. You guys are just going to have to bear with me. This is not my priority number one, I guess. My main priority is going to be getting this bridge built because I've been wanting to do this for forever. But it is getting dark out, so I'm going to run and sleep. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more cliff fixing right here just so you can't see the coarse dirt. It's going to look really ugly still, but I don't want to be able to see the coarse dirt. So something as simple as that will do for now. We'll figure out how to fix the rest of that later. But now, okay, I think what I'm going to do, where's my shulker box? I left my shulker box up here. Let me go grab that real quick. And we're going to throw this down right here. And let's just throw everything I don't need for now into the shulker box so I have a little bit of space to work with in my inventory. Okay, now I'm going to have to go get some materials. I'm going to grab like some stone, some cobblestone, some stone brick. I have an idea, but like I said, I've never built a bridge like this. If I could have it over like 5 more blocks that way, it would be absolutely perfect, but I'm just going to have to make do with what I got here. Okay, this is going to be a very big project, so I've got some shulker boxes here ready to go, and I'm thinking it's going to be like a stone build. So we're going to be using some regular stone, some cobblestone, some stone bricks, so like a bunch of those type of blocks. So let's fill a shulker with stone, and honestly, I'm probably going to fill 2 shulkers with stone because I feel like I need to, because we're going to need a lot of stone brick for this build. And also an inventory of cobblestone to give it a little bit of a worn down feel. I like using cobblestone with my stone and stone brick to give it a little bit more texture work. Lastly, I'm thinking we're going to use some andesite. So let's grab all the polished andesite we have, and let's grab some of the regular andesite we have as well. Hopefully Knight wasn't needing any of this. I'm just going to take everything I need for now, and we'll grab our shulker boxes. This should be the basic stuff we need to start this build at least. Also, I want to make sure we don't forget our stone cutter we keep up there on its nice little cute mangrove shelf. And let's head up there and start getting a basic layout idea for what we want this bridge to actually be. I'm not gonna lie, getting scaffolding for building this would probably be a good idea because I've got a boatload of building on a cliff I gotta do. So scaffolding would definitely be helpful. And let's get a little workstation set up here. So let's get all the shulkers down, a stone cutter down. I also should probably have a crafting table. So I'm gonna go steal a piece of wood off this oak tree over here because why even is there an oak tree here to begin with? I don't know. Let's steal one piece. Oh, and we have auto tree chop on. I always accidentally leave that on, and I've accidentally destroyed one of my houses by leaving that on. So I gotta start remembering to turn that back off. Let's go ahead and get a crafting table put down, and I'm probably just gonna go ahead and start this build out with stone. So let's grab a bunch of stone, get rid of all my andesite, my polished andesite, and let's craft up some stone bricks. So using the stone cutter, let's get a couple stacks of stone bricks to begin with. I'm gonna add in some detail work later, but to begin with, I want the stone bricks because Yeah, I don't really know. We'll start with just a very, very basic. I'm going to use stone brick and go all the way across this massive ravine. I've got a long way to bridge, and dude, this is actually kind of creepy, so I'll be back in just a second. Okay, we're coming up. This should work, and it perfectly, this is the exact Y level as over there, which is absolutely perfect. Now I just got to do that, making this probably, how wide do we want to go? We're going at least 3 for the main walkway, so that means I got to go ahead and fill in this side right here, and I'm also going to go ahead and add at least 1 block on this side as well. Okay, there we go. We got 3 blocks wide. I feel like for this bridge, just with the scale of it, I want it to be 5 blocks wide, so the actual bridge is going to be 7 blocks wide. And because of that, we obviously need to get to work adding on number 6, or number 4, and number 5. I'll be right back once I get this whole platform made. Okay, we've got a massive 5 wide bridge started here, so now I'm going to go ahead and start building a walk rail. So let's just go up with stone brick like this for now. This is obviously a work in progress. There's going to be a lot of changes made as we go throughout building this bridge, but I'm gonna get this side done. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so this is what we got worked up to begin with. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, like on this side and that side of the bridge, but we've got basically just a 5 wide bridge with side rails right now. Now I've got to figure out a center point for this massive beast, so let's figure that out right now. And to figure out my centerpiece, okay, actually I was gonna use endstone, but that's such a hard block to break. I'm gonna go grab some netherrack real quick, and I want to use netherrack because it is a very different color. It's red, which is very stands out from the gray, and also it's super easy to mine up after, so I don't have to spend a bunch of time mining it. But quickly, here's kind of what we've got so far for a look. So I feel like it's a little strange it's behind that mountain. I feel like it should start on that mountain, but that doesn't exactly work. So this is what we've got right now. It looks a little strange, but we're gonna get it done. Luckily for me, we should have a load of netherrack. Let's take some of that, and let's head back up to the bridge so we can figure out exactly where the center of the bridge is going to be, because at the center I want to put one of the legs and then 2 legs on the outside as well. You guys will see I'm gonna make like an archway bridge kind of, and I'm gonna figure out the center simply by counting 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yeah, I'm gonna count. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so it is 43 blocks long, which I believe puts the center of the bridge at 21.5. I don't know if that's going to work. So since we're 43 long, that's not going to work. We're going to extend the bridge 1 block on this end, just like that. And then we got 44. The middle block should be block number 22. So the middle point of the bridge should be right here. Let's build up the netherrack. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how, but I'm pretty positive I've got the center wrong. 22 blocks on this side. You've got 21 blocks on this side. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna break all this netherrack that exists, and I'm actually just gonna go ahead and shorten the bridge by 1 block on this side, and then it should hopefully make out to be a perfect bridge. So there we go. That should do. And now for the difficult part. I gotta start putting legs on this, and I honestly don't know the best way to do that. So maybe now is time to go get some scaffolding. Okay, I've got what I think is a better idea. So the center of the bridge is right here. Let's pop a hole there. That goes down into the water. So, okay. I have an idea. This is gonna be absolutely dreadful, but first things first, we need some mossy cobblestone. I'm not gonna lie, I'm also in desperate need of some more shulker boxes, so I'm gonna go grab those 2 things real quick. Okay, so for what I want to do here, I'm gonna need a lot of moss. Luckily for me, the moss farm has made us a ton of moss, so let's just steal a good bit of that and load it up in the shulker box, and we can go back to the bridge and get to work on the next step. Okay, let's get our moss shulker down there. And we've also got an empty shulker I'm just going to place there for extra storage. And we need a little bit of cobblestone as well as some moss. And let's craft up some mossy cobblestone and some mossy stone bricks and probably more mossy cobblestone. Now, the reason I'm using moss is I believe underwater it'll look very nice. So it's kind of like, you know, the bridge has moss growing on it from the water. It just makes sense to me. So let's go. This should be the dead center of the bridge here. And we're just going to build this up randomized between the 2 mossy blocks I got using stone brick and mossy cobblestone. And once we get to the top here, I actually just want to use normal stone brick and normal cobblestone. So let's bring this all the way to the top of the bridge. Okay, just like that. Now I have an idea of where the center of the bridge is located, and I've got a ton more work to go ahead and go do down there. So I guess I'm just gonna grab up the shulker boxes that I need, and honestly, I'm probably gonna need more moss if I'm being completely honest with myself. Let's craft up some more mossy and some more regular stone moss stuff. Let's grab the shulker boxes that we're gonna need. So this one and this one. Let's head down to the bottom now. And I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm just gonna start by doing all the underwater part of the bridge. I'm gonna do this all off camera because I'm sure you guys aren't able to see a thing I'm doing right now. So very simply, we're just using the cobblestone or the mossy cobblestone and the stone bricks to build this up. Okay, I've kind of got this little underwater mossy part done. So it's just a mix of, like I said, mossy cobblestone and mossy stone bricks kind of randomly placed throughout the water, making a pillar. And now we've got the long process of bringing the rest of the pillar all the way to the top. So I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna use a mix here. I gotta get stuff organized out here. So first, let's get all of our mossy blocks put in this shulker box, and we're gonna use a mix of andesite, cobblestone, and stone bricks. So I need to find some of those. I believe we've got some cobblestone in here and some andesite. Perfect. And we should have some stone in here. So let's craft up some more stone bricks just like that. Okay, perfect. Let's grab the shulker box, and then we should be good to just start building these things up. And we're just going to be randomizing it between these 3 block types. So literally just randomly scrolling through these and building this giant thing up. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I have to go farm more stone after this project because this is huge. But I'm yet to do a super big mega project like this, so I'm also kind of extremely excited to just be building this. And I could save so many resources by leaving the inside of this hollow, but I don't want to have the annoying mob spawning all the time because that is really, really annoying. So guess that means we're just going to waste a bunch of materials and fill in the entire thing. And I'm also probably going to end up also rebuilding, like that whole thing is made out of stone brick. Probably going to add in a little bit of texturing later on as well. And there we go. That is number 1 all the way to the top. Now if I break this andesite, make sure I don't fall on the stone. And now I just got to do that about 25 more times. So I'll be back once I get this whole thing done and worked out. Okay, so I spent about the last, I would say 15-20 minutes, but I got pillar number 1 built up to be what I want it to be. So there we go, pillar number 1 done. Now I've gotta somehow figure out a way to make it look a little better, because right now, I'm not gonna lie, that definitely looks a little bit strange. But I also have an idea for what I'm gonna do, so let's get back up to the top of the bridge so we can go ahead and get started on that. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I gotta somehow get down the side of this a little bit. So let's go drop, and we're gonna go down probably okay, this is actually going to be tricky. How am I going to do this? Let's break this, and let's go down another block right there. Perfect. And we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is going to be where I start with this. And very simply, what we're going to do on this level, I'm going to make it go out another... Oh, wait, actually, there's something else I got to do. Okay, so let's dig up. Luckily, I can actually do this pretty easily. Just make a staircase in the pillar. Obviously, going to have to fix that up later, but for now it's fine. And we're gonna go ahead and craft ourselves some stone brick stairs. Okay, so very simply, my plan here, I need, okay, so we're gonna drop that out, and we're gonna go upside down stair right there. And let's chop all this out, and we're gonna do the same thing all the way around. So upside down stairs all the way around this pillar. I'm gonna get this done. I'll be back in just a second. Unfortunately, I didn't make other stairs to texture this, but I don't think it's gonna be that noticeable. So now what I want to do is in this all the way around, I'm going to add in the little textured, so that way up here it's thicker, so it's like it's supporting more, if that makes any sense. So now all the way around on top of these stairs, we are just adding in to make the pillar a little bit thicker as it goes up to the top. I will be right back once I get all of this stuff placed in how I want it to be. Okay, now I can place the staircase back in. Can I get a good view? Okay, no way. I gotta go down and see how that actually looks, because right now I think it looks not great. So actually I think a light string is gonna be the best way to do this. So let's just go ahead and take a little dive, and let's go all the way down right over here. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that looks extremely stupid, but I think I'm going to work with it, see what we can do to make that look a little bit better. Maybe, I think it kind of has to come up a little bit sooner. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so this is going to be a work in progress, but I'm going to start by chopping out like 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll do the same thing on this side. So we're going to go 5 blocks, a block, and then 5 blocks again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And now if I go ahead and I make some of these andesite walls, and let's make a couple cobblestone walls too. And lastly, a little bit of stone brick walls. And let's go ahead and fill all these in with these textured walls now, just like that. Okay, now, oh, I got one more I missed. So of course we're missing one wall. I'm gonna go make another wall real quick. I want to just see how this is gonna look. Probably another andesite wall will work pretty well here. Let's bring this over. I think from the top this is gonna look a lot better. And let's throw that guy there. So now if we do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, okay, so we'll stick to this pattern, I think, but I want to first get a look. So let's go. I believe this was the center of the bridge, and let's take a look. I like it, but I think the bulkiness down here is gonna have to go. So let's go ahead and let's drop down, and we're probably gonna have to drop down another level. Oh god, this is actually a little bit terrifying. And I think we'll probably go around like that, and we're just gonna put these stone brick stairs. Oh my god, dude, this is actually, like, I'm so scared of heights in real life, and genuinely this kind of terrifies me. But let's break this piece that we already built up right here, and I think this is gonna look a lot more natural, which is kind of what we're going for. So let's chop all this down, and I'm forgetting we're literally gonna have to redo this on the other side of the bridge too, so I gotta be aware of that. Okay, and we can chop out these couple of stone bricks there, and I guess I'm gonna work on adding these stone brick stairs all the way along the top here because it'll follow the same palette. So I'm gonna get started with this. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna have enough stone brick stairs for this. I'll be back. I'm just gonna get this all done and then show you guys what it looks like once it's all built in. Okay, so I've got the whole thing laid out how I want. I'm gonna go ahead and break my scaffolding so I can get a little bit of a better look at how I like this here, and then we'll get another look at it, and I'm gonna have to do the archways on the underside too. So this is a very, very long process I'm going to be working on. And I'm losing... Okay, I'm going to need to drop down and just pick up as many of these stone bricks as I can. I'm losing so many. It's such a problem right now. Okay, now I've got some more walls, so I'm going to finish out the rest of these guys. I got cobblestone, andesite, and stone bricks, so let's just keep randomizing those. And same thing right here. Do I want to go 5? I think we'll leave it for now, but I do gotta finish out this side too, so last 3 right here. And honestly, I feel like this gives me a good opportunity to expand the bridge. Well, oh, hello, Mr. Skeleton. I can't have you hitting me off my bridge, so goodbye. Yeah, this side looks very weird. And I gotta do the railing on this side too, so I might as... Wait, how do I do this over here? Okay, so it's block upside down stair. Okay, I got it. So I'm gonna go ahead and chop out everything I need to, and I'm just gonna copy the railing onto this side. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I got the railings done on both sides. Another thing I think I'm going to do just to add a little bit more depth to the build is I'm going to add some walls on top of the blocks here. I feel like it's just going to give a lot more depth to everything, so I think it's just a good idea. And once again, we're just randomizing what we're using here. And okay, I want to go take a look at how that looks so far. I still got to do the archways, which is the thing I'm like most nervous for, but I feel like it can't be that bad so far. So let's go take a look at it. Okay, so here is the look from the amethyst tree. Honestly, I don't hate it. It still needs a lot of work yet. We'll figure it out, but I actually don't hate it. We could maybe add a little bit more support going down the middle there. I might do that actually. First things first though, I want to add the upside down stairs we got over here onto the other side. So first of all, we're going to have to get some stairs, and let's just go ahead and get this project started because I think it's going to be an absolute pain. We're going to use netherrack as my scaffolding this time. So first, let's just bridge. Oh dude, my Bed Wars speed bridging skills are not on point, but let's bridge all the way across with the netherrack. And I really should be using some more texturing blocks, but I just got to build all the way back across with the stairs to kind of give it the same look here. And oh shoot, okay, I forgot to chop this side out, so let's get that done right now. I've got 5 layers of blocks and a layer of stairs we just got to chop out here. I will be back once I get this done. Okay, I got that done, so now I just got to finish putting these stairs in here. I wish there was a quicker way to do this without risking falling off the edge. And just like that. And now all I got to do is, of course, mine up my netherrack scaffolding. But actually, I have a different idea of something I want to test before I go ahead and do that. So in the middle here, so we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this would be the middle block. If I go down like this, and then what if okay, I have an idea, guys. So we're going to take this stair out. We're going to rotate and boom, and then same thing over here. So it's kind of like it has a little bit more support to work with. And okay, this is going to be the tricky part. I somehow have got to get down. Okay, there we go. And we're going to put an upside down stair right there. Oh, of course, we placed it the wrong way. What I was trying to do though, upside down stair right there. Okay, now I can break all of my cobblestone scaffolding. Let's just get the netherrack back. And I can go ahead and break my netherrack I used to get across here. This is why I like using netherrack. It's so good for stuff like this. And I want to go take a look at how that looks since I added that little arch support beam in the middle. I feel like it's going to look a lot better. But I got to get an area that'll have a nice view. Oh, dude, there's so much stuff I have planned for this area right here. Because like once you get to this side of the bridge, I want to do a bunch of Japanese style builds when you get in the cherry or the cherry forest here. I think it'll look absolutely amazing. And okay, yeah, that needs to, I like the idea. I like the concept, but it needs a lot of work. So let's get back down there and see what we can do. Okay, so since we're so wide, I have a lot of room that I need to somehow work with or make do with. So let's start extending out. We're going to do stone brick boom, and we're going to go down a lot more too. So we're going 2, so let's do another 2. Somehow get myself a way to get, dude, building on the side of this is actually a pain, but something like that. Okay, we gotta drop down some more and we'll chop out that. There we go. Wait, is that equal? Yes, okay, that is equal. And let's make the final one go like that. Perfect. And now, of course, I don't have any stairs. So I got to get back up out of here and then get back down here. And dude, I'm going to be wasting so much netherrack to build this build, but let's just go ahead and let's go get it. Okay, I've got more stairs here to work with. So let's, okay, yep, I need to go up quite a ways to make this actually work. I'm going to need this stair to kind of rotate like that. And then each of these is going to go down something like that, and we'll copy the same exact thing on the other side. Once again, that guy in the corner. Okay, I feel like it's gonna look more natural. I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna have to mix in a little bit of like blocks anyways for texturing purposes. So let's get some andesite in and some cobblestone as well right away. Okay, now I want a little bit of a like block out like that maybe, and let's go take a look, see how that looks. So I guess that means we're cleaning up all the netherrack, and I'm gonna have to go over to that hill. I'm gonna leave some of the netherrack here in case I need to make a change, but this is what we've got so far. Okay, I like what I did there with that, but I definitely need to get rid of those 3 blocks in the middle, which I kind of expected. It was just an experiment. We're learning as we go. Like I've said, I've never built a bridge like this before. One thing I feel like is even using all these different texturing blocks, I feel like we need like water somehow to be in this build too. But there we go. I think I should, okay, I need a little bit more texture work in this. So let's go over and we're just going to add in some blocks like this. Let's go cobblestone there and andesite right there. And that's a little bit better already. Is there anything else? Okay, maybe this one we can go andesite again. Just giving a little bit more detail on this. And then I'm going to go take a look. I think this will be good though. At least good for now. It's going to look a lot better when I get the arches and the second and third pillars built as well. Okay, netherrack cleaned up. Let's go take a look at what we've got going. Okay, I just saw it. I don't think it's that bad. It's a work in progress. I'm okay with that. It's not the greatest. I'm not the most happy with it, but it's kind of maybe resembling a bridge that would make sense engineering wise. So I'm going to go make that mess on the other side. I'll be back once I get all that done. Okay, I copied the outside layout on that side, so now I'm going to try to start working in the arches. I have an idea for what I'm going to do for these. Okay, of course, I forgot my netherrack. Okay, what? Oh, I have another shulker in my inventory too. I was wondering where my cobblestone was. Let's get that guy down, and then I was looking for netherrack. And I have a very basic idea for what I'm going to do here. I guess let's just get started on that. So first, we're just kind of randomly placing stairs, and we're going to go up quite a few levels. Okay, now here's the annoying part. I need to fill in any of this dead space, so I need to go get some blocks as well. Okay, so now that I got these stairs all completely laid out, I'm just going to go ahead and fill in any of this space, and we're going to be using full blocks, same exact palette as far as like the block palette goes. And I'm just going to keep going the exact same way with this arch all the way up until I hit the roof level. So stairs, and then we're randomizing the blocks like this. Perfect. And stair up. Okay, yep. This is where stuff kind of gets a little bit more tricky. I got to do a lot of work around and build around, I guess you could say. So here we go. And let's get the, oh, that's not a block, but let's get the blocks filling this in. I don't mind those 1 block gaps because no mobs are going to spawn in there. And the last one is going to, oh God. Okay, yeah. I'm going to build over using the netherrack like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna do these stairs. Dude, I barely fit under this. Oh my gosh. But the problem is it's still like, I feel like this looks wrong. It doesn't look around. I have the idea of what I want for this bridge in my head. It's just when it comes to actually making that idea, things get a little bit more challenging. But I'm going to clear out the scaffolding just so I can kind of see. Like, I feel like it looks so weird. How do you actually get like the rounded bridge look you're looking for? Does that make any sense? I feel like that doesn't make any sense. It made sense in my head. It doesn't make sense when I think about it, but that's fine. I'm just going to keep going with the archway and try my best to figure out what I want to do. Okay, so now I need some sort of block to hold these in place. There we go. And let's build these guys over. Perfect. I'm gonna go with it for now and see. I just don't know what to do. And now, see, here's the problem. I have to go back down a couple levels now to actually make this work. Dude, look at how much netherrack blocks are just sitting down there. Oh my gosh. So we're gonna fill these guys in, and I gotta go down. How do I do this? I gotta go down so many levels. Can I reach that? Okay, 1 more block, and let's go over like this. Thank goodness that netherrack is an easy block to farm, because I'm using so goddamn much of it. I'm gonna do the archways this way all the way, and we'll see what it looks like at the end. I think it's gonna look really stupid, I'm not gonna lie. What am I doing wrong? What am I... Is that... Oh, no. Okay, yeah, so I'm making these face the wrong direction. So, obviously, we break all those. And I gotta come to the inside and replace all of those guys. And then we're gonna have to do this again. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of these archways done. I'll be back once I get it done and show you guys. I think it's gonna look really stupid, though. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so here's my first attempt at an arch. That looks really, really stupid. So I'm going to break it. I think I got to incorporate more slabs to make it look natural. And yeah, I guess that's what I'm going to start working on now. I'm going to cry myself to sleep though. So let's get started with that. Okay, so I think the plan is that I want to make the peak of the arch be that pillar, because I think that's what's going to look the best. So first things first, let's chop out all this that I put in. And this is going to take me a little bit of time, because stone, even with efficiency 5 fortune, unless you have haste, takes a little bit to mine. So I'm gonna mine this up. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so like I said, I'm trying to make this block right here to be the center of the arch. So this has to come out. And then I honestly, okay, I feel like I'm just gonna go ahead and throw in, these blocks won't be seen, so it doesn't matter. But I feel like we could then bring the stairs here. Maybe a little something like that. Oh, okay, yeah, nope, definitely not. Let's break off the stairs. And let's try to just go in with the slabs instead, like that. And same thing right over here. And okay, wait, what am I doing wrong? Oh, okay, we need to go out 1 more block this direction. So break these slabs. Dude, when you're trying to learn how to build new things, it is so hard to actually learn how to build it, if that makes any sense. Probably not, but I feel like you guys understand what I'm saying, right? And then I somehow have got to bring that up into this. So I think each level, I'm actually simply just gonna... wait, I can just use full blocks? Okay. So let's go ahead and use full blocks here. Boom. And right there too. Perfect. And yeah, I feel like just just keep on going down with the slabs is gonna be the best bet here. If I fill this in with the random blocks too, and I can bring this down with the slabs like that, and I think I'm just gonna keep going till we connect into the stairs, and then the way bottom level we're gonna use the stairs on. So let's bring in the next row of slabs like that, and I'm gonna have to bring my scaffolding down another level. So probably honestly right here above this tree. At some point I'm gonna have to break this tree as well, but I somehow have got to get that to blend with that. So let's get started on this process. Obviously, first things first, we're gonna have to cut down the slabs, and maybe like this could maybe be not a bad idea. Yeah, so what am I doing wrong? This is so challenging because that still looks really stupid. So let's just go ahead and bring that out. Okay, and then if we chop out all this, what if we full block like that? Okay, this actually might work a lot better. I think I dig this design. Let's clean up all the scaffolding, see what that looks like, and see if this is the design I want to go with on both sides here. And for some dumb reason, I used a lot of stone for scaffolding this part, so this is going to take me a while to mine out. Okay, so I've spent about the last 10 minutes just readjusting this archway, trying to figure out something I like. I haven't figured out what I really want. Like, I don't love the design that it currently has, but I also don't hate it, so I think I'm gonna leave it for now like that. And since I got that arch going, I'm gonna copy the same thing over there. I'll be back as soon as I get that arch in as well. Okay, so I got the archways finished, and honestly, this is nowhere near what I had in my mind. Like, I had an idea for a really cool like stone arch bridge, and it is so hard to build, but I think that is what we're gonna keep the arches like for now. So yeah, we're gonna leave that like that for now. Let's get my elytra on. Let's fly up there. I don't hate it. It's definitely not the worst build in the world, but I also just don't love it. Okay, now one thing that does need to be done though is adding in a little bit of texture work. So I'm gonna walk along the bridge here and just pop some random holes in everywhere willy-nilly, so I can of course go ahead and add some texture blocks in. So first let's go ahead and add cobblestone. So I dug out a bunch of holes. We're gonna throw cobblestone in all these holes, and then I'm gonna go back and add in some andesite as well, and that should probably be good for andesite. Now let's just go ahead and do the exact same thing here, but with some andesite. I think I said that backwards. The first time that was all the cobblestone done, not all the andesite done, but we do just want to add in a little bit of detail work so that way the bridge looks a little bit better. And let's go ahead and add in all of the andesite that we just dug out here. And yeah, already just like that, that makes this view of the bridge look so much better. But I do want to go ahead and grab some lanterns now. And luckily for me, this bridge makes a perfect platform to use my elytra from. We just got to go down to the starter house here and make a smooth landing on the roof. And oh, I tried jumping on the balcony and we missed. But I believe I should have some lanterns somewhere. Okay, there's some soul lanterns. And there we go, 17 regular lanterns. And I think I'm going to go ahead and craft some more torches. And let's craft up some more lanterns. 21 more, that should be more than enough. And yeah, I don't hate it. I just feel like it definitely could be better. And it is very plain right now. I only use 3 blocks. There is a decent shape, I will admit, but I feel like it's still very plain. And to combat the bridge looking very plain, one simple thing I can and I am gonna do is simply adding lanterns on all of these light posts. Actually, I don't know if I want to do them all or do I just want to do every other one? Because if I do, okay, I feel like every other one. I feel like if I do every one, it's gonna be way too many of these. So let's go ahead, get the last 2 on here and on there. And okay, so the top of the bridge, I feel pretty good about this. Okay, the pattern is a little bit weird, so let's just go ahead, pop some more holes in, add in another andesite there, another andesite there. And yeah, I'm just gonna try making the texturing seem a little bit more natural because right now it does not. If I pop a couple more holes in though, it should help out with that a lot. And last one, that should be good. Okay, so honestly, I don't hate this so far. Now I want to take a look from the bottom. I just want to know what else is there I could do to make this look even better, because right now I don't know, it just like this side of the build, I think some some sort of building has to go up over here. Otherwise, it just looks so strange, dude. But before I do a building, there is one other thing I want to do. So I need to go ahead and go over to my stone cutter, and we got to make a load of walls, every type of wall, so that way I can have some texture. And I believe I have a couple extra here too. Perfect. Now let's try to find a way to get down to the bottom of this thing. Okay, so my very basic idea, in the center here, I'm going to dig out a little something like this. I believe if you leave a little cubby like this, let me just show you guys. Let's put some torches in here, and then you can put walls on the outside of that, and it gives a little bit more depth to the build. So I was going to bring that all the way up, but I feel like that looks a little strange. Yeah, I'm going to say that definitely looks a little strange, so let's scrap that idea. And instead of doing that, I think I have a different idea. Let's just do one, and we can kind of repair that and throw a wall in. Yeah, I think that's going to be really good for adding little texturing details on this thing as well. But you do have to keep kind of like an opening behind, like, let me show you guys. Like, if I were to just place the wall here, it looks really stupid. But if you cut open, it actually turns it into a full-fledged wall like that. So I'm going to scale the side of this thing using netherrack, and we're just going to build a couple of these little guys here. And I will be back after I get some of these guys added in so I can show you guys the finished product. Okay, so I went ahead and added some of these all the way on this side to give the build a little bit more depth. I really like how that looks, so I'm going to go ahead and do it to the other three sides now real quick. Okay, I went ahead and added the walls into all four sides of the pillar. I think that helps a lot, giving the build more depth, which is perfect because it really did need it. Now, the only major complaint... Okay, wait, is that side different than that? Oh my god, they're different. That's why it looks so strange. Oh my god, dude, that's... Okay. This is actually kind of tilting, but I'll have to figure it out. I think I like how that one looks more than that one, so I think I'm gonna break that one and make it like that one. Yeah, that one is way less steep, whereas this one is a lot more steep. So I have to go fix that, figure out what my issue is. Okay, so I made them the same. This is what we got now. I don't hate the bridge, like I said. I love the archways. I think those trees have to go, though. I'm gonna go break those. I have two complaints. So complaint number one, I only built it out of 3 blocks, stone brick, cobblestone, and andesite. And since it's only 3 blocks, it's just very, very gray. And I don't know what to change because, like, a build like this, I don't think wood fits in this kind of bridge, you know? Like, what do I change on this to make it have more variety? If you guys have any suggestions, let me know down below in the comment section. Maybe I'll add them in next video. And then the other thing is, so that side looks fine because it kind of tucks in behind the mountain. That side, we need some sort of building that the bridge goes into because right now it looks really weird. But yeah, in general, like, I'm not the most happy with it, like I said, but I also really don't hate it. It doesn't look amazing, but it also doesn't look bad in my opinion. In the meantime, though, I've got to head down there and take care of these trees real quick. So let's turn auto tree chop on, and then I should be able to just chop it down from there. And I believe that should deal with the whole tree as long as there's not a single... like one piece of wood randomly hidden in the tree. And oh my gosh, dude, I've lost so many blocks down here. Let's go down and chop this one down too. And we've got another one. Oh, of course. Oh my gosh, dude, I have to figure out my way all the way back up. But we're just going to go ahead and chop that one too. I think there's one more tree right there. And I'm too lazy to climb this mountain manually, so let's put the elytra on and let's just take a flight up. And I should be good to just... Okay, what is with it? This tree is in like the worst position ever. But we will find it. There we go. And chop that one down as well. Okay, so with all the trees cleared, this is the current view of the bridge. Like I said, I think it'll look amazing once I figure out some sort of structure to put up there. And I think it's just going to end up looking better and better as I start expanding the city and we get like city or village on both sides of the river as well. But for now, I really don't dislike that at all. I actually really like it, and I got a perfect view of it from my little starter bridge here. And okay, there is more work to be done on the bridge. I'll go up there. Like I said, I want to get a building put up there. I just don't know how I'm going to do it. Like, I kind of want the building to match the bridge because, I mean, it's the bridge and it's going to be a part of the bridge. But then also, I've been saying for a very long time, once I get the village up here into the cherry biome, I kind of want to do Japanese style builds. So I'm kind of stuck right now debating if I want to make the building here match the bridge or if I want to make it in that cool, like, Japanese style. And I don't want to decide that right now. So I'm I'm going to take a little bit of a break from this to go do something else I've been waiting to do in this video. First, I'm going to need a little bit of inventory space, so let's dump all of our garbage in here. And I guess we're going to use this brand new highway to head back all the way down over to my house, dude. This is such a long way around. But I don't always want to use the Elytrum when I'm playing this world. I want to actually use the pathways that we build. Okay, so what I actually want to do is take a second name suggestion from the last episode, and I'm going to name one of the animals right now. So one of the suggestions I actually got from somebody who's commented on basically all of my videos was to name one of the animals Milo. I'm not gonna lie, I really like this name. Reminds me of a YouTuber I used to watch back in the day, and I have an animal that I actually think that this is a very fitting name for anyways. So we're gonna head down to Knight's little village. It's so cute and cozy down here. He needs to like build more and stuff, but in general, I love what's going on. So none of these horses are named besides Ruzbug, and yeah, he cleaned up the horse over here, but there's a cat named here Fluffy, and obviously the horse right here with the iron horse armor is Ruzbug. I think I'm gonna name this horse with the diamond armor Milo. I'm probably going to take one more name suggestion from the last video, but if you guys have any suggestions to name any animals, let me know the animal you want named and let me know the name down below in the comment section. Okay, so before I go work on the bridge again, I want to go check my auto smelter furnace area. So I'm going to head over to that house, head down there and see if there's any lava that I can collect. So of course we got to jump across the river and go into the little white house, dude. I absolutely love this little village I made here. And we head down into the creepy basement, and it looks like we have quite a bit of lava, so let's go ahead and grab some buckets, and let's just grab all the lava we can. And yep, that is a decent bit of lava. I believe I can just dump all that lava right there. We have that double chest full, so we can smelt anytime we need to. Another thing I kind of really want to do is eventually I'm really needing to set up a new XP farm, because if you guys haven't seen last episode, or maybe it was even this episode, I don't really remember, but basically we had an XP farm. I'll just go show you guys real quick. Okay, so we have this house right here, my little sandstone house I built, and in the basement down here we have this little XP farm here. Basically, if you don't know, this is an XP farm that uses a lathe to grind infinite XP with infestation potions right here. Problem is, we've had that running for probably about a month and a half, maybe even 2 months on the server, and the allays have died twice. So basically, I'm a little bit annoyed. I don't want to deal with it anymore, so I kind of am tempted to just get rid of it altogether. And then, honestly, I might just set up a giant Enderman XP farm, because I know those are very good. Okay, so I'm really dreading going back to work on the bridge, so in the meantime, if my wheat field is fully grown, which it does look like it is, I'm going to spend a little bit of time farming this guy up again. I'm super curious to know, so let me know down below in the comments, if you watch the entire video, how many times in this video do I end up farming this wheat farm? Because it's one of those things, like, I know in these 500-day videos, I gotta farm this thing like at least 5 times, maybe even up to 10 times per video, and I never actually pay attention. So if you pay attention, let me know down below in the comments how many times I farm this. I am super duper curious, and I'll be right back once I finish harvesting it. Okay, I've discussed a little bit with Knight, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna terraform that peak so it's a little taller like that one over there, and then I think the bridge will end up looking a lot better. Also, I got the entire wheat field harvested and replanted, so let's go ahead and craft up some hay bales. 47, we always get 47 from that, and that brings our stock. Oh dude, we're getting so close to getting this second row of hay bales done. I definitely could do it if I use these, but I'm not going to. Okay, so I think it's very hard to tell right now because my shaders and the sun is over there, but I think the basic idea is that is going to get terraformed up a lot. Okay, so I want to kind of make it a cliff, right? Because I feel like that makes sense. We're going up into a mountain range. Cliff does make sense. The problem with if I do a cliff is the fact that I made the entire bridge out of stone. If I do a cliff, it's also going to be out of stone and they're going to blend really, really badly. So yeah, because of that, I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna start with dirt and we'll probably move on from there, but this is gonna be a project that I'm sure is gonna take a ton of time. So let's start out by grabbing any dirt we might have and cross the big old bridge. Dude, I love how Hunting's little hut, like, look at it up there, just chilling up there. I usually can't see it. I had the blessing of living down there in the valley where I couldn't see Hunting's house unless I actively went out to try to find it, but now that I'm expanding up this direction and I'm actually up on the mountain, mountain with the bridge, I can see it, unfortunately. But yeah, the basic, oh my god, dude, I have so much terraforming I gotta do here. The basic idea is that if I bring this up and make it a lot more cliffy like that over there, it's just gonna end up looking a lot better in general. So yeah, I'm gonna start, I guess, by just randomly placing dirt and trying to make it look a little bit natural, but it's also gonna be super hard. I can't use a ton of stone because it's just gonna look super weird. I'm gonna like make a little bit of an outline for what I'm gonna do. Probably something like that. And let's go down and around this way. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to pick all these little cherry petals because they're all in the way. These things are really annoying. So let's start the project out by just doing a little bit of landscaping, cleaning up any greenery, any of these cherry blossoms, get these all out of the way. I could probably use water really easily, but I'm also concerned that the water is going to wash down there and take out some of my stuff that I have built. Obviously, that would not be good. I don't want that to happen. Okay, wait, I actually have a really good idea. I could terraform. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to start out by just building this up and making it kind of go around. Okay, I'm going to show you guys what I'm thinking here. And this idea just came into my mind. So let's head down to Knight's area. I don't know if I showed this in this episode yet or not, but Knight has been working on a little terraforming project here. So up there's his village that he started. Obviously, right there's his bakery, there's his armory, and he's terraforming this little cliff like this. So I want to maybe try to do something similar to this up there. So let's go fly up and see if I can show you guys kind of something of what I mean. But this is, yeah, dude, this is actually going to be tough. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to go grab some stone. So let's go get some stone out of my shulker. I will add some textures in later, but just some stone as a base palette to start out will be good. And honestly, I'm going to take the shulker box too. No point on it sitting over there if I'm not working over there right now anyways. Okay, so the idea would be kind of, I'm just going to start. So if we clear out some of this, right, and then we're going to go like up and we're going to go kind of out like this with some of these stuff, and it's going to be really like jaggedy like that. And then let's just bring this all the way over. Wait, do I need no, not one more block. But then if I'm like bringing this around, I can make like a really steep cliff is kind of the idea. And we'll go this way with it too. I've got to admit to you guys, terraforming, definitely not one of my specialties. It's something I want to get better at, but it's something I just haven't put the time into actually improving at yet. So this is going to be a good project for me. I'm going to get a very basic layout kind of started here to show you guys what I'm thinking. So we're going to go probably out maybe like that. And then let's go over here. And it's just going to be like, I don't know if this is going to look perfect. I'm trying to get a rough idea, but something like that. And then the idea, like I'm showing you guys, I want like this little jagged out stretch area. So I'm going to have to clear out a little bit more dirt here. And we're going to go a little something like that. And this one I'm going to maybe make like that. And we're just going to go up and it's going to jut out. This one maybe we'll bring out like that. I don't know if this is making any sense to you. I'm wanting like a cliff. You're not going to be able to get up and down. I'm going to have to add in some texturing later on. Otherwise, we're blending with that way too much. But this is a very basic start, I guess you could say. And yeah, we're going to have to go in like that. I'm just filling in any of these open areas. Okay, wait, this actually could cook. Now let me clear out any of the dirt, and all the dirt is going to just get replaced with stone, which will eventually will add some texture in, like I said. But yeah, I honestly think that this is just going to look so much better. And we'll go kind of the same idea here all the way around. I want this little stone terraforming job, and probably going to have to go under the bridge here too. So like that, and we'll just throw that wall in there. I'm not going to worry about anything further this way for now. I want to get the basic idea for what I'm thinking done first. So let's just work on getting that. And we could honestly maybe jet out another block there too. We'll think about that a little bit later. But yeah, I've never really done something like this. I might get Knight on to get his opinion and get him to help me, because I'm not going to lie, definitely not my strong suit here. So might be a good idea to get Knight's help on this. Okay, so I got Knight on. He's kind of giving me a basic shape to work with. Once he gets the thing shaped out, I'm going to be changing it, adding in textures, adding in different layers, stuff like that, slab stairs, all the good stuff. But I'm not very good at starting out terraforming, so I'm having him work on it right now. In the meantime, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But dude, I absolutely love this view. One thing I did realize though that I kind of messed up, I need to start working on all of my houses walls are facing north or south. Like, I don't know if you guys know what I mean. They're all facing north and south. None of them are facing east and west. I don't know why. It literally just ended up happening like that. I'm not like, I need to start placing houses east and west as well, but I just thought that was a little bit strange that I kind of messed that up big time. In the meantime, I'm going to go down here, take a look at what Knight's doing. He made it like way thicker. I don't know how I feel about this. He's kind of doing his own thing. I guess I'm gonna let him cook, and I'll be back once he sort of gets it all set up for me so I can start adding in some more detail work. Okay, so we decided Night kind of made it overhang a little too far, so we're gonna bring it down at least 1 block and maybe 2 blocks because it feels like it goes out way too much. So, okay, it looks like he might no, he's replacing that. I don't know exactly what's happening, but yeah. Okay, it does. Oh, I'm so confused. I'm gonna just let him do that. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, while Knight is up there working on getting the shape that I want for this, I'm gonna go work on building a block palette. Now, normally I would do a very simple block palette, probably like stone, cobblestone, andesite, very simple gray stuff like that. But for this case, okay, I'll just show you guys 1 second here. In this case, the bridge is already using a stone brick, cobblestone, and andesite palette, so I feel like if I make the cliff the exact same, it is going to look a little bit strange. So I'm obviously going to need to mix it up, and I have a little bit of an idea for that. We're going to go get set up right now. I've used this palette before. As you can see, it's a little bit darker, so we're using tuff, we're using pale oak moss, and cobblestone for a little bit like overgrown green kind of look. Like it has slight green colors as if it's wet and watery, which makes sense down here because it is by the river. I've got a little bit different of a plan, something I haven't tried before that I do want to try mixing it up with. And for this, we are going to need some deep slate. Luckily, we have a couple stacks of normal deep slate. Perfect. A little bit of cobble deep slate as well. Let's get all this stuff in there. And probably some smooth basalt. Can you craft smooth basalt? That's polished basalt. I don't think you can craft smooth basalt, so I'm going to bring out some regular basalt as well, just in case. And let's get those guys put in there too. Mud could be an interesting idea, so let's grab a couple stacks of mud. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that or not, but I kind of want to do like a dark to light gradient, but I'm not quite done there. I've got some more blocks to go grab, but it's not in the stone storage. I will show you guys that in just a second. Like, this is normally the cliff design I would go for. It's very simple. We're using andesite, cobblestone, and a couple pieces of stone mixed in. I really like how it looks. I tend to go more cobblestone at the bottom because it's like it's under the weight of all the upper walls, so it's like it's cracked a lot more. And then as you go up, it gets to andesite and then regular stone at the top. Since we're not using that palette, we're going to be doing something a little bit different here. Now, this might be weird, but using acacia logs, let me just show you guys what I mean here. So you don't want the orange part of the acacia, but this outside, as long as you don't see the orange part, can look very good as like a stone wall. So I'm going to go lay down kind of a little bit of a block palette and show you guys what the basic idea is going to be. And Knight is still up there working away from me. Thank you, Knight. I appreciate the help. Like I said, I'm absolutely horrible at terraforming, but let's go ahead and let's get our block palette created. I'm not sure which of these I'm going to use and which of these I'm not. So we're just going to play around here. Let's get my shulker box down and let's grab absolutely everything we've got to work with. Okay, so this is what I got. This is what I'm thinking. So towards the bottom, the mud is going to be used because it's a lot darker, and obviously the shadow would be at the bottom. It just makes sense. You guys, I think you understand, right? So from the bottom, we're going mud and then polished basalt, which I actually do not have a lot of, only 51 blocks, and then cobble deep slate, deep slate. I might remove one of these. I feel like we don't need this much variation, so honestly, I'll get rid of the cobble deep slate because I don't really use normal deep slate too much, so I think that'll work. And then obviously okay, we're gonna remove this so it looks a little bit more normal. I want to try using the acacia wood, so I think this right here is going to be my block palette. Okay, so Knight said I can have this side to work with, so I'm going to get started just chopping out a little bit of stone and throwing the mud in all around down here. Like I said, it's going to be dark working up, so the spots that are going to be really dark, I'm going to use the mud, and then as we go up a little bit, we're going to use some of the other blocks a little bit more. And anywhere where there would be dark, like this would obviously be dark because that's tucked in a corner, then down here. And once again, this one, like anything like this, we'll go ahead and throw mud in. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the mud all the way around, and I'll be back once I get that done. Also, Knight didn't finish. We still have this area, but he said I can work with this area for right now and add in the texturing. Okay, I've kind of got the bottom worked out with all the mud. Then the next darkest block will be the basalt, or the basalt, not the basalt. So let's get that in the offhand, and we're gonna start working in some of the basalt. Also, if you didn't know, there's different textures on basalt. So you have the top, which is like this cobblestone pattern, and then the side, which kind of looks like a tree block in a way, I guess. So yeah, we can use different angles and different stuff like that just to mix things up a little bit more as well. But basically, any of this bottom area that we haven't done yet, I'm just gonna throw in the basalt. And honestly, so far, I'm not hating the design. I kind of mess with this a little bit. Probably some of these, a little bit of basalt up here, just so it kind of mixes a little bit. And so we're not just having basalt all on the exact same level, I think would be a good idea. And maybe one right there. Okay. And let's just keep working around here a little bit more. And under the bridge, I want to stay really dark. So let's go ahead and fill this in with the same exact look. And okay, I feel like we have a little bit too much basalt in this area. So let's chop out that. Let's throw a mud block right there. And maybe another mud block right there. And now we're going to add in some deep slate. Okay, this is where things start getting really annoying. I have to somehow work my way up here. So deep slate to, oh, I fell off the cliff. We're going to do deep slate, and then way at the top, there's going to be a couple pieces of some acacia in. I don't want to go too overboard with the acacia just because I feel like it'll look a little strange. So for that reason, we're not going to be using too much acacia, just a little bit to add a little highlights here and there. But yeah, I'm going to primarily use the deep slate here, and I'll be back once I get this all filled in with deep slate. It's going to be a little bit of a pain because of how I have to place all these, but we'll get it figured out. Okay, I've got all the deep slate in, and I think what I'm going to do, let's craft up some actual acacia wood blocks, and then we don't have to worry about any of the sides. Okay, and let's probably just go up to the top right away, and we can, oh, of course I fell off. Of course. Back to the top we go. I will get this. I promise. Just bear with me here. And this is going to be our lightest block by far. So we're not wanting to use too much of this. Honestly, it probably doesn't fit the block palette at all. But I want to try working with it and see what I can do here. So I'm going to finish adding in the acacia wood. Like I said, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, everything Knight has outlined for me is complete. So I think I'm going to go ahead and go get a far away view from this and see what I think from down there on my little rope bridge that Knight built me. So let's head down there and let's take a look and see what we think of this build so far. Okay, so from down here, it's not complete yet. I think once we get like some trees up there around it and fully get it built in properly, I think it'll look pretty good. I don't hate it right now. I really like the block palette. I think we just got to get moss on the top yet and build a little bit of a hill up, and it'll look pretty dang good in my opinion. Okay, so now to fully finish this off, what I'm wanting to do is get like a grass border. So I'm going to add moss on top to act as like a sort of grass, and we're going to build this all the way around on every part that Knight has built up so far. So let's do that, and we'll probably stop about there, and we can fill all this in. But first, I don't want any zombies or monsters to spawn in here, so let's light some torches all over the place, and we can work on filling this in. It's not going to be flat too. I'm going to add a little bit of like angles or height differences, and then also probably maybe like some trees up here hanging off the edge to kind of hide a little bit more of the bridge or something. I'm not exactly sure what yet. It's a work in progress. We're trying to figure that out, but I can start with some simple moss for a grass area, and I'm probably, okay, do I want to fill this whole thing in? I might as well fill everything in that is fully done and fully built. And luckily for me, we literally have a moss farm that makes more moss than we could ever actually have a use for. Okay, now time to go see how that looks from down here. I might need to overhang some of the moss just to make sure it actually looks good too. Okay, so that is what it looks like so far. We just got to add like a hill or a little mountain up there, and then I'm thinking some trees up there too to kind of hide the bridge and the cliff. And honestly, that's my answer to everything. if something looks ugly, I cover it up in trees. For example, when I built that house, it has that really ugly under porch area. We just covered it up in 2 cherry trees, and now it looks pretty dang good. It's probably going to be the same situation up here, but let's go build ourselves a little bit of a hill. Okay, so like in 1 block-ish from the outside layer, we're going to start going up for a little bit of a hill like this. And I want the hill to be round too, so something like that. Let's go ahead and fill this whole space in. And the reason I want this hill is so it kind of, when you're down there, I wanted to cover up the bridge a little bit because it looks so weird otherwise. But yeah, I'm going to finish building this up and building a little hill here. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so I decided the more I look at this, the less and less I like it. Like, I like the color palette, don't get me wrong. I'm completely okay with the color palette. The thing I don't like is, okay, like, let me just show you guys this real quick. If you come, like, just step back a little bit, I mean, from here, it doesn't look bad, but it like builds up this mountain here. And then it's so weird because it builds up this mountain and then it just goes flat before it has this weird overhang looking thingy-o deal. And me and Knight were talking, we don't like it. So we're trying to redo the terraforming and Knight is working on that right now. I'm going to grab some stone so I can help him out a little bit here. And I guess, oh, I already have a bunch of stone. Let's just move that down there. And yeah, dude, terraforming is not my thing. I've never been good at it. I never will be good at it. So yeah, we're just gonna try our best to bring this down. We still want it to be like a steeper style of build, but I want it to make more sense because it's like jutting out of this hill already. So in my opinion, it makes no sense that it would be like this weird like flat level and then like this overhanging thing. So right now the current goal is to just kind of work on connecting this fully into the actual hill. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting very close to giving up on this build and seeing if Gengi will help me out with this because I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what I'm doing. I suck at terraforming. I regret starting this bridge project to begin with. Like, I'm happy with the bridge, but this whole thing over here is just an absolute nightmare. Yeah, I'm gonna work on bringing down some of the terraforming here and I will be back in just a bit once I get kind of a shape going for this new design. Okay, a little bit of a progress update. Me and Knight were working on shaping this out, but I feel like it's just looking stupider and stupider the more we do to this. So we've decided instead of completely redoing the shape, again, we're going to completely break the entire thing, which is why Knight is building a beacon over here to get haste 2. And we're going to destroy the entire thing and start from scratch because this is an absolute nightmare. So I'm going to get started. Luckily, the moss is pretty easy to get rid of. I have an efficiency 5 diamond hoe. I'm just going to absolutely destroy it in a matter of no time here. But yeah, we're going to work on destroying this entire cliff and then decide what we're going to do from there. So yeah, I'm going to work on breaking this. I will be back in just a moment. Okay, so me and Knight have destroyed the entire mountain we're doing, and I don't know what I want to do on this side, because this side of the bridge looks really weird. The other side looks great. Like, that over there looks amazing, but this side over here just looks really strange. I'm probably going to have to do, like, a tower or something over here. I'm just not sure what that is going to be yet, but for now, what I'm going to do is I want to add in some stairs as a little way to add a little bit of detailing into the bridge here as well. This was an idea Gengi, or I don't know if it was Gengi or Knight, but somebody I was just in call with about 2 seconds ago suggested I do, and I really do like it because I think it's gonna look really nice here. So just adding in a couple of these stairs just to give a little bit more depth into the bridge itself, I think is a really, really good idea. And we'll pop one in right there, and we could probably do another one right there. I think that is decent. Maybe we could do a couple more throughout like that. And just any of these random empty areas where it feels like very plain, just add them. It gives a little bit more depth. I think that's good for now. Okay, so I really cannot decide what I want to do for this half of the bridge. I have no idea. So I just need to take a break from the bridge and start a new project. And the project I want to do is, okay, so like I said, down there is like my medieval village. I guess I don't know that a lot of those builds are medieval, but like that's like my medieval village. My thoughts is once we get up here and start building this cherry biome, it's going to be like Japanese style builds. And then over here, once you like climb up the mountain and anywhere up here, it's going to be fantasy style builds. Hence why we got the amethyst tree right there. But basically my goal is going to be to build a medieval fantasy style tower right up here on this hill. I think it'll be great to accent kind of my bridge right here. It's probably going to go right here. So let's just get started with that project. First things first, I really should clean up these shulker boxes, but I'm also extremely lazy and don't want to do that. So for now, I guess, are all these full? Okay, it looks like all these are full besides you. I'll just take this one. Now, there's a couple things I'm going to need. For this fantasy style build, I'm thinking we're going to go with like a purplish kind of top to the build. So I don't know, maybe we'll use amethyst for the roof of the build. I'm not sure. We'll figure that out as we go. First things first though, let's head into the stone area because I'm thinking like white, like something like this for the main base of the build. And I think the perfect block to get started with is going to be diorite. So let's grab all my diorite blocks and maybe some calcite to mix into the mix as well. Okay, let's get my shulker down and let's dump all my white base blocks right in there. And now we're going to need some wood. So I'm thinking dark oak will look really good with the white. It'll accent, but also maybe some spruce highlights too. We'll see. I'm going to go look at what we have. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to grab any wood-based items I might use. I always use composters, any dark oak, like I said. So all the dark oak materials we have. Barrels are always a good one. Scaffolding, let's grab that. And then any spruce stuff as well. Okay, that should be good. Let's store as much of this in here as we can. And another good thing to get, oak leaves. I absolutely love using oak leaves. Some purple glass, probably. I think purple will be good for this build. And maybe we want some candles. I'm going to think about that. Okay, end rods could be good. Some amethyst clusters, more purple glass. Okay, I think that's probably good decoration wise. Now we just need to go to the wood storage and get some very basic wood storage necessities. And for those of you that don't know, I store all my wood in this nice little medieval house we built like on episode 2 a long time ago. So we have a bunch of spruce wood right here and a decent bit of dark oak right there. Okay, perfect. Now let's head back up there, and that is such a long walk to get up there, but let's head up there and let's get a workstation set up. Okay, so a little workstation. I'm just going to clear up a little bit of the grass in the area. Let's get the shulker box down. And I also could use, okay, first of all, crafting table. Let's get a crafting bench down. And let's get a chest going so I can just go ahead and store most of the stuff in my inventory here. Okay, there we go. All the stuff is stored, and then I'm probably gonna leave this stuff here, I think. Maybe we'll take lanterns. I don't think any of this other stuff is gonna be too useful for the build I have in mind, though. Although, I will take the stone cutter. Definitely gonna take that. Maybe the bed is close enough. So, let's get the stone cutter down right there. And I forgot one thing that I need to grab. So, back to the stone storage we go. Okay, so the other thing I want is some mud bricks, because these actually go super, super well with spruce wood. So, if I end up using spruce wood, I think it's going to be a good idea to just grab those and make sure I have them. Okay, you guys are going to have to bear with me. I'm really trying to step out of my comfort zone because I literally never build out of, well, first of all, I never build fantasy builds. And second of all, I forgot what else I was going to say. Oh, I don't really build towers either. So kind of like the bridge I just built, this is going to be a similar situation. And honestly, I feel like we need some dirt so we can do a little bit more terraforming. Let me put the flower over here by my workstation. And let's see if we have any. Okay, here we go. Grass blocks. We'll take those. And we're just going to have to do a little bit of terraforming here. I want a decent platform to be able to work on. So let's just get to work on building this up. A little something like this. And the tower will probably go right here on the edge. I think this is going to be a perfect area for the tower. So we should probably get started. I want to leave one block here. So this is going to be where the tower starts. And let's just get kind of a baseline idea. So if this is the middle block, 1, and then we're going to go 2, 3, and 2, 3. Is this good enough? Okay, so I just want to be able to visualize this. So let's imagine we're going to have a spruce door there. And then, yeah, okay, I think this is going to be the size I want. So let's go, and we're going to go kitty corner and kitty corner. And okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Kitty corner, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to have to do a little bit of landscaping here. But 4 and 5, and boom. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do a little bit more terraforming on this side. There we go. And final corner. Okay, now I should be good to break that. And I'm gonna have to mix in a little bit of these colors. So let's just start chopping out some of these. I honestly should have mixed these up to begin with, but it's fine. Okay, so calcite, a little bit of polish, and regular diorite, I think is gonna be the main block palette. And okay, so let's just get started here. I think to begin with, I have an idea for a door. So we're gonna go, nope, I did that wrong, but barrel and barrel. Actually, no, I want a wider door. So we're going barrel, barrel. Perfect. And let's make a couple of these mud walls because these kind of look like spruce. So we can go boom and boom and boom and Boom. And it kind of matches the barrel a little bit. I like that. And let's chop this out. This is going to be room for a door. Gonna have to do a little bit more landscaping here as well. So let's just clean out some of these dirt blocks. It's just a little awkward working here, but a little something like that. Just some more room to work with. I really, really appreciate that. And yeah, I think we're going to stick with the spruce wood here for the main majority of this build. So let's craft up some spruce. And I think we can honestly maybe go with a full... Okay, I need my scaffolding already. So let's get some scaffolding going. Perfect. And we're going to do... I think I want to do like a little archway is kind of my idea. But first, let's go ahead and let's get the door set up there. And then I saw a little building technique I really like. So I don't know exactly how you do this, but I'm just going to try. Oh, yep. Okay, I think I got it. So you can do this to kind of give a frame for your door. And I think I like that. Although I think I would like it more if I do it the other way. So let's go boom. And then what if I put the door like... Wait, is that right? I don't know if that's right. I feel like, yeah, that is right. Okay. So we're going to need some more trap doors. Let's grab some of those. And let's just go ahead. Oh, and we already did that wrong. So we need this. Wait, how do you do this? Is it this way? Nope. Okay, I'm still doing this wrong. What about this way? There we go. We got it. Okay, I'm gonna need to sleep real quick because it's getting dark out and I don't like building in the dark. Okay, so I think we're probably just gonna go up another one and over and over. Close all those. And then it's like you have a giant door, although it does only open up in the middle, but I actually like that. And I want to get the wall going, at least for the front, just so I have a basic idea here. So let's go up both sides and bring some calcite across, just like that. Perfect. And let's go ahead and craft ourselves some diorite stairs. Okay, now if we go, I think we'll probably do something like that. And let's craft up a diorite slab. I guess we're gonna craft 6. I should have used the smelty thingy, but let's go ahead and let's do that. Ooh, okay, I don't mind this so far. I think we could go ahead and bring all the walls up to be about this level here. Probably gonna leave room in the middle of all the other sides for a window. And I think because it's gonna fit super well, we're gonna leave the window as purple stained glass because I think it'll look really good together. I should probably work on a little archway though using those. So let's go ahead and figure that out. I'm gonna craft a bunch of spruce because I feel like I'm gonna need it for this build. And let's craft some stairs and some slabs right away too. Okay, actually, this is not what I want at all. So let's break this. And I think we're just gonna go, I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do this, but maybe something like that feels really wrong. So what if we take out the stairs and we make it just, ooh, maybe something like that. I'm gonna leave that for now. And I want this to be in another level. So let's chop out this wall. I think we're gonna go stair there, and let's hang a lantern right there. Okay, now if I do this door, is it gonna work how I want it to? Because I want the door to be in one level from the rest of the build because it'll have more depth. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now if we add the spruce, okay, I should probably put a floor in. So I think for a floor, let's just go with some dark oak, and I already have 7 slabs. Let's do the dark oak floor, and then if I put that there, perfect. And all I gotta do now, okay, this is what I wanted. There we go. We got the full door. Let me take a look at that real quick. Definitely like that. Okay, now for contrast, I have an idea. I know somewhere here I've got a bunch of deep slate. Let's take some deep slate and let's take maybe some smooth basalt too. And because it's white, I think the dark is gonna go super well. So let's clear out a little area for a pathway here. Maybe something like that. And let's just get a mix of these blocks going like that. There we go. I think I like that. And yeah, my inventory's full. I'm gonna need another chest. Let's just grab that. And let's get this guy bigger so I actually have some room to store some stuff. And like I said, I think for the whole style I'm going with, the fantasy style, I think purple windows are going to be absolutely perfect. So let's get some of these and we'll throw them on all sides of the build. I also think it fits the white super well. I really like that. And let's grab some grass blocks, and we just got to go ahead and terraform this so it doesn't look quite as strange. I want it to be that the glass windows are one level above everything else. So we're going to terraform all the way around. Okay, perfect. I think we're good there. I believe we have cobble deep slate right down here. And yeah, okay, cobble deep slate, perfect. And let's craft a couple of deep slate tile walls. I think for for contrast, we could throw these guys in the corner, a little something like this. And last one's right there. Perfect. And let's finish going up and finishing off the first floor here. And there we go. Okay, so that should be, I'm thinking maybe the design for the first floor, I think. I don't hate it. But now I have an idea. So I want to mix. So we're using spruce up here in the front. I want to use some dark oak as well. So let's grab some of these. And I think we should craft some more as well. First of all, let's craft up some sticks. And let's craft up, I want fence gates. So think for fence gates, got to be like that. And I want to do tiny little frames for the windows. So if we do something like boom, okay, nope, not like that, but like that. And then if we go down, okay, I think I like that. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that on all the sides. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so I believe it was like boom. Wait, how did I do this? And yeah, we're using the open fence gate like that, and then boom and boom. Yep, and we're gonna go do that on this side as well. So boom, boom, boom. Open up the fence gate. There we go. Now let's go to the top. Let's add another level because we're still not quite equal here. So we're going to go up one more level. Okay, there we go. And I think that's going to be good for the bottom floor, right? Maybe, actually, yeah. We're going to go ahead and go up with all these windows one more block. So let's chop that out. Throw in, let's go 3 tall with the windows. And we'll go ahead and do this on all sides. Okay, so now if I do the window, how am I going to do these frames? I don't know how to do these frames exactly. Honestly, we could maybe do some upside down stairs like that. And I still want to use these fence gates. So we open that up like that. Okay, do I have any dark trap doors? Does not look like it. Let me craft some up real quick. And maybe if I go ahead and do this on top, maybe, is that better? I don't really know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe we'll leave it for now. We'll decide later if we like it or not. Okay, I really don't like how this looks, so I'm gonna just try playing around and experimenting with a couple different things. So maybe I can try doing a little shutter going outwards like this, and let's throw maybe a slab right there, dark trap door there, and I still want to use the fence gates for something, so maybe we can do a little something like that. Okay, I actually don't mind that, but there's one more small detail. Let's climb up here. Oh my god, dude, this is taking so much though. Let's throw a trapdoor there, a trapdoor there, and let's go see how that looks. Oh, okay, I actually messed with that. I think I'm gonna copy that on all the other sides now because I think that actually looks pretty dang good. So obviously we're going to need a lot more of these trapdoors, and I need the rest of my wood materials. Okay, so I believe it was upside down stair, a little bit of a trapdoor there, and a trapdoor there with a slab there, and trapdoor there. And then fence gate, and open them both up. And then just one more on the backside right over here. Boom, and boom. Oh, and we missed it. Okay, of course, I accidentally got my axe out of my hotbar too. But this is kind of challenging. There we go. And there, and fence gate, and second fence gate. Okay, I feel like, let me take a look, but I feel like this is good for like a bottom level. Honestly, I really don't mind it. I like that the shutters are different than that. I feel like there's enough detail here that I can work with. And with the bottom level complete, I gotta go up and start going because I want this to be a really tall tower. So let's grab some blocks and let's start going up. I think we're probably gonna do another like 3 levels here, and I'm just gonna kind of randomize the blocks we're using a little bit. So same exact thing that I've been doing this entire time. I'm just randomly going through, placing the blocks. I really love this dark look. Honestly, definitely mess with it a lot, but I do gotta make sure we don't run out of calcite because like I said, this is gonna be a very, wrong thing, a very tall build, and I don't want to run out of materials midway through. Okay, so that's probably gonna be tall enough for now. And honestly, I feel like we're not quite tall enough, so we're gonna go up one more block level here. Honestly, okay, why do I keep doing that? I'm honestly getting really excited for this build though. I think if I perform and if I can get it up, I think this is gonna be a really cool looking build, especially when I'm competing with Ivy Hunting's tower over there. Like, what is that, bro? Anyways though, I think this should be high enough for a second floor, and for this one I think I want to use some spruce. So let me see if I can find some of that. And we're going to have to scaffold our way back up. And I think we're going to throw windows. So let's go 3 spruce there because I want a spruce outline for the window. Something probably a little like that will do. And we're going to bring the corners up with the block palette that we've been using. I also could have done a gradient here going dark to light like I did on the cliff I did over there. But you know, that cliff is gone, and I don't know. I kind of like just randomizing the blocks like I'm doing. And let's just go ahead and throw some windows in. I think we're just going to do little 2x3 windows like that. But of course, we are going to need some more stained glass. So back to the bottom we go. And let's craft up a little bit of stained glass. Now I can finish placing my second floor windows in here. I really think that this purple looks really good with the spruce and the white. So let's do all of them real quick. And there we go. That should do. Now we just got to fill in the in-between parts again. Once again, exact same block palette. And I think above the window, I'll probably do the spruce yet again. And there we go. Let me go ahead and grab some spruce and let's line all the tops of the windows now. This is the scary part about freehanding. Like I can like have an idea and try to build it, but there's a good chance that it just won't look good. And it's one of those things you just gotta hope that's not the case. You gotta hope that you actually put in the work and can get a really good, nice looking build. Okay, with that done, I want to drop down. Let's place that there. And I want to kind of just make little weird looking window frame thingies. So something like that. And then I think I want to make a little vine that like wraps all the way around the building maybe. So let's go drop down and we'll go back up and back down. And I think we're probably going to use this all the way around here. So let's go up and we're going to go upside down. Boom. And boom, I'm going to go ahead and do this exact same pattern all the way around. I will be right back. Okay, I've got a little bit of an outline kind of going all the way around. Now I want to add some window frames to the top of this thing. And I honestly think, once again, I am just going to be using probably the exact same idea here. So like that, and I'm going to need to scaffold up higher. Of course, dude, this is such a pain, but let's go up decently high. And I'm going to have to somehow get a little archway over these windows. So my idea, we're going to put a stairway like that, and maybe a stairway like that, and probably upside down, and we could probably just go across like that. Is that look decent? No, that looks absolutely terrible. So instead, let's just do, nope, that doesn't work either. Okay, what if I put something there, and then there we go. Okay, now maybe that might look okay. Yeah, no, I don't think that does look okay. I think I'm gonna try something a little different. Let's go up with a slab like that, and up with a slab like that, and let's go over and up again. Of course, there, can't put one there. That is fantastic. Okay, you know what? I don't know how to do this. I'm going to play around with a couple designs. I'll be back if I figure something out. Okay, I got a little bit of a design I like. So we're using a stair on the outside, and then we're using double traps doors to kind of act like a half slab, and it gives this nice little arch effect that I think I like. So now let's just go ahead and add a lantern there and a lantern right there, and let's repeat this on all 3 of the other sides. I'll be back once I get that done. Okay, I've got outlined window frames on all 4 sides, so now it's just a matter of me filling it back in another layer. We still got a lot of work to go yet on this tower, so just constantly making sure we're moving upwards. Okay, do I want to do another one right away? I think so. Let's just go ahead and build up another layer right away. The one thing bad about this is I feel like my patterns of where I'm using blocks is so, like, I feel like there's way too many areas that there's so many of one block in one area. But okay, now I think I'm going to do a level with spruce. But first, I got a lot of space in my inventory. I need to clear out some dark oak stuff first. And let's just go ahead and craft a bunch of spruce stairs and then also some spruce slabs right away. And let's quickly take a nap. So it is dark, or no, light outside again. That's what I meant to say. Okay, so I don't love it yet. I think once I add some leaves around, like I'm going to have some leaves just vining all the way around this tower thing. I think that'll help it out a lot. But right now, I don't exactly love it, but I also don't hate it. But let's go ahead and go get started on the next level. So I have this idea, and I think what I gotta do, okay, yeah, this is gonna be a pain, but let's do spruce, spruce, spruce. Let's open all of those guys so they look like little support beams, and we're honestly gonna have to just go up another level here, so let's go ahead and do that right away. Okay, there we go. Now I want to take these and these, so spruce slabs and spruce stairs, and I want to get a border going all the way around this. So let's get started. We're gonna go that that. So it's going to be this pattern all the way around. Yeah, okay, I don't mind how that looks. And for the corners, we are going to go off of the inner block. So I'll do all the corners first. So basically facing away from this inner block. I think it's going to look the best if we do it like that. And then I believe, yeah, I have the middle stair as the base. So the middle stair and then slab, slab, and then the stairs going out from those as well. So middle stair, slab, slab, and stair and stair. Okay, there we go. And we should be good to build up from this level now. And I think I'm going to want a floor here. So let's go ahead and just fill in with spruce slabs for a floor. I should have more than enough. I crafted a bunch right before I came up here. So we should be good. And okay, there we go. That looks good. And now I have an idea. I need some diorite walls though. Also, dude, I need to craft more scaffolding. I'm like out. I have 4 more, so I guess I can add those, but it is definitely not going to get to the tippy top of the tower. But let's go ahead and craft. Oh, apparently there's no polished diorite walls, so I guess just regular diorite walls. I'm going to need some more of those, so let's go ahead and craft those. But before I keep working on this, I'm actually going to go take a brief break real quick and go check on something else in the world. So let's go head down over there so I can check on the thing I want to check on. You guys know I'm trying to get maximum amount of lava, so anytime I get the chance, we come down here and farm up the lava farm. Just like that. Okay, we've only got like 2 or 3 more harvests and we should be maxed out on lava. So we've got all this lava right there. And then right over here, we have a double chest full of lava in the auto smelter as well. So perfect. Also some copper. We might as well take that and haul that over to the storage system right now. And one thing I would really like to eventually build in this forever world is something I've never taken time to build in Minecraft in my life is I love having organized items. I want to make an automatic item sorter. I'm definitely gonna have to watch a YouTube tutorial though, because let's be honest, I am probably the worst redstoner on planet Earth. But yeah, I don't know. It's always something that's been super interesting to me, but they seem so hard to build. So if you guys have any experience at all with those, let me know if they're challenging down below in the comment section. But let's go ahead and craft all of our copper into copper blocks. There's 26 more blocks of copper and we can go ahead and store it right there. And the extra copper ingots right there as well. Honestly, I would eventually like to go copper, like specifically copper mining, and try to just get a double chest full of blocks of copper. I feel like it's such a versatile block. Like the orange is obviously great in and of itself. You can make some really cool roof designs with it. But then also not only the orange, there's also 4 stages you can use for different things. For example, Gingy used, I don't know what stage it is. I think it's stage 3 for this crane here he built for me, which I think looks absolutely awesome. But while I'm out taking a break from building the tower, okay, I think that is going to look awesome when it's complete, especially over the amethyst tree. I'm not the biggest fan of the amethyst tree, but I feel like it's something I built. I don't want to break it even though it looks bad, because I'm a firm believer that if you have bad builds in Minecraft, that's just a part of the experience. Just let them be, and then as you play the game more and you experience, like, since it's a forever world, since we're going forever, I'll be able to look back and be like, wow, I was absolutely awful. Why did I build that amethyst tree? It looks horrible. And hopefully you have some better builds in the future. But since I'm in the area, we might as well go ahead and harvest the wheat farm up real quick. So once again, I'll be back once I get this harvested. I believe this is harvest number 3 of the video. And just like that, we've got another 47 hay bales we can add to the collection. We're 1 stack away, and then we've only got 9 more stacks to go of hay, and we got that entire thing filled out. But yeah, I can definitely see the vision once that tower is complete. I think that's going to be very aesthetic and very cool looking. Okay, back to working on tower construction. I want the tower to go in a little bit and be a little bit smaller once you get to this level here. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to take these diorite walls and bring the tower in a little bit. And we're just going to go up 2 levels on each of these. Of course, we misplaced, because why wouldn't we? But unfortunately, there's no polished diorite walls. I feel like that would look so much better. Mojang, if you're ever watching this video, please add polished diorite walls and half slabs. Why have we not gotten vertical half slabs, please? I gotta say, that would be the most useful block in all of Minecraft. A vertical half slab, it would actually be perfect. But I'm thinking something kind of like that. Actually, I changed my mind. That is not what I want at all. We're going to go ahead and break all of these that I just placed. And it's going to take forever because we don't have haste, unfortunately. I got to say, though, another great thing that is going to come from, you know, just having this tower here. Eventually, I'm probably going to add a ladder to get all the way to the top. And that means we have a great area to elytra from. Less using rockets means less rockets wasted, I guess. I think you could say. But let's go. Okay, so actually, I think it's got to be like this, right? So 2, and then we're going to go 2, and we're we're going to go 2, and we're going to go 2. Because the previous wall would have been here. So going in 1, I believe this is correct. And we got to bring all these guys up again. Just like that. And we're going to need more full blocks. So let's head back down and let's go get our white full blocks from the shulker. Okay, so calcite, polished diorite, and regular diorite. I'm honestly just going to, yeah, we're just going to take it all, I guess. And let's take the stone cutter up with me right away. And I'm thinking on top of all of these, we're just going to go ahead and throw some blocks like so. And we'll have to do it on all these corner pillars, something like this. And then maybe we'll just go ahead and throw in some slabs like that all the way around here. I don't think I'm going to have enough slabs though, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, we're one slab short. You got to be kidding me. So let's place that one, get the stone cutter down, and we'll make one more slab. I guess 2 more slabs. And now to get the full arch effect I want, I'm actually going to have to go get a different material. I've got an idea for this. Actually, I have 2 ideas for this. I don't know which one I'm going to use yet. I'm going to go grab one and see what I think of that. Okay, I've got my missing material here. The idea is pale oak trapdoors. I think that looks pretty good. It matches very well. My other idea was iron, but this is a lot cheaper, so I think we're going to stick with the pale oak. And then I should be good to just go ahead and bring all of this up another layer, just like that. Okay. And I want to add a little bit of an outer platform here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. Oh, no, we did it wrong already. So I want these to go on these stairs so they look a little better supported. And we'll go do them on all sides. And we'll probably do them on the corners as well. And now to make a full railway, I have a different idea, but I once again don't have the materials. So, okay, of course, you know what? We're gonna have to go for the water bucket clutch, and I'm actually so good at the game. It's insane. Okay, I've got white carpets to kind of fit with the whole white aesthetic. Can I seriously? Okay, of course you can't make carpet float. I guess that means we're gonna have to go see if I have any strings, so let's go head down to the starter house. On the bright side, this makes it a lot easier for me to jump off the tower. Okay, so unfortunately, we only have 8 string. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but we're going to go figure that out right now. Also, dude, I really have got to get a proper road built up to this side of the bridge because right now I don't have an easy way to get up there and it's kind of annoying. But I'll see you guys back once I get to the tower and we'll see if this is enough wool. I don't know if it is. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to put a string and then a carpet on top of it. And if my math works out, I think I literally have a perfect amount of string. I'm not gonna lie though, I really got to get looting 3 on my sword so I can go grind some string and some wither skeleton skulls. The reason I want wither skeleton skulls, pretty obvious. I want to be able to get more beacons because right now I strictly use night's beacons and I kind of feel a little bad. Of course, I have enough one item. I don't have enough carpet. So I'm tired of running up and down this hill. I'm just going to throw the elytra on to get back down. Okay, I've got a good bit of wool here. I think this should be more than enough. Let's go ahead and just fly right back up to my tower up here. And I can go ahead and finish adding in my little carpet railing all the way around the top. And just like that. Okay, I feel like that's pretty decent. Now, honestly, I don't know if I love this. I might have to break it and do some reworking a little bit later. But for now, I'm going to leave it. Okay, I got this kind of base layout. So next I'm going to need some more spruce. So let's go ahead back down to the bottom here. And what do we have for spruce wood in here? I actually have a little... Okay, we have some spruce here. And here's the slabs. Okay, perfect. And let's go back up to the top of the tower and get to work on the next level here. I'm going to use spruce to kind of make a little outline trim here like I did right there, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing up here. So let's go spruce stairs and spruce slabs. I believe the middle one I'm gonna do stair and slab, and then let's do stairs on the outside here as well. And we'll go ahead and we'll copy that exact same build pattern on both sides. I guess all 4 sides, I should say. So boom, boom. I'll be right back once I get this done. And then I gotta decide something for the corner. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that yet. Okay, so honestly, for the corner, I might just go ahead and throw a slab down like that. I feel like that doesn't look bad. I think we can make do with that. So let's add one of them in all the other corners right away. And there we go. That section of the tower is built, I guess you could say. Okay, now I want to bring this one up a little bit more here, but I also want to leave room for windows. So let's do something like that. And then we're going to go canny corner so it's like a little bit not as like steep. Does that make any sense? I feel like that made no sense, but you know what? I feel like that is okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave little frames for some windows here, like I said. And once again, we are using the same block palette where we're just alternating between diorite, polished diorite, and calcite. It's a nice little white mix we really are enjoying using here. And I'll be right back once I get the rest of this level built out. The roof is one thing I'm kind of dreading. I feel like I'm gonna struggle with the roof a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. And there we go. We completed that. Now, of course, I don't have any glass panes on me. Oh, I forgot one area. Let me just fill this in real quick. Just like that. And let's go get some glass panes, I guess, for the bottom level. And dude, I really need to get more scaffolding. This is really unfortunate. And we got 63 purple stained glass right here, which is absolutely perfect. Okay, can I climb the scaffolding for the love of myself right now, brother? And okay, I think I should be good to parkour up just like that. And I think these windows we're just going to stick with the 2 tall purple stained glass all the way around just like that. Okay, I kind of cleared up my inventory a little bit. I got some dark oak. Now I'm going to do little window frames for all of the windows now too. But I don't know. I kind of feel like this tower is looking stupid when we get to the top. But I guess we're just going to have to wait and see what we think when everything is done. So let's go ahead and get started. I think I did something like that. And we use the fence gates open up like that. And I believe we did a little trapdoor on top of both the stairs. And I think like that. I'm pretty sure that's how we do the window outline. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that onto every side of the build, although this has to come one lower like that. But yeah, I will be back once I get this done on all sides of the build here. Okay, I've got these little dark oak window frames around all the windows, so now I kind of want to go a little bit, like step back from the tower, take a look at it, and see what we're thinking of the overall design as a whole. So first, I think I'm going to head up there and see what the tower looks like from on this little hill vantage point, I guess you could say. Okay, you know what? I actually definitely don't hate it. I feel like that part just looks a little thin, a little bit pencil-y, if you will. I don't know though. But I think I'm gonna add the final layer, and then we're gonna work on the roof section of the tower. So any of my wood I think I'm basically done with. And we need all of our white blocks yet again. Let's grab all those and let's head all the way back up to the top. I'm not gonna lie, this is definitely far from my favorite build, but I also, just because like it's my first time ever building a fantasy style build, I don't hate it at all. But I'm thinking we'll probably just go up another, let's see, 2. Yeah, we'll probably just go up another 2 blocks. So let's do that all the way around. And I'll be back once we get up these last 2 layers. And then I gotta come up with some sort of roof design, I guess. And there we go. Okay, I think that is gonna be a good enough height. Now time to figure out a roof layout. And for the roof, I have an idea. I'm going to give it a try. I think I'm going to use dark oak for the outline. So let's go back and grab the dark oak I just put in that chest right here. And we'll probably just take some extra dark oak as well while we're here. And you know what? Let's just craft a decent bit of slabs and a decent bit of dark oak stairs as well. Okay, now back up to the top of the tower we go. Let's go get the roof started. I'm not good at pointy roofs. I built that pointy roof over there. It kind of looks like a wizard hat. I'm not going to lie. Hunting built the tower. I built the roof. So hopefully we can do better than that. And let's go ahead and get back up here. Okay, now how I'm gonna do this, I think we're gonna go slab and then the 2 outer ones we're gonna do like that, and we'll do the same thing on all edges. So let's go ahead and go around and do this all the way around. Okay, that should be good. And then these overhangs, I'm gonna just make the stairs face the actual overhang part like we usually do. Okay, last one. Let's get that on, and there we go. And now I gotta go get some blocks to actually fill in the roof, because that is gonna be my very basic outline that I'm gonna use. So time to go collect the blocks I need. Let's go. Dude, getting up and down this thing is actual cancer, but let's go all the way back down. And I'll see you guys once I get some inventory space and get some of the wood that I need. Okay, so first things first, I think I'm going to head into the nether. I want to go with like a little roof style design. I think like a roofish purplish. And I'm going to go head to the nether and get some crimson wood, because I don't think I have very much of that. Okay, so I'm going to just run till I find a crimson forest. I'll be back once I find... Oh, I actually think there's one up there. I'll be back once I get over there. Okay, I made it over here to the Crimson Forest. There's some crimson trees here, and I got my auto tree chop mod turned on, which basically means, if you guys haven't seen, I can break one block and the entire tree breaks automatically. This is one mod that we do play with here on the Forever World, and I absolutely love it. I honestly don't know that I could play this world without it. It is so helpful in so many scenarios, because if we're being completely real, completely honest, who likes spending 17 hours farming trees? Not me. And especially when you get like big wood, like giant jungle trees or spruce trees, it is really annoying to harvest them. And that's why we're running this mod. It's kind of just a little quality of life thing. The only thing is, if you don't remember to turn it off, you can accidentally destroy your entire house. So I gotta remember to turn it off. But yeah, I'm gonna go around, harvest up a little bit of this wood. Actually, this is a tiny Crimson Forest. It's already over. Wait, so the Crimson Forest literally, here, I'll show you guys. I'm literally almost done harvesting the entire thing, but it starts like right here. Let me get these last couple of trees harvested up, and it literally just runs. Oh, there's one. A single block of wood. Okay, we'll take it, I guess. But yeah, it's from there, and then it literally ends right. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Oh, okay. So it goes up there. It's just weird terrain generation. Okay, that is interesting. So I guess we can follow it up here. I'm going to miss out so many blocks right there, but that is okay. And let's grab some netherrack real quick, just so I can build my way and actually get up to where, oh, it's down there too. Okay, so this isn't that small. It's just really weird terrain generation. So I got to figure out how to get up and maybe how to get down, and we can farm up some more crimson wood. Yeah, there is a bunch more crimson wood up here. So, oh, hello, Mr. Piglin Brute. You don't touch me, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and farm up a little bit of this wood, and I'll be back when I have enough. Probably gonna be farming for a little while, because I don't want to have to come back and farm more crimson wood in the future. I just want to make sure I have enough to last me a good while, so I'll be back after a good little bit of time of farming. Okay, I've got a good bit of these stems farmed up. So we have 4 full stacks and then basically half a stack. I also farmed up some of the weeping vines, a little bit of the mushrooms, and some of the roots. I feel like they'll just be some good decoration blocks, but now it's time for me to head back to the overworld and go farm up some other materials. Luckily for me, right there's the Crimson Forest over that hill, and right here's my nether portal that gets me back into the overworld. So let's go ahead, let's take this. I'll be back once I'm back in the overworld. Okay, now that I'm back in the overworld, I think a block that could pair very well with this would be like a purple terracotta. So I gotta go get some terracotta. I think I have a good bit farmed up in my storage over here, but I need to go grab some of that and then see if I can get some purple dye as well and start making up some purple terracotta. So here's my terracotta chest. We have white. Okay, I think you need the regular terracotta. So I'm gonna grab a couple stacks of that, and I gotta figure out how you make purple dye. I might have some made up already. I'm gonna go look right over across the river down by that little riverside house is where I keep all my dye stored. So yeah, in one of these, oh yeah, I have a load of purple dye. That is good. Let's go ahead and craft up some purple. Ooh, do I want purple or do I want more of a magenta? That doesn't look exactly like what I was thinking. What if I try one of the magenta? Wait. Purple. Okay, I need more magenta dye. How do I get more magenta dye? I'm gonna have to go Google it. That doesn't seem right. I'm gonna go figure out how to get magenta dye. I'm gonna get some magenta dye and see how that terracotta actually looks. Okay, so apparently making magenta is as simple as crossing some of these purples with some of these pinks, and that gets us some magenta dye. Now, if I put these and these, wait, pink? No, I don't want pink. Purple and magenta. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna want purple. So let's go with purple when it ever pops up, and let's craft a good bit of purple. I probably crafted way too much, but you know what, that's fine. Wait, can you turn these into dye? No, you cannot. I figured you maybe could because they're red. Not that I need red dye. I have an iron golem farm that makes me a boatload, but you know, I wanted to give it a look. Speaking of iron farm, I'm gonna go take a look at the iron farm, see how much iron we've produced. So let's go head up there right now. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even sure if this iron golem farm is still working. I haven't seen an iron golem yet, but basically water pushes them. Oh, it is working. There's an iron golem. He dies to those soul campfires, and we have a little storage system right down here which has a lot of blocks of iron. But how much iron do we have here? Ooh, a decent amount. All right, you know what, I can start taking this and start crafting it into even more iron blocks, which is perfect. This is going to be a long process since I have literally no inventory space, but I'm going to work on this, gonna get some more iron blocks going just to make sure our storage doesn't overflow. And one great part about the location of this iron farm is it's right on the mountain above like Knight's house, and so anytime Knight's online and Knight's online in his area building stuff, it AFKs the iron farm. So we don't actually have to AFK it overnight, which is super helpful. But yeah, we've got almost half a double chest of iron blocks here. And then I have like another half a double chest over in my house of iron blocks as well. But we got our purple terracotta and we've got our crimson stems. These blocks look very similar, which is why I think that together they'll make a very nice roof design. I'm not gonna lie though, I've never done like a proper, like that's the only pointy roof I've done, and you guys have seen it. It's not the greatest. So hopefully I'm able to cook something up a little bit better over here. Let's go see what we can do. Okay, so before I get started on the roof here, Knight actually gave me an idea. He said he didn't like the white carpet and he thinks that the pale oak trapdoors will just work a lot better. So I'm gonna start by removing all the carpet, which honestly is gonna take a little bit of time because I have so much up here. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough trapdoors. And we're gonna replace the carpet with our trapdoors. Actually, I don't think I need the strings. I mean, I can get all my string back if I don't need them, which is super helpful because string is useful for so many situations. Let's farm all those. And I should be good to just go around with the trapdoors on every side. So it's going to take at least 4 on every side. And then depending if I do the corners, which I might leave the corners because I kind of want an area easy to get off. And I just think that would be a good idea. So let's get the last one in. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave the corners. I feel like I like that a lot more. It feels more like a rail, I guess you could say. And of course the sun is setting, so I'm going to have to go sleep. I'll be back once it's daytime again. Okay, now that it's daytime, I'm going to attempt to go to the top and see if I can make a pointy roof that actually looks like a fantasy style roof build. I've never built in fantasy and I'm not very good at pointy roofs, so let's just see how this goes. I really need to just craft some more scaffolding, but let's break all this and let's go ahead and build all the way up. There we go. And now I'm just gonna have to get started. I don't know what I'm doing, so bear with me here. We're gonna use a mix of the purple terracotta and the crimson planks for this though. Okay, so Knight very kindly crafted me a bunch more scaffolding, so I'm gonna get that to go all the way up to the roof level. That should be good. I'm going to go to the top. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to show you guys. We're basically using spruce for the trim and then a dark oak for the outline. So I feel like it'd look better if I just completely remove the dark oak and replace it with some spruce wood. So that is what I'm going to go do. Do I have any spruce? I do have some. So let's grab all my spruce materials and let's make our way to the top of the build. It is a long ways up when you take scaffolding. Very slow, but very effective nonetheless. Probably the best way to build in Minecraft. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, since the windows have the dark oak outline, I want to make the actual like holding points to be spruce, and that means we need to chop out all of the existing dark oak that we put in and we're going to replace it with stairs. So what I think I'm going to do actually is we're going to go 3 stairs like that, and then for the middle, to make the middle stick out another block, we're going to use a trap door. So let's go ahead and do that exact same thing on side number 2 and yet again on side number 3. And yep, final side. And then for the corners, I have a little bit different of an idea because I didn't like how the slabs look. I'm going to try straight out just using actual full blocks and going all the way around like this, because this is going to be like the base or what holds the roof up. And so because of that, I feel like this is going to look a lot better. Let's do the final side over here. And of course we need a crafting table. So back to the bottom of the tower we go. There has been so much going up and down the scaffolding in this build. It is actually driving me insane. But I want some of these spruce fence kits. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 8 of these. So I guess that means we're going to have to get to crafting. And let's just go ahead and get a bunch of these fence gates crafted up, and then also probably just gonna craft up some fences right away as well. And there we go. That should be good. Now let's head back up to the top. I'm gonna use these as little support beams. You guys will see in just a second what I mean, but it's gonna be to like hold up the corner pillars to make them look a little bit better. So from right here, if I do that and I do that, it looks like it's kind of helping support that build. So I can go ahead and do this on all sides, but I am gonna have to chop this out to do it. So it's gonna be fence gate, and we're gonna open both of those up, and let's get the spruce on top. I'm gonna go ahead and do that on all sides yet again. So fence gate, open. You guys know the drill. Spruce planks. I'm gonna do the other 2 sides. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I got that done. The reason I got the spruce fences is because in case that wasn't gonna work, I was gonna use spruce fences instead. Maybe it look a little bit better, but I actually really like how this turned out. So now it's time to actually start the pointed roof, but this is probably gonna be a nightmare. Okay, so I actually want to give myself a little bit more of a platform to work with. So to do that, I'm gonna extend all these out. So we're gonna use the fence gates like that, and then probably a spruce fence like that. And and another fence gate. It's annoying because the fence gates are like a pixel taller than a block, but we're gonna have to go all the way around and do this. We're basically just using the fence gates and the fences to make a little bit further of a platform. So I'm gonna finish this off. I will be back in just a second once I get it done. Okay, I forgot to film, but I decided I also want some mangrove planks to work in this. So I'm over here at the tree farm, as you guys can tell. I've got my auto tree chop mod enabled, so let's just go ahead and break a block, and that should farm a lot of the mangroves for me, and I can get a bunch of mangrove wood. I think it's gonna fit in very well with the texture palette we're going for, so that is why, oh, of course, my inventory is full. Luckily, somebody has a chest right here. Oh, there is a lot of mangrove in here. You know what? I'm totally okay with that. I don't need the roots, so I will just... Okay, hello, Mr. Skeleton. I need you to stop hitting me. But I guess we're just gonna be waiting. Let's get my actual chest plate on because it's getting dark out, so monsters are gonna spawn. But we're trying to get as much mangrove as we can. And okay, at least we didn't chop down the entire forest. So let's collect all the mangrove wood. This should be more than enough, and then I'll just plant all the propagules back in that I have. Unfortunately, when you farm these mangrove trees, I love mangrove wood, but the trees are so annoying to farm because you end up getting more roots than you get mangrove wood, and just how to actually farm them is the most annoying thing in the world. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start replanting these, and I will be back once I finish or get back over to where we are building the actual tower. Okay, I don't quite have enough propagules, so I'm just gonna farm a couple from the trees I haven't broke so I can finish replanting everything because I am missing quite a few, so I'll just grab a couple here and there. The mangrove trees are beautiful, but I've got to say the most annoying tree to farm of all time. And like the propagule thing is cool, but also I prefer the saplings much more. Okay, this might be enough. Of course, the one I farmed isn't going to come down. Thank you. And any more easy ones to grab? Thank you. And okay, can I reach? I don't think I can reach that. What if I jump like that? Oh, I think I got it. Well, let's try that again. Okay, perfect. We get that one. And let's grab this one for the road. Of course, we're going to have one that we can't get. And let's go all the way back over here. I know there was just a couple places I was missing. I think 10 should be enough, if not very, very close. So let's go ahead and fill in, and yeah, that is more than enough. Let's plant the last one right there. Let's get the elytra on, and we can obviously go ahead and head back over to the tower. Oh, dude, I think it's gonna look so cool once I fully get that tower done and built. But wait, I think one rocket, I'm gonna be a little short. I'm gonna have to do a little walking, but one rocket is basically good enough to get here. So elytra off, and let's get the rockets taken care of. Okay, my inventory is so cluttered, I can't stand it. So let's go get some inventory space cleared up. You know, I don't think I need the spruce wood anymore. And I guess we're just gonna make some mangrove planks. That should be more than enough. Let's head back up to the top of the build. Okay, so now all the way around the outside, I think we're gonna go with the mangrove. I don't want to mix them. I just kind of want like the little different at the base. So let's go ahead and do that. Perfect. And now I think we are gonna go with a dark oak trim because the spruce is kind of like it's supporting the actual roof. And then I think we're just gonna use dark oak as a trim block. So even though I just unloaded dark oak from my inventory, time to go back down and grab it up again. Okay, I only have one slab. Oh, there's all the extra dark oak slabs. Okay, let's go back up to the top and let's get started trimming this thing. I think we're just gonna go very simple. The trim is gonna be on this level, and it's just gonna be slabs all the way around the top like this. I really hope I'm recording because like 3 times today while recording this video, I've just like looked and I've not been recording even though I've been commentating. And I'm not gonna lie, when you're filming a YouTube video that's like 3 hours long, when it's done editing, I need like 7 hours of footage for this. It can get very old having to do that. Oh, I should make sure my tree chop mod is off. Okay, my tree chop mod was not off, but we are off now. Perfect. Let's finish adding the trim all the way around, just like that. And now we're gonna have to start bringing it up like a pencil wizard looking hat, like that guy right behind me. That is, oh, perfectly on my head. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so I'm realizing if it's anything like that roof over there, I am gonna need some slabs. So I guess that means we're gonna go all the way down and grab one of the crafting tables that are sitting down here with the chests. I like that one where it is, so I'm gonna leave that one, but there is another crafting table right here. Let's grab that guy and let's make our way back to the top. But honestly, one thing I do want to do is I just want to grab the extra mangrove logs. Now, all the way back up to the top of the tower we go. I hate how long this takes. I feel like ladders are even faster than this, but that might be false. Okay, so let's get the crafting table and let's craft ourselves a decent bit of mangrove slabs and also just some of the crimson slabs as well. And I think we're just going to kind of randomize these so it's a little bit textured, like I've been saying we're doing the whole time. And obviously we're not going to be able to use the full blocks, but that's fine. Okay, now in the middle parts, we want purple terracotta, crimson planks, and mangrove planks, and we are just going to kind of randomly throw these guys around and make it look as good as we can. There we go. And we're going to have to keep going up and experimenting and seeing how this ends up looking. Okay, I think I wanted to go up just another single block here, so we're going to go do this. I actually really like this color palette. It's a little like the mangrove is a little bit like way different than the other blocks, but I think it kind of works for this style of build. Just in like the fantasy like genre, I guess. And let's go like that. And then we're probably really going to have to get steep with an incline here to actually make it look like a fantasy style build. Okay, so I think we're going to go up with some slabs just like this in these corners, kind of completely randomly yet again. And I'm just still making everything different. And let's grab all the blocks and we'll mix in some of these guys in the middle center points. Little something like that. Okay, I can see the vision. Hopefully I just am able to end up turning this out to actually look good. Okay, so like I've said, I've never really built a tower in this design and I'm absolutely hating how the roof looks so far. So we're going to chop it down. It's going to be trial and error game. So let's chop the entire thing down to the base, and I need it to be like steeper incline, but like I don't want it to look like a wizard hat like that one does. Like I'm not going to lie, that tower roof, I don't love it. It was like one of my first tower roofs that I've done, so bear with me. But I somehow have got to get a little bit of a better roof going on up here. I actually might ask Gengi if he'll get on and help me design the roof. Okay, so for this to look how I want it to look, I'm gonna have to go a lot more like incline, a lot steeper. So we're just gonna start like bringing some of this stuff up. And once again, I'm just mixing the blocks. So let's go up probably another block there. And I'm going to copy that exact layout on every side here, just randomizing the texture palette. This could be a win or this could be an absolute flop. It's just so hard for me to do this style roof because I've never done this building before. You guys could probably tell my build style based on everything I built up to this point, but this video is about challenging myself. I've never built the bridge. We built the bridge. I've never built like a tower like this. I'm building a tower like this. And I've also never even built in this like medieval fantasy style. So I'm just excited. Okay, so something like that. And then we're going to have to bring these guys up, I think, one taller. Because I think the corners, wait, do the corners go higher or lower? I think the corners go higher if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure. But let's just try bringing them up one taller here. But I'm also not trying to exactly copy that guy because that guy looks, like I said, very strange. And then if we're going up one taller there, we're going to have to go up multiple taller here. We're probably going to do 2. I feel like 3 might be too much at this point. So let's start with 2, see how that sort of looks. And then we're going to have to do the corners again right afterwards. Yeah, maybe we might go a 3rd, but I think one thing we do need is just something like that. Yeah, I think we're gonna need a little block all the way around on the outsides here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that on each side. And it was this one, so we need one more block right there. Perfect. And let's go back up to the top here. Okay, so now the inner level, we're gonna go up, I'm thinking like 3, little something like that on all 3 of these top corner pillars. And honestly, okay, of course I didn't go up the proper amount of blocks because I started low. Okay, that's fine. It's okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, just to match the rest of the tower, this one is actually gonna have to go up one more for sure. So let's do this on each side here. I feel like it's such a weird assortment of blocks, but I also definitely feel like it works. So let's go up with these ones now. And the middle ones are gonna have to go up. We're gonna have to go up one more block all the way around actually. So let's go do that. And then the middle ones we're just gonna make go up another 2. And the tippy top of the tower is gonna go up like that, I think. And then at the top we can use some of these fences. We'll go with mangrove here and make the tip of the tower have a way big peak. Yeah, Night is making fun of my tower. I know I don't know how to build in this style, bro. Like I said, work in progress. And then we're just gonna randomize. We're gonna use some fences in the corner to kind of give it more of a round look. And we'll probably end up doing that in all these corners, but we could probably also throw some of these guys up here, mixing in mangrove and the non-mangrove, the mangrove and crimson. That's what they're, crimson wood. That's what it is, or crimson stem, I guess you could say. I'm not sure. And we'll go down and do that corner and that corner. Yeah, we'll have to do all of these corners here. So boom, boom, and let's chop that out. And Knight's here to help me or judge me. Who knows which? Okay, let's just get all these guys in, and then I see one problem we're missing. We need to to add in fences on this level as well. So let's go all the way around and do this. I have way more crimson, or yeah, way more mangrove than crimson here. So honestly, maybe even some lanterns on top of this could look decent, but maybe that's not too bad. From here, it doesn't look bad. Like, I don't mind it from here at all. When I'm away from it, who knows? We'll see. But then do I want to do... Yeah, no, definitely not going to do that. So I'm going to go down and I want to take a look at this thing from a little bit of ways away, because from up there, it actually doesn't look bad. Okay, you know what? MLG water bucket. Oh, I'm so good at the game. Okay, so here is the current side view of it without the scaffolding in the way. I actually really like how it looks. Knight says he doesn't like how it's like fat and then goes into skinny, which I can kind of understand. But I want to take a look and go see what this looks like if you're down in the valley, because that's kind of the main thing. Like, I'm never up here. I want to see what it looks like from down like by my house area. So I'm going to run down here and get a look at the tower from down here. I really like how it kind of goes thick to thin. I feel like it just makes sense, but we'll see what it looks like from down here. So right here, you know, I actually really like how that looks right here. It's not done. I still got to add, like, I'm going to add some leaves spiraling around the tower and stuff. But from right here, I really like how it looks. What about over by my house, actually? I think it's definitely... Wait, let me just get a view. I think that definitely beats that. Hunting did a good job on that one. Let's just say that. But yeah, from here, I mean, I can kind of understand what he's saying. Like, it goes from really thick to thin. Maybe it's a little bit strange, but I honestly, personally don't mind it. Let me know your guys' thoughts down below in the comment section. But yeah, I'm going to head back up and I guess just work on adding some leaves. I think that'll help out. Oh my God, there's a cave there, dude. That is kind of weird. But I'm going to go up, add in some leaves and see if that'll help me out with what I am kind of going for here. Okay, so I'm thinking another thing I could do for a little bit of detail work is adding some leaves in some open areas. Like, I feel like I could throw some leaves maybe hanging off the edge right here. So let's go ahead and scaffold up a little bit. And the very basic thought is just throw in some leaves, kind of something like this, where like maybe like vine down the side of the building. And I feel like, okay, let's break that one, but something like that might not look too bad. And you know what? Maybe we'll go down another one and let's go do a couple of these in a couple different areas here. You know what? Actually, we could maybe bring this one down like that. And let's just bring like, yeah, we're just kind of randomizing where these are going, but something like that right there. And we're going to throw another one up here. Let's do one and then let's just go off the edge like that. That looks decent enough. I'm going to throw some of these on all sides of the build. You know what? Why is there a pumpkin here? Let's just go ahead and chop that guy. You know, it could maybe look decent to add some pumpkins around the base of this tower as well. Ooh, wait, I actually kind of really mess with the green. So maybe a little something in front up here like that could look decent. And let's go also just over here too. Just, I want to add greenery to make it look a little bit different, so that way it's not so white and plain. But honestly, I kind of messed with that front view. Now let's go ahead and go to the other side and let's add some to the other corners as well. So let's scaffold up here. Hopefully this is tall enough, and we're honestly just going to go ahead and wrap down some leaves, something like this. And we'll probably just keep going down. I think that's probably good enough. And we got one more corner on this side to do. I could also probably throw some leaves like there. And let's do one. Now, that one I'm going to break, but let's build up scaffolding right here. And let's add in a little bit more leaf work kind of around the edge like this. And I think that'll be good. Maybe I might want to add a little bit more right up here. So let's go up and just overhanging this window just to kind of give a little bit more detailing. We could throw some leaves like that. And I feel like that looks a little strange. So we're going to break all these actually. And of course, I can't make any leaves actually fit here because why would I be able to? But I think something a little bit like that might look decent. Okay. I'm going to break the scaffolding and I'm going to go take a view at this from down in the river again. See what we're thinking so far. We could honestly maybe bring some more leaves up there at top too. You know what? Actually, I feel like right there overhanging that edge, some leaves could look good. I want to make sure I get this fully decked out and then we'll go check it out. So we're gonna need more scaffolding to get up here, and let's go ahead and just build up 17 blocks. Is that gonna be enough? I'm not sure. No, it is not. I don't even know how tall this build is. We kind of just freehanded this from the beginning, and I honestly don't mind it. I kind of like it, but I feel like we could bring this guy up another block. And then my idea is kind of a little bush hanging off of the roof. Something like, let's just get like a leaf there, and then we'll like drag this guy off the roof a little bit and make it hang down like that. I feel like that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, honestly, I kind of mess with that. I think I'll leave that. I don't know that I want to do that on all sides up here. I'm thinking some of these I'll just leave, and then some of these I'll just add in a little something like on the bottom level like that. And this one, let's just do one leaf right there. Perfect. And you know what? Maybe we'll do a leaf like right there. Okay. I feel like that's probably good. Now let's jump over and let's get down. Okay, I actually need to break this from the top down because I learned when you break from the bottom, sometimes you get, you know, some scaffolding to land on the building, and we don't want that. So let's break it from the top down. And now I used up, oh my gosh, I almost used like, I probably did use a full stack of these, but let's go take a look at how we think that the tower is looking now. And honestly, I just had a thought. Instead of using leaves, I could have maybe used some amethyst blocks to act like amethyst leaves from this amethyst tree. I honestly feel like that could have fit this build really well, but let's go take a look and see what we think so far. Okay, from our little starter bridge down here. Okay, I actually messed with that a lot. I really like how that looks. It's like a little fantasy tower just hanging over the edge right there. I actually really messed with that. I think I'm gonna leave it like that, but let's go head back up and let's see what the interior looks like. I want to at least get it lit up for now. That way we don't have to deal with any like mob spawning or anything like that. Okay, so inside here, I mean, it kind of looks really stupid right now, so we're gonna have to just get started. I think first things first, let's get the floor in. So we're gonna need some dark oak slabs, which we do have, and let's just go ahead and chop out all the grass blocks we got in here. Which am I using silk touch? I should use silk touch because grass blocks are very useful for building. So we're gonna quickly go ahead and silk touch the entire floor out of this tower, and we're gonna replace all of the grass blocks with the dark oak slabs so we can save materials and don't waste any wood. Okay, there we go. Floor in. Now, I feel like we should maybe consider getting some more floors in, but I'm honestly thinking I kind of want to do like slabs to go up this thing. So for the actual staircase, I got to decide what I want to do. Now, I've got a lot of crimson stems. I could go with crimson stems. You know what? Let's craft up some of these and let's go ahead and craft a bunch of these slabs. And I'm thinking we could, okay, we're going to need to break that, but we could just make these things go kind of up around like this and just make them go all the way around the center of the build. Wait, so what I gotta do actually, I just need some sort of like block holder to place. So for the center of this room is this block right here. So let's build this up so we kind of know what we're working with. And then I want this staircase to go all the way up in these slabs, but also we're wanting it to like wrap around the build here like this. I want a giant spiral staircase made out of this wood. I really love the look of the crimson stems, and I feel like this will be pretty dang cool. So I'm gonna get to work on that. And honestly, I don't mind the dark oak in the middle, so I might keep going up with that as well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go all the way up the tower with the dark oak in the middle, and we're gonna have to chop out a spot right here and get that guy all the way up to this level. And right here is like my little overlook tower. We are gonna need some lights. I'm thinking lanterns, which I do not have on me right now, but let's go ahead and drop back in. Okay, can I manage? I'm not gonna be able to do this, but let's try. Yep, we failed. But for the inside part, okay, what I'm gonna do for the inside part, we're gonna use torches because, you know, we can. So anywhere that it might be dark, we're just going to throw torches. I'm thinking every other side would look pretty good, and I feel like that's already bright enough just so we don't get monster spawns. And then let's go grab some lanterns for when we get up to the top level. Okay, I believe one of these chests, I know I've got some lanterns somewhere. Right here we got 21 lanterns. Perfect. And yeah, I'm absolutely loving how this staircase is working out. I love this big giant spiral staircase. I'm going to stick to the exact same design all the way up. So I'm going to build until I get to the next floor. I'll be back once I go ahead and do that. And we're going to be putting torches on every other side. So like this side, and then straight across. Once you're across, there's going to be one right there. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I've made it up to the next set of windows. So I'm thinking for this level, I want to put another floor in. So let's go ahead and figure out a block we're going to use for the flooring. And we use dark oak for the flooring here. We're using the crimson for the flooring up there, or for the stair flooring. So I want to do something a little bit different. Let's go with some deep slate. And I think I'm going to stick to this raw deep slate. So So we're just going to use cobble deep slate and deep slate for this floor. First things first, we've got one more stair level to climb. So let's go ahead and do that. And then right up here, we're just going to randomize between cobble deep slate and normal deep slate. And like I said, completely random pattern just so we can kind of fill in the ground. And we're going to need to chop some of this out so there's a little bit more room to breathe. Probably, yeah, there's not very much room up here. I'm not going to lie. So if you're climbing the stairs, yeah, you don't want to be head bonking like that. Okay, honestly, I might not even put a floor here. I think I'm going to just keep making the tower go up. So let's go ahead and chop all this out. And I'm sorry, I know I lied, but we're just going to go up more. Oh, that was an accident, but we're just going to keep going up a couple more layers till we make it up to that level. So once again, like I said, I'll be back once I get fully up to the top. Okay, now we're right up to the top, so let's start breaking out some of these spruce slabs up here. And we're just going to have to keep going up. I almost feel like we need like a ladder. Yeah, because that is so wrong. Okay, I actually don't know how to do this. So I'm going to have to break this out again and change my mind yet again, I guess. So let's fill all this back in with spruce. And then honestly, I'm thinking once you get to the top of the tower here, we're just going to have to take a ladder. So let's go ahead and craft up a ladder real quick. Okay, so my goal is to get ladders. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of sticks over there at the tree farm. So I'm going to go check because I don't want to waste a bunch of wood right now. So I know that there's some chests down here. I'm hoping there's some sticks in them. I think there is. So let's just take a look. And we can drop right here at the mangrove farm. And okay, there's the chest I know about. Wasn't there? Yeah, there's another chest right there. Okay, so let's go check this one out first. Do we have any sticks? Okay, only 2 sticks. That is a bummer. Let's go check out the other chest over here. I know people when they get the extra stuff like the saplings and stuff, they like to just throw them in the chests because it is a lot easier than throwing them on the floor. And in case you need them later, and once again, no sticks. Okay, I picked 1 stick up off the floor, and I do. Oh, there's a bunch of sticks here that haven't despawned. Okay, but I know there's another chest right over there. Hopefully this one has a little bit better luck. So come on. Okay, mangrove roots, nothing. Great. And one more final chest, and we only got 10. Okay, so unfortunately that does mean our trip is wasted and we gotta head back basically empty-handed, only 15 sticks. But I mean, at least I get to see this absolutely, okay, from this angle it's not very nice, but the beautiful village. And one thing I should have checked earlier was I might actually have some ladders already crafted up in one of these chests here. Let me take a look. And yeah, we have 53 ladders. So I just went over to the tree farm for absolutely no reason at all. Now it's time to get back up to my tower and get back to work. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, let's just put a torch right over there instead, and let's pop a hole right here, and we can easily go and add 3 ladders there. Now I feel like this wall, I'm gonna drop out these slabs and just give myself a little platform, and then these slabs, there's no point in them being there either. Let's just go ahead and add that, and let's add a wall in so that way it makes a little bit more sense. Okay, of course we need some spruce slabs. Guess that means I gotta go down for 1 spruce slab. That is very unfortunate, but let's go ahead and head down, grab my spruce slab so I can finish this build off. And do I have any spruce slabs? Okay, we have 19 spruce slabs in the chest. Perfect. Okay, so let's throw that guy there. And we're going to bring this up to here. Let's throw some torches in the corners up here so we have a little bit of light. And then also for some more light, we are just going to go ahead and add in some lanterns on all the corners right here. And that should give us a little bit more light. We can add some ladders to go up another level. And I got to come up with a new floor. So I'm thinking, let's just keep it simple. Let's use dark oak again. I've got 20 dark oak slabs. I don't think this is gonna quite be enough, but it will get me a start. And okay, turns out it is enough. All right, so then up here, I think I'm gonna leave this like this for now. I should probably put okay, you know what, we should put a roof in. Let's just use crimson slabs yet again. I'm gonna have to go up here fully so we can light this area up so I don't have to worry about monster spawns. Let's break back down, and then let's finish adding in the roof here. This is a very tall roof, but I am a-okay with it. And honestly, we could use some solid blocks for a little bit more texturing, but I think for now I'm gonna leave it. I could always come back in the future. Okay, so the interior, unless I decide to do more decoration, is complete. And it's great because we also have this nice little area here now that we can easily elytra off, but look at the nighttime view of my village. I absolutely am in love with it. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this tower basically has no practical use, but if you guys are following along the series, you know that most of my builds don't really have a practical use. Like sometimes I'll build a house and then hide something like an XP farm in the basement or an auto smelter in the basement. But a lot of the stuff I build in Minecraft, I just build for aesthetic purposes. Although this does have one use, like I said, we can throw the elytra on and take our first test flight from the tower. And yeah, I honestly really like it. It really fits the aesthetic I'm going for of that fantasy world type build, and I think it's pretty dang sick. I love it. So for those of you that are new to the series and you guys don't know the plan, so basically we're building a massive village in this forever world, and it's basically going to be sectioned off into different sections. So right here where I've been primarily building, where most of my energy has been, this is like a little bit of a mix to me of like modern Minecraft builds, like what you just typically see in Minecraft, and then also like, as you can see, this building over here is a little bit of a medieval. So this is more of like my medieval village area, and this is going to go like all the way along the river, like this side, as you guys can see where we built, and then right across here on this side of the river, we're also going to have a bunch more medieval builds, stuff like that, like basically like that kind of stuff. In the future, let me just show you, once we get up to the top of the mountain, so we want to be able to build in a bunch of different styles. So this section of the village, just so it makes sense, is going to stick to this build style, and then once you go up this winding path up the mountain, our goal is to start fantasy builds starting about right here, which obviously that's why we have the amethyst tree. It's kind of a fantasy style build. But then yeah, as you're going up here, there's going to be like a fantasy style village, which the tower fits in perfectly. And then just up on top of this entire mountain, it's all going to be fantasy style builds is my goal. And then we just want to have a bunch of different building styles. So then over here, my plan was in this cherry biome, which is probably going to end up getting griefed and not be a cherry biome anyways. But long term, the goal is over here, there's going to be a Japanese style village, obviously. And then I'm thinking, I don't know, we might do a wall here separating the medieval. So medieval down there and then the Japanese village. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure that out as we go. But we're just going to keep expanding in different styles in different areas. So I want to do a Nordic style. I want to do a modern style, everything like that. Maybe eventually futuristic. I'm not sure. Futuristic is super intimidating for me. Okay, so I got the tower complete, at least as far as I'm going to build it for now. So now time to move on. I have an idea for a little bit of a decoration that I want to try, but I'm not going to lie. This could either go really well or look really stupid. I'm going to try it. If it looks stupid, we'll break it. If it looks good, we'll keep it. I don't know. We'll just see. But it's something I think, honestly, I think this idea could be absolutely sick. I don't know if I have enough blocks for it, but let's go take a look real quick. Okay, so amethyst. Okay, we do have a good bit of amethyst, so I'm going to take 2 stacks of these. And do I have any amethyst crystals? Okay, it does not look like we have any amethyst crystals. I might have some in my starter house, so let's go run over there and take a look. In the meantime, the wheat farm is completely grown, so let's go ahead and harvest this again. I don't know if this is number 3 or number 4 in this video. If you guys have been keeping track, let me know how many times I harvest the wheat farm in this video down below in the comment section. But yeah, I'm gonna farm the whole wheat farm. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so I went ahead and harvested the entire farm. Let's go ahead and craft our 47 hay bales. You guys already know the drill. Okay, that doesn't quite get us to 18 stacks of hay. We're making progress. We're just not quite there yet. In the meantime, though, I came over here for amethyst clusters. That is what I'm looking for. And it does look like we only have 28. So what I'm gonna have to go do is go farm some of these. Luckily for me, I do actually have an amethyst farm. If you come down here into the stone storage and you drop down into the giant mine shaft, which I'm so scared somebody eventually, one of these times I'm going to come down here and somebody's trapped that. But if we go down this long, ominous hallway, I'm not exactly sure, like I don't 100% remember where it is, but I know there is an amethyst farm somewhere over here. And okay, I see it. Let's go ahead in there. Gotta be careful. There's going to be a lot of monsters. So let's kill all these guys. And okay, creeper, you know what? I'm going to have to kill you too. Get away, get away, get away. All right, one more hit. I think creeper should be dead. There we go. And I should be able to get here. Yeah, look at this. We have a giant amethyst mine. I'm going to go ahead and start farming these. I believe you silk touch. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and silk touch these. I'll be back once I farm all these up because I want all the amethyst crystals I can physically get. So I'll be back in just a second. But dude, with shaders, this room looks so damn cool. Another great thing about this amethyst farm is I can come down here and farm it anytime because we naturally AFK it because this is literally like right under Knight's base. So basically anytime Knight's online, and a lot of the time I'm online because me and Knight live so close to each other, I'm constantly AFKing this and it's able to grow to full, which is absolutely perfect because now I'm able to go ahead and farm up as many amethysts as I'm ever gonna need. Okay, I'm done farming amethyst crystals, so I've got Knight here building me like a kind of, he's attempting to make basically an amethyst tree, a little fantasy fancy amethyst tree that he's putting right there. So he's working on that. I think I'm going to work on like making a little pond right here. I feel like could look pretty decent, and I don't know what else to put here. So in the meantime, I feel like that's not a bad idea, but I need to go grab some inspiration real quick. And I'm going to help Ned out. I'm going to grab both these things and bring them closer for him. But yeah, he has built a lot of trees on the server, so he's building me this one. And then we might copy it and make a couple more, like one down there maybe to kind of cover up a little bit of the cliff. We'll see how he does. But yeah, I will go see what I can do. I'm going to head down to some of the other ponds that have already been made just to kind of get a little bit of inspiration for what I want to build. Okay, so a couple things I'm going to need. First things first, some mud. So let's grab a couple stacks of mud. Perfect. And then I also would like some tuff. And we are running low on tuff. I'm going to have to go on like a tuff supply run at some point soon because I love the block and I'm running very, very low. And then, okay, I have a lot of stone. I have a lot of cobblestone, but there was one more thing I need. I need some moss so I can go ahead and craft some mossy cobblestone and stuff for the actual slough or the little pond I'm building. So luckily for me, if I head over to my starter house, I have a good bit of moss built up over here. Also, something I really need to build. I feel like I need to build a proper storage system because I have stuff stored absolutely everywhere and a lot of my storage is overflowing. So I feel like it's just a mess. Of course, I don't actually have any moss here, so time to head over to Knight's farm and steal some. So if we head back across the river and instead of going up to Fantasyland, we take a right up here at the pathway. This will bring us right over to Knight's area. Oh, skeleton horse, what's up, dude? And another one. All right. But over here is Knight's little village area. He's building, as you guys can see. And if you go in this building right here and we go all the way down the stairs, we've got a moss farm that has made a absolute boatload of moss. So let's go ahead and let's grab a good bit of moss right away. And that should be more than enough. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started here with digging out my little pond section. So I'm going to do a little bit of terraforming here. And I actually want to make, okay, so I'm going to make like a little bit of a walkway kind of around this pond. And the pond is actually going to be a block lower than everything else. So let's do something like that. And okay, this is going to be a nightmare to build, but I'm going to do a little bit of digging out here and make it into the cliff a little bit. Something probably kind of like that. And in the bottom of this, we're going to go ahead and throw some regular mud because I love the look. I don't know about you guys, but I love the look of the dark mud on the bottom of like a river, a lake, or a pond. I think it looks so dang good. So let's go ahead and throw that in like that. Okay. We're going to need to do, there's so much I got to do. Like this is actually challenging, but first things first, let's clear up some of the coarse dirt here. I know that this tree is awesome, so we can get rid of that. Perfect. The trail doesn't quite need to be like that. So let me go ahead and move the shulker, get it on the bridge there so it's out of the way, and we'll probably bring the trail over like that. And I can make the coarse dirt go a little bit more onto this side of the road, which will be perfect. Fill that in a little bit better. I'll probably end up making like rock cliffs over here because right now it looks really weird. But for now, we're going to make do with that. Okay, Knight has kind of a shape built out. Okay, so since I got a little start here, I'm going to start by getting a water source. I would ask Knight for his, but I think instead I'm just going to jump down to the river. And you know what? Let's do this a little bit more interestingly. We got this bridge here. Oh my God, dude, if I jumped there, I would die. But we might as well just take a little dive into the river and okay, perfect. And let's grab ourselves a bucket of water. But I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think of how I'm gonna get back out here. I'll be back once I make it back up to the top of this mountain. It's gonna take a minute. Okay, I got my second bucket of water, so I should be good to make an unlimited water source. And we can go ahead and fill up at least the bottom level of this. And now I want to make like a little creek kind of coming out of like this. So let's start clearing up some of this. And I want it to be running in some mud. So let's go ahead and replace all the dirt on the bottom side with some mud. And we're just going to keep it going down like this, and then it's gonna do a big drop off of this cliff here, and this whole back wall I'm also gonna just go ahead and turn into mud like that. Perfect. And okay, I'm thinking we're gonna break that, and then I want a sort of like mossy cobblestone. So let me just see, do we have any cobblestone stairs? Okay, mossy cobblestone. I'm gonna take one of these. Let's go ahead and let's throw it in here and get a cobblestone stair, and we're just gonna go ahead and throw this, guys. So it's gonna be like that. We'll have to replace mud and mud, and then we should be good to put water right there, and it's gonna perfectly run down the side, and it's gonna make that little waterfall effect, which I do like. Okay, now let's grab another one, and this one we're just gonna put right there, and now I should be good to replace some of these guys like that. It's still got a lot of work to do, but we'll figure it out as we go. Okay, so around this now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using some tuff, some stone, and probably some cobblestone. So let's get some of those blocks. Cobblestone, andesite, and stone. Okay. And let's just go ahead and start clearing out some of these blocks and making that sort of happen, I guess. I will be back once I get this finished. I just want to get this all cut out so I can show you guys kind of the basic idea of what we're going for. And I don't like the stone, so I'm just going to go ahead and replace that with tuff. And actually, I'm going to go get some mossy cobblestone instead, which I do have some of. This is perfect. I think the moss is going to give it more of that like dark look that I'm going for. So let's just go ahead and swap those guys out, and we'll swap all these guys out right away too. A little something like that. I actually don't hate how this looks so far. And we could go ahead and throw in some grass, or not grass, leaves all around here. Give it a little bit more of a green feel and vibe to it. And we'll probably do the same over here on this side as well. Of course, we're out of leaves, so I guess that means I'm gonna have to go farm some leaves real quick. But first, let's go ahead and store everything so I actually have inventory space. And we're gonna have to go get a shears out of the starter house down there. Okay, I've got my shears, and there's some perfect victims. I'm probably gonna go over the hills so I don't ruin the like area here. Just because now that we're building this fantasy area, I feel like we're gonna be in this area a lot more. So I just want to make sure I have it looking nice. So first, I'm gonna go right over this hill, and then I'm gonna go ahead and start shearing some oak trees. And yeah, this should be good. Let's just start chopping down some trees. Not gonna lie, this is probably the second most satisfying thing in Minecraft next to harvesting a wheat farm. Both of these I absolutely love doing. Like, I could literally farm leaves for like ever, but the one annoying part is how quickly it breaks the shears is absolutely insane. Speaking of which, that's one shear down. I'm probably just gonna farm these until I have both my shears broken, because I feel like there's nothing more annoying than having a shears with like half HP. It's just really not fun. So I'm gonna farm until this breaks. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, we got just about 5 stacks of oak leaves, so now it's time to head back up so we can start adding a little bit of greenery into the area that we're building. Okay, so here's the current look what we got going on. I actually don't mind this at all. I feel like this should maybe be replaced, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So yeah, the one thing I'm gonna do is anything that isn't in the water, I'm just gonna go ahead and replace with like the tuff and the mossy like that. And then whatever is in the water, I'm gonna keep as is. So let's break this one. And then also just these two right here. So that one and that one. And we'll probably swap this one out for a mossy cobblestone. Let's take a look. Yeah, I actually really like that. So the one other thing I want to do, let's get the oak leaves, let's get the lilacs, and let's go ahead and add just a little bit more detailing up here, and maybe some bushes up here as well, because I feel like right now it just kind of needs a little bit more. So we'll kind of run these guys all the way up here to the top. Another thing, okay, wait, I need to get another one. Okay, this is such a mess. Let's go in here. We need to get like another flower going like there maybe, and one flower right there. And then I had another idea where I'm gonna make these vines actually kind of overhang like that. I actually mess with that a lot. And it's like this nice little cove area right below the tower. I really like this. Let me know your guys' thoughts down below in the comments. One thing though, do lilacs grow on top of moss? Let's test this theory. Lilac, oh, it does. Wait a minute. Wait, this could look so much better if I actually do this. Let's replace this one as well, and this one too. Okay, I just like how that looks so much more. Okay, so now Knight finished the tree. This is what it looks like when you're on the bridge. We got this like weird purple looking fantasy tree that matches with the roof. I absolutely love it. And I think he's going to put some more of these trees in. So basically for this tree, the original idea was an amethyst tree because I have that amethyst tree there, but then I ended up not liking it as much. So what we did is we copied the roof up there. So we're using mangrove planks, we're using crimson planks, and then some purple terracotta. And then also it's just got like diorite, calcite, and polished diorite for the stem. Absolutely love it. And it definitely helps. Like here, let me break this stuff real quick, and we'll go ahead and move those guys over. But like the feeling I want, I mean, obviously that door's not gonna be there, but when you're entering over here, I want it to be like you're entering like a fantasy world, like you're being transported. Like I feel like that would be so cool. So I feel like this definitely is helping, but I feel like we could definitely throw one like there maybe to kind of block up that cliff. We'll see as we go. And I really like what I got going on here. One thing I do see that does need to be done though, let's get some of this moss in to replace some of the dirt right there and some of the dirt right there. And also I see one more right up here we got to replace. There we go. But yeah, I really messed with like this whole cove looking area. I think this looks absolutely awesome. The only thing now is figuring out something to build over here, because right now this looks really weird. Like, let me go give you guys a view of what this looks like from like over there. So from right here, like the bridge kind of just abruptly stops and like it's not even in the cliff. So what I want to do, I'm thinking, is some sort of like rock right there to help that out. Hopefully I can cook something up, make it work, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. In the meantime though, Knight is going to work on building me some more of these trees. So I obviously need to go get him some more materials. First things first, we got to go ahead and dump all of our stuff in here, because we are going to have to head back to the nether. And let's get the crimson stems out of here. We definitely need all of these. And I can go ahead and throw these in Knight's little working shulker box. Okay, never mind. That shulker box is full. So let's just go ahead and craft up a chest real fast. And let's get him a little chest here with all the extra crimson wood. Perfect. And now we got to head into the nether so we can go get him more crimson vines. He said that is the one material he's low on. He's going to need more of if we want more trees. So time to head to the nether, into the crimson forest. I'll be back once I make it to another crimson forest. Okay, so I am back to the same crimson forest as earlier. Okay, hello, dude. I need you to chill out, get out of my way. But ultimately, the goal is to collect as many crimson vines as humanly possible, and maybe even some of these grass things again. I guess they're called weeping vines and crimson roots. So let's start farming these up. I'll be back once I get a little bit of each. Honestly, probably gonna need more than a little bit of each, because I want a lot of these custom fantasy trees, and I think Knight used quite a bit last time he built me one, so let's just grab as many as we can here. But yeah, like I said, I'll be back once I finish harvesting up everything I need. Okay, I made it back from the nether. I collected everything that Knight has requested me to collect, including he wanted some nether wart blocks, so he has those now as well. And I would say that this area is up to my standards. I like how this looks. Maybe, I'm kind of tempted to get rid of the lilacs and just do the red, because I feel like it matches a little better. For now, I'm gonna leave it though, but I do want to get into another build. I have such a mess I need to clean up, but that is a problem for later. But in the meantime, I really want to try my shot. Since I already tried the fantasy tower, I absolutely loved it. I want to try my shot at a fantasy house, and I want to build it next to this tower because I feel like it matches. So let's get planning and let's get building. I'm thinking it's gonna go like right here next to the fantasy tower. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so block palette I'm gonna shoot for. I think I want to use some birch wood, maybe some sandstones, because they kind of go with the birch wood. So let's go ahead over to the farm and get some birch wood, and maybe some oak wood. I haven't really done an oak build since my stable over there, so maybe I honestly might be okay with oak. Okay, so I went ahead and stripped a birch log and stripped an oak log and put them next to each other. I'm thinking I'm definitely gonna go with oak, and luckily for me, we have a massive never-ending oak farm right here. And using my little friendly auto tree chop mod, it should be pretty dang easy to farm this entire thing. So let's start by breaking one block. Unfortunately, that is only gonna break one tree, but I will show you guys in a second here. With the auto tree chop mod, as long as the trees are connected, I break this one, all these are gonna break. So if I break the one right here, boom, all those trees are destroyed. And as you can see, those are all connected. So let's go ahead and get started. This is going to take forever to collect, but if we break that, and it'll just destroy the entire thing. Now it's just a massive waiting game on waiting for all the leaves to despawn and replant the entire thing. So I'll be back once I can start replanting. Okay, so as you guys can tell, I never even harvested close to all the trees. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 stacks of oak logs. I've got a stack and a half of saplings. So I'm just going to get started in replanting these saplings. Hopefully I gain more than trees I broke. Oh, missed one right there. Let's grab that one. But yeah, I'll be back once I get all these replanted and we can head back over to the main base area. Okay, turns out I have more than enough. We got all the way to that end. Still have 26 left, so I guess we're going to expand the oak farm because obviously it's totally not big enough right now. So we got to run all the way to the end. At some point, I kind of just quit caring that all the trees were on the same level because we have so goddamn many. So now we're just kind of expanding at any Y level we please. Wherever the trees are going to go, they end up. And yeah, we're just going to keep expanding every time we farm it. I mean, we might as well if we have the saplings, right? And there we go. Now, oh, no, the cherries are still the biggest line of trees, I guess, because yeah, they go up this, but for some reason if they're going up a hill they don't count, but they go all the way up to there. But yeah, I should have more than enough wood. Let me go ahead, head back to the base. I will see you guys when I make it there. Okay, so something else I'm going to use for this build is going to be some bricks, and I feel like I'm going to need a lot of them. So okay, we have 24 there, and we've got a decent bit of clay balls. I think let's just go ahead and let's take quite a few of these guys. And I guess, you know what? I'm going to take them all. We're going to take as many as we can at least. And we're going to go throw these guys in the auto smelter so they can start cooking. I'm not going to lie. Part of me feels bad because I'm not like 90% of the clay is nights. Like I barely farmed any clay, but I think at some point to give back, I will just go out, find a river and just farm him a bunch of clay because I'm not going to lie. I'm going to need an absolute boatload for this. Let's go ahead and let's fill up some more lava buckets while we're here. And I think we should be good to turn the auto smelter on and it should start cooking absolutely everything. And now we should also be good to refill up these. Okay, is there? Yep, there is still some in there. Oh, there's still copper in these too. Wait a minute. Okay, this isn't good. So I didn't realize we still had copper in these. Does that mean it's cooking? It isn't cooking copper. I'm so confused. Wait, I'm like genuinely so confused. I think the problem is the copper needs to come out of these and the copper needs to go into the top chest. I'm pretty sure there's copper in here from when I accidentally put everything in the wrong way. So let's grab out all the copper. While we're cooking things, we might as well get these guys cooking up as well. So while all that's cooking up, I don't quite need the bricks yet anyways. So I'm going to go get the other materials that I need, which first of all is going to be some sandstone. That shouldn't take too long to cook being that we have like 16 furnaces going, but let me go get the sandstone we need now. Okay, luckily for me, we've got some smooth sandstone. We'll take that. We've got some cut sandstone and then also just some regular sandstone. We'll obviously grab all of that as well. Or not all of it, but some of it. And now we can head up and start terraforming the area that we are actually going to make this build and kind of get an idea for what we're actually going to be doing. Okay, first things first to start out with, I'm going to need to get a workstation going. So first of all, chests we can store absolutely all of our stuff in. And we're going to go steal the stone cutter because Night logged offline. It's just me online. So if he needs it back, I'll tell him where it is. But let's grab the stone cutter and also my crafting table. And we can go ahead and throw crafting table, stone cutter, boom. Okay, now we're going to have to terraform out the area that we are actually going to have this house go. And to do that, we are going to need some dirt or grass blocks. I think we got some somewhere up here. Okay, grass blocks. There is some in here. I know I have a lot more than this somewhere though. Thinking it's got to be in one of the shulker. There we go. There's some more. And this should be enough to start out with at least, I suppose. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to build up a decent bit of land. So let's just go ahead and start by terraforming out the ground a little bit here. And I'm thinking for Y level, I want to probably build on this level or this level. So we got a lot of building to do here. And we might as well also clear out some of the cliff and fix up. Okay, there's such a mess here in a lot of this, but let's fix up some of that. And then I should be good to just build this level out. And I think we'll probably throw the house on this level. But that means obviously we have a ton of terraforming that we need to do. So I'm going to start doing that. I will see you guys once I finish getting all the terraform work done that I need to get done. Okay, so I got a layout plan for the house. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So let's start by chopping out some of this. And as you guys can see, I've got basically a decent area terraformed. I might need to do some more terraforming. We will see. But I kind of want to turn this into a cliff here. So let's go ahead and cut this out as well. And we're going to have to replace any of this gravel here with some of these dirt blocks. Also the stone as well. Okay, and then I think we should probably be okay to build this out. And it can be steep because this is steep over here. So we might as well make the rest of it kind of match. So the build all looks the same. Okay, so Night is back on and I believe he's going to start working on the tree. It looks like he is in fact starting to work on the tree. So we're getting another one of those trees just right there. And I've kind of got the basic outline for what I want this build to look like, but we do have to cut out a little bit more ground. So let's do that. And then let's obviously go ahead and start bringing these up. So 2, 3, 4, 5 is usually a good level. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go do this to all of the pillars real quick. And actually, I'm going to also need a pillar right here and another one probably right here. So let's get those added on. And I'm not going to lie, one thing that sucks about not like pre-planning areas, like this cliff, it's going to look cool having a house here, but it's also going to be a pain in the ass to build and terraform around and all the other stuff that, you know, you have to do. So we're going up 5 blocks for each of these. And then also we should probably do one more up here. And next up, I want to use stone brick as like a base for what the blocks stand on. I haven't really done this with any builds I've done yet, but it is something that I've been wanting to do. So we're just going stone bricks on the entire bottom level of the house, or not stone bricks, but regular bricks. And that is what, like, one of the big reasons why I am needing so much of these. And we have a lot more terraforming to do. So let's go ahead. Oh my God, dude, this is going to be a pain. I'm going to need more dirt. dirt. I'm gonna go grab some. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, so like I was saying, a lot of terraforming to do. I need to somehow bring like all of this up, like a lot of levels here. So I am just gonna get started with this. I'll be back if I ever figure this out and what I actually am gonna do, which honestly, it might look awful. Either this house is too big or I straight out shouldn't have built it like on this area because it is so big. But I have this very specific design in my mind that I want to do, and that's kind of what we're going for. So we're just gonna finish bringing this little cliff up here, and honestly, we'll probably end up just terraforming a bunch more of this too. Okay, so yeah, this looks fine here. We're just gonna have to go ahead and replace that with that, and we'll just start bringing this guy over. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna just finish up terraforming this. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I did a little bit more terraforming. I have an area, so because here's gonna be the front door of the house, so I have an area that I think is gonna work. What I want to do now is we need to strip down all these oak logs and all these pillars. So we're gonna go around the entire house and go ahead and strip all of the logs, and I will be back as soon as I finish stripping all these logs down. And last pillar, just like that. Perfect. Okay, and now Knight told me he finished the second like mystic, or not mystic, fantasy style tree. So I want to go take a look at what it looks like from the other side of the bridge now, because I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely love the first one. I want to look at it from over. Oh my god, I need daytime to actually see it better, but so far I really like how it looks. Okay, so as Knight starts working on tree number 3 now, he's currently working on building that guy. I am gonna start working up the house. I hope this ends up looking good. I don't know if it will though, but I'm wanting to use primarily sandstone. So we have cut sandstone, we also have smooth sandstone, and let's grab some regular sandstone as well. And I guess I'm gonna craft a little bit more smooth sandstone, and then oh wait, do we have smooth? Oh wait, cut. Okay, wait, that's cut. How do you get smooth? Is smooth sandstone? Nope, that's not right. Okay, what if in here? I don't know how you get smooth sandstone. I'm not gonna lie. I have to Google it. Okay, so apparently for smooth sandstone, you actually need to smelt sandstone. I don't feel like doing that, so I'm just gonna not use very much smooth sandstone. But basically, the idea for these walls is that it's gonna be primarily out of these blocks. So let's go ahead and start kind of framing these guys out a little bit. And yep, I already see the first thing I want to do. Let's go ahead and craft ourselves a stair. Boom, sandstone stair. Let's get that guy thrown in upside down, and let's chop the floor. Now for the floor, I'm going to start by going ahead and clearing out the entire floor, which will be very quick with my silk touch shovel. And I think we're going to go with a wood, probably spruce. I think spruce goes pretty well with the sandstone. Either spruce or dark oak, and luckily for me, I have both of those right here. So let me go grab some of those. Okay, so I think we're going to go with spruce because I think spruce is going to look the best with this. Let's go ahead and craft a little bit more slabs, and we can go ahead and start placing these floor in with these spruce slabs. And the entire bottom floor, I'm just going to make the exact same spruce slabs. Oh, we're going to need a lot more. I way under predicted. So let's go ahead and craft a bunch more, and we can go ahead and finish placing in the rest of the floor with these spruce slabs. Okay, last couple of blocks, and the entire floor is now in the house. Now, I have an idea for a door. I've never done this before. Let's grab some bamboo planks. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even know what this door looks like, but we're going to go with it. I feel like it might match the fantasy vibe. So let's go ahead and get that door in. I don't love it, but I also don't hate it. Okay, another thing I need to do is I want to add in a little bit of glow lichen for this build. So I know I have some somewhere. I got to find it, and I got to bone meal it and farm it because I don't have any glow lichen. So I believe I can just bone meal it like that, and I can shear. Wait, does that not work? If I bone meal that one, then if I shear, okay, yeah, okay. If I bone meal and shear, it does produce more. So let's go ahead and start doing this. It's gonna take forever, but every time I bone meal, I get 1 extra glow lichen. So I'm gonna go ahead and spend some time doing this, and I'll see you guys once I get a good bit of this stuff farmed up. Okay, I spent about 5 minutes. I farmed up about 62 glow lichen, so I'm gonna head back up to the house and start getting it built. But I'm absolutely loving this view, bro. Like, Knight finished that third tree. I think it looks absolutely amazing. Once we get the house in there, it's gonna look even better. But I am gonna go ahead and start placing in all these blocks that I need. So we're using sandstone, cut sandstone, and the smooth sandstone. And I'm just gonna texture randomly using these blocks. You guys know the drill. I can't use very much smooth sandstone because I don't have a lot of it, but I do also want to add in some windows. Let's go ahead and do that. But yeah, I will be back. I'm just going to work on adding in these walls, I guess. So I'm going to fill in all the walls and I'll be back once I get them all filled in. Okay, I got all my walls placed in. So we're going to add in the windows. We got these 3x2 windows on the ends and these 1x2 windows in the front here. And okay, that side is complete. Now these backs, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do. I think we're just going to go ahead and add in these. And we can have 2 single windows, especially in the back here since, you know, the view is literally a dirt wall. I don't want the entire thing to be windows. And we'll go ahead and do the same thing right here and add in the final 2 windows there. Boom. Okay. Now from the front, this is the current view of the house. We do have some more work to do though. First things first, I want to use some more bamboo. Oh, wrong block. I want to use more bamboo because I've never really used bamboo. So I'm going to craft a bunch of bamboo trapdoors. And these are going to be my little frames for around the windows. And I'm going to go ahead and add these onto every single window all the way around the house, including these back ones that are against the cliff. And obviously we're not going to have enough, so I'm going to have to go craft some more bamboo planks and some more bamboo trapdoors. So down to the starter house we go. Okay, I just checked the starter house. It turns out I don't actually have that much bamboo, so I'm going to have to head over to the tree farm and go farm up a little bit more bamboo. So I will see you guys when I make it to the tree farm. Okay, so I made it to the tree farm. We have a little bit of a bamboo farm here. Is there more bamboo? There is more bamboo in here. Okay, I'll take that. And I guess we're just going to go ahead and chop down all of the bamboo that we can, which is going to be the entire farm. And honestly, I feel like this thing should probably be expanded as well. But let's destroy some sword durability and chop down what we can for now. Also, I know there's a jungle not too far from the base, so if I ever need, I could always go there and farm up some more bamboo as well. But let's grab any bamboo that we can, everything we chop. There is more, you know what, there's more down here. I'm gonna go grab it while I can. And of course, we don't have the inventory space for it. I'm gonna drop a spruce plank because you know what, spruce plank, not that useful. And let's go ahead and just grab the rest of the bamboo. Dude, the rate that this stuff grows is actually kind of insane. And of course, we also don't have enough inventory space, so let's just grow some more bamboo, I guess, because I want to be able to bring back absolutely everything we can. Let's get this farm going as big as we can as well. And I don't know why, but apparently some people have taken some of these middle blocks of bamboo too, which is a little bit annoying, but that should be just about good. I feel like the bamboo farm is big enough. Let's grab the last couple pieces of bamboo and let's head back to the base. You know, after I spent all that time farming bamboo, I also just realized that IB Hunting literally has an automatic bamboo farm set up here. Or yeah, automatic bamboo farm setup right here. I'm pretty sure that we need to add some bamboo to these front ones, but at least the back bamboo farm should be working. Also, does the minecart go all the way around? I'm not sure. Hopefully someday Hunting finishes setting this up, but honestly, we don't even need it because look, we already have a double chest and almost 2 double chests full of bamboo. I completely forgot that that was a thing, but for the next time I need bamboo, I know where to go. Okay, since we have so much bamboo, I'm going to turn this all into blocks of bamboo and we can do some more right away. And let's turn all that into bamboo planks right away. And I should be good to craft a bunch of bamboo trapdoors. And we can go ahead and finish adding our little trim all the way around all the windows on the house here. And some on the side right here as well. This should be the last final 2 that we need. And there we go. Okay, now that I'm actually seeing it, I kind of absolutely hate it and want to do something else. The only problem is I don't know what that something else is actually going to be. I feel like probably spruce. So let's go see if we have any spruce trapdoors. If not, I know I can craft some. Okay, we have 6, so we're definitely gonna need a little bit more than that. Luckily for me, we have absolutely no shortage on spruce wood. I feel like spruce is such a cop-out trapdoor though. It is literally the best block in the game. It feels wrong to like use it all the time, but what do? It just always looks good. So there we go. We got 40 or 48, I should say. Let's go ahead and chop out all these bamboo ones we just built. And yeah, I mean, literally every bamboo trapdoor that I just built is getting chopped out because they look absolutely disgusting. And we can go ahead and replace all the bamboo with regular spruce trapdoors. Although maybe I think I might stick to just the right side of the windows. I feel like just the right side of the windows honestly kind of looks better. And then the big windows will do both sides just because it kind of needs it. So right side of the window, and then it's like it kind of moves over it. Like the idea is that these would push over one block and cover the windows, be like little shutters. So yeah, for now we're just gonna go with the right side of the window, and then the big ones we're gonna go both sides of the windows, just like that. And honestly, I kind of like that a lot more. Maybe this front one, we can do both sides of the window as well. But then, yeah, let's add a little bit of glow lighting around on the front side of the build. Give it a little bit more detail work. And then we're also, I'm not going to lie, we're going to need some more bricks. So we have 17 right here. Can you put these in the stone cutter? Looks like you can. Let's go ahead and craft. And another thing I want to do with these windows, let's craft up some sandstone stairs. And at least with some of these front windows, I want to add in little things like this because it gives a little bit more depth to the build. And I'll probably just go all the way around and add this to all the windows as I can go along here. So yeah, I'm going to add stairs above all the windows. I'll be back once I get this completely done. Okay, so I got all of that done. I have a little idea, I guess you could say, for texturing that I do want to go ahead and give a go. And I'm not sure how this is going to look. It's a block I don't use very often, but I kind of want to give it a try. And okay, I do have some. So now if we craft this into endstone bricks, I feel like this could match very, very well with some of these. Oh, dude, I actually mess with that a lot. Wait, I think 100% we're going to go add some of these endstone bricks into all of the walls. And I feel like this could be a very good block for giving a little bit more texture into the house. It's very similar in color, slightly different, so it is different enough. And I feel like it'll just be very nice to add in. So I'll be back once I finish adding this into the texture palette. Okay, there we go. I added the endstone bricks in for a little bit of texturing work. I really like how it looks. It gives it like more textures and also a slightly different color variation, which I really do like. I'm going to clear out my inventory and I have something else that I've got to go ahead and get started. Okay, so for the next thing, I'm going to be using some bricks. So I'm going to have to go grab the clay out of the auto smelter. I'll see you guys down there. Okay, it looks like auto smelter is done. So we're going to go ahead and turn that off so that way the carts stop moving. And we're going to grab as many lava buckets as we can right away. And we can start reloading the fuel station right back here. Okay, we got about half a double chest in there. Is there any in here? Okay, this is also full. And it looks like all of the hoppers are full as well. Perfect. I've got about 5 more of these lava buckets to just go ahead and throw in here right away. And let's take a look at what we've got. So, oh, dude, these copper and the bricks look so similar, but I'm just going to take absolutely everything because there's no reason for it to stay down here. I can at least go put the copper away in its storage area. Okay, and we've got a stack of copper blocks we can add into there. Perfect. Now let's go head up and get to work on the actual house. Okay, so unfortunately, the actual rates for crafting bricks is absolutely horrible in this game. I should really get set up a mason who does like brick trading because I absolutely need that. But as of right now, that is not an option. So let's craft up some of these to begin with. And half these we're just going to turn into stairs right away. Okay, so basically the goal is to get a roof. So let's get scaffold going up here. We need probably 2 more. And let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to do stairs and then probably going to go boom, boom. And then there's also going to be an upside down stair. And then I think I just want to bring these stairs all the way across like that. And we're going to do the same thing over here on this side. So now, yeah, that looks pretty good, about what I'm wanting. And we're going to go up 1, 2. And we're probably going to go in, upside down. We're going to go up another, and let's go stair and upside down stair again. And we're going to go up another and stair. And then we could probably just go with a full block like that. And I'm going to copy that exact thing on the other side real quick, which I believe went boom, boom, and stair. And then we're going upside down. I'm doing this wrong already. Stair, boom. And same exact thing right here, except not a block. We're going upside down stair, boom, boom. Okay, I think that is going to be about the frame that I want, but now what I want to do is we need some oak logs. So let's go down and let's just grab our oak log right away. We also need some lanterns and some chains for the idea that I have. Okay, so I went and grabbed everything I needed. I want like a little support kind of coming out of this. So let's get the log going like that. Okay, and then we're going to strip it. And the reason I'm doing this is, okay, first let's craft ourselves up a button. Button is going to go off of that. Okay, I'm going to go sleep real quick because I know how my recordings are. It's too dark for you guys to see a thing. Okay, but we're going to do chain and we're probably going to bring a second chain down and we can hang a lantern from that. I think we're going to go stair up and then we're going to go overhang like that. And then I want this to really overhang to give it that fantasy vibe. So we're going to do that, I'm thinking, with maybe a stair like that. I think that that'll look decent. Let me go look at how this looks from the bottom. Because these fantasy type builds, I feel like they always have like these really pointy and weird like edges like that. I actually really like how that looks. So I think we can get to filling some of this in. I'm going to outline the rest of the roof first though. Unfortunately, I am running out of pork, but I should be good to just go ahead and finish finish trim work like this. I hope I have enough bricks cooked up. I genuinely might not. I'm not sure. But we can go out 1 block there. And then upside down, I believe it was 1, 2, and then boom. And then we're going upside down. We're going 1 and then stair. And upside down, 1 and stairs. So we're going to do the exact same thing on this side as well. And then we're going full block. And I think we'll probably go ahead and do this again. So right down here, we're doing that. And then we're doing boom. And we're shaving that button on the end of it. So then we're going stair, upside down stair, and then slab, and then boom. I believe that's how I did this little house thing. Unfortunately, we are into the tree here, so we're not going to be able to do everything the same. But as a sort of way to begin, we can kind of drop down and we can go chain. Boom. And let's go ahead and break that. And some of this tree is just going to have to disappear so I can actually get my roof kind of where I need it to be. And by some of the tree, I mean a lot of the tree. I'm sorry, Knight. I didn't realize how much of this I'd have to break. Oh, good grief. There's so much I have to destroy. But you got to do what you got to do. So let's just get started. I'm going to copy the roof. Basically the exact same outline all the way around. I'll be back once I get that done. Okay, I went ahead and outlined basically the entire roof, and now is for the part that I'm excited for. What is actually going to make this build like a fantasy style build? I want to do a super cool and unique roof design that I've actually been planning this entire time. So first things first, we need some sandstone, some cut sandstone, and also my end bricks. Let's grab all that. And we're also going to need some purple windows. So I got to go check if we have any purple windows remaining from there, because I want to do purple windows in the top. I feel like it's gonna fit the aesthetic I'm looking for really well. And luckily for me, we do have 50 purple stained glass windows. Okay, so let's get started with these inner walls that I need to put in. I think we're gonna do a little something like that. And then I have an idea. So we're gonna do a purple window here. And I got a little decoration I want to try out. So we're gonna do these trap doors around this guy to make it look like a little flower pot. Just like that. And if we close all those trap doors and then let's set the amethyst crystals up here, I think this is going to look absolutely awesome. And then we're just going to go up around over here. We also need our endstone blocks so we can keep the textures different. And we're going to fill in these 2x3 windows like that, and probably one more right there. And I should be good to just finish filling this guy in with the texturing. I want to go take a look at what this looks like, and we'll see if I'm going to do that on the other sides. Okay, yep, I absolutely love it. I'm going to do this exact thing on the front and on the other side of the house. I'll be back once I get those done. Okay, I got all the walls filled in. I think this is going to fit perfectly, especially once you guys see what I'm going to be doing for the roof, which I'm just about to show you right now, because I think that's the last major part of the house I have to build. So first things first, we need a little bit of inventory space. Let's clear some stuff out of my inventory into this chest. And unfortunately, we need to craft another chest. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Place that guy down. I have such a big mess I'm going to have to clean up once I'm done in this building area, bro. It's insane. And let's go get the materials we need for this next build. Okay, so I'm actually wanting some concrete. So let's grab, we're going to go with 3 stacks of gravel, another 3 stacks of sand, and then I need a crafting table, which I should have one right up here. And we can craft a bunch of purple concrete. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. And there we go. We got a lot of purple concrete. And now to make the actual block I want, because this block has like a sand texture, I want the actual block texture. I probably weighed way too much. Oh my God, I'm stupid. I'm not going to need nearly this much, but I'm going to go over probably tonight's lake, put these in the water, and then mine them up. So I'll see you guys over at the lake in just a second here. Okay, so I'll probably just start out here with like 2 stacks, and we're just going to spam place this stuff and then mine it all up so that way we get the actual concrete blocks that we're looking for, because I don't really like the texture of the other ones. And let's mine these up. This is probably going to take quite a bit of time. I will see you guys once I get 2 stacks of this farmed up. Okay, so I spent a little bit of time. We got 2 stacks of the purple concrete farmed up. Now we just need one more block, but it's already up there, so I'm going to head up to the house now. Okay, I believe down here in this shulker box we do. We have a lot of amethysts here. Now you guys are basically seeing what this house is going to be. I want it to be in this fantasy format, and I feel like an amethyst house will look absolutely awesome, but we're going to use the concrete in there as well to kind of mix up some textures too. And you guys are also going to see in a little bit, we're going to mix in some of these other textures with the crystals as well, which I think is just going to look absolutely amazing. So my initial thought, where these stairs are, we're just going to throw the amethyst clusters on these guys, and they'll kind of look like little stairs in a way. I mean, kind of, not really, but you get the point. But yeah, this is my idea that I've had and that I've really been excited to do. So I'm ready to just go ahead, get started, and start filling these in, although it's really expensive because we do not have that many amethysts. Like, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, our amethyst supply is rather low. So let's go amethyst crystals on there, and this one's going to have to get chopped out, replace that, and boom. Okay. But yeah, I think these two purples are going to look great together. I'm going to do the front sides of the house, and then I'll be back before the backside because I feel like I'll need to do something different with the backside. Okay, this is what the house looks like with one of the roofs done, and I absolutely love it. I think especially at nighttime, this thing is going to look absolutely awesome. Obviously, the amethyst crystals light stuff up at night, so that is going to be perfect, although I do need some food, so let's go ahead down to the farms and grab some carrots. And we're going to go back to eating carrots, although I know it's not good. I'm too lazy to actually go trade with villagers, and that's a lot of work, and that is my way of getting meat right now, so because I don't have looting 3, I'm just going to stick with the carrots for now. But yeah, I'm going to go finish up that area right there in the house, and I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, so I experimented over here. I kind of just randomly placed amethyst crystals so it didn't feel so symmetrical. I like this more, so I'm going to go ahead and start breaking some of the ones up here, just so there's a couple to add a little bit more depth and a little bit more layers into the build. I feel like it could be a very good thing. So I'm going to break a bunch of these, and we'll just leave a couple, and let's go take a look at how this looks now, and then the whole front side of the house should be complete. Oh my god, dude, I absolutely love it. It's like the exact vibe I was going for. It has that like fantasy feel. There's one thing I know that I forgot to do, or that I need to do yet though, so let's go ahead and do that real quick, and that is glow lichen. I threw glow lichen on the front here, but I never finished glow lichening this. I want there to be glow lichen because I feel like it matches the whole fantasy like vibe I'm going for. So we're just gonna go around and randomly throw some of this stuff all over the place because I feel like it'll add a little bit more to the build, and that is what we want. And there we go. I feel like that's probably enough glow lichen. Let's take the scaffolding out of the way. And one thing I am concerned about though, the amethyst tree down there, I feel like if you're down there in the river, you're gonna see the top of the amethyst roof. It's gonna be covering the bottom of the house, and it's gonna go straight into the roof of the house. So I feel like the colors are gonna blend way too much, but let's go take a look and see what we think. I want to get a look from a couple different angles. So first of all, right here, absolutely love it. I think it looks amazing, and it fits the whole fantasy vibe we're going for without directly copying that roof there, which I love. I do want to go down to like my river bridge area, get one more view. We might end up destroying that amethyst tree because it's kind of a little bit ugly, I'm not gonna lie. I built it a long time ago. I've kept it here so far, but you know, honestly, I don't even know if it needs it. It's broken up enough by the house. I feel like the amethyst tree could stay. Another thing I need to do is simply add some torches inside so we don't have to worry about monsters everywhere and eating me. So let's go ahead and do that. Also, Knight's online. I want his opinion for this back side of the house because I feel like if I just fill this in completely, it's going to look plain. I feel like we need a window or something in it. Okay, so I had Knight on. I just ended up filling the house in. I'm not going to put anything there. Like, we could have done a chimney or a back window, like one of those, like, I don't know what they're called, like windows in the roof, but we decided we're just gonna leave it. But this is the current view of the fantasy village that we just started. I absolutely love it. The one thing that me and Knight did decide that we are going to do is he thinks he's gonna put another one of these trees right here, so that way it kind of covers up the roof here and makes it a little better. But yeah, that is the view from there. I'll show you guys the view from over here real quick, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been absolutely having a blast with building in the fantasy style. Like, it's so different from anything I'm used to, and it is just so much fun. And I'm gonna get you guys one more view from across the bridge because I don't even know what that looks like yet, and I want to see it. I know it's not going to be done yet. I've still got a lot of like greenery and stuff I have to do underneath the trees down there. I haven't done yet. That'll be done in a future episode. But from over here, okay, wait, I think, oh, dude, I mess with that so much. I love the overhanging vines off the cliff. I think that looks awesome, and it actually feels like you're going to enter like a fantasy style village, I feel like. Anyways, though, that is going to be the end of today's episode, so thank you all so much for watching. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be working some more on the Forever World. I'm not going to lie to you guys, I've been kind of slacking. I haven't been on the Forever World in probably a little over a month at this point, and I am just so excited to get back into it. So we're back on the Forever World. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to work on next. I might do some interior designing because those of you that saw the last Forever World video, I did the interior of this house right here, obviously, as you guys can see, but we still got 1, 2, 3 top floors of these 3 houses are not done. The bottom floors of these 3 houses are also not done. And then I'm pretty sure this house right here also not decorated. And I want to say my pale oak house right over here, the interior is also not done in there. So I've got a lot of interior designing to do. I'm definitely not excited because doing interiors is one of my least favorite things to build in Minecraft. Speaking of which, let me know down below in the comment section what your guys' favorite thing to build in Minecraft is right now. But yeah, so I've got 3, 6, 7, 8, or 7, 8. I've got 8 interiors, and then that interior and that interior makes 10 interiors I gotta design. So I kind of think I'm gonna go ahead and get started with that to start out today's episode. But not only do I want to decorate some interiors, I'm also thinking I'm gonna start growing the village on this side of the river. Obviously, you guys know we primarily have been building on that side of the river, and I'm not gonna lie, the view looking at that side of the river looks absolutely amazing. My nice little cozy village over there looks awesome, but I want to get it expanded over here as well. So I think that's what we're going to be doing in today's episode. First of things first, let's go ahead and get started with some interior design work. I guess before we decide to go ahead and get to work on any crazy builds, I do want to harvest the wheat field. You guys know every single episode I like to come up, harvest the wheat field a couple times, because we are trying to fill out both of these barrels, ideally with hay bales, so I can use them for building, because I love using hay bales as little direction blocks like this. Or not direction, but decoration is what I meant to say. And also, I feel like there's no better way to hop on Minecraft and get on a Minecraft grind. Just hopping on and spending some time farming. I don't know what it is, but farming wheat in Minecraft is one of the most satisfying things of all time. So I'm gonna get this harvested. I will see you guys in just a moment. Okay, the entire wheat field is harvested. I absolutely love this wheat field. It's like the perfect size to just have a good harvest. Let's craft up our 46 hay bales and add that to the giant stockpile we've got going on here. We are getting so close to getting 1 out of 2 barrels full. Now, like I said, I want to decorate the interior of one of the houses just to get it done. I gotta force myself to do it because, like I said, I hate doing interiors. But before I do that, I'm actually gonna head up and see if anybody's been online in the last month, see how the iron farm is looking progression wise. For any of you that are new to the series, this is my Forever World. I started it back in February and we've been building on it ever since. It's been shared between me and like 5 other people, but I'm like the most active by far. And this is the little village I've built up. So far, I'm absolutely loving it, but we're gonna keep expanding it. And then if you were here in the last episode, you know up on this mountain, I'm kind of building a fantasy village. So we got the fantasy house with the purple amethyst roof, which I absolutely love how that turned out. And we also got the fantasy tower with that. I love that cool pointed fantasy roof. It has so much detail. I just love it. But if we head up here, we have our aesthetic iron farm that is copied off a YouTube video. I don't know where the YouTube video is, but I did copy it. And it does decent iron, especially since it's kind of right in our base area. It's basically being AFK'd anytime anybody is online. And it looks like nobody's been online because we have absolutely no iron, although we do have basically half a double chest full of blocks of iron, and I've got more iron back in my main base as well. Okay, so like I said, the first thing I want to do is get at least 1 interior of our house done because I've got like 8 interiors I need to do, so I'm going to start collecting some resources that I need for some interiors. First things first, I want a little bit of pale moss carpet because I think I'm going to use that for the floor. I'm going to take a little bit of regular moss carpet because I'm not 100% sure which I'm going to go with yet, but just being able to have both of them in case I need them is definitely going to be a good idea. Now let's head over to the house and get some more decoration. Okay, I don't really have an idea for what I'm going to do. I'm just going to kind of grab some random decoration blocks that I can play around with, add stuff, remove stuff, and just see what I want to do over time. So we're just grabbing things like pots, leaves, so maybe some of these twisting vines could look pretty cool. I'm going to grab some stuff. I'll see you guys when I get back over to the house. Okay, I got a good majority of the decoration blocks I'm going to use. There might be some other things I have to come back and grab, but there is one thing I'm going to need that's going to be pretty important, which is a bed. And I don't want a very boring bed, so we're going to pick a dye. I think, honestly, I'll just go with the purple, and let's take the purple dye. And then we're also going to need some wood, which is up here in my little medieval house. We should have some spruce wood chilling right there. And lastly, we got to head over to the sheep farm to get a little bit of wool so we can craft some beds. And in, I believe, 2 episodes ago, I moved the sheep into the bottom of this house right here because they were in the middle of a prairie and it was just kind of an ugly look. So I'm going to just go ahead and shear a couple of these guys. And And then I should be good to go ahead and craft up a bed if I can find a crafting table, which is right here. Let's get a bed crafted up like that. And let's go ahead and turn that bed purple. Perfect. Gives us a little bit more color for the build, which I'm definitely going to enjoy. Like I said, this house right here is already decorated. I go with very simple house decorating, so bear with me, but let's get started in here. I think once again, we're going to go with a very simple design. We're probably going to throw a bed right here. This house does have a little patio out front, though. I got to remember that. And maybe we can throw a composter right there and another composter right here. And then do I have any signs? It does not look like it. We'll put a crafting table there as sort of a nightstand, and then I can craft up some signs just like that. And we can go ahead and throw these signs on the compost to give a little bit more depth to the build. And then we can go ahead and add in some color with some oak leaves, giving little bush, like, I don't know, it just looks like a little bush plant to me in the corner of the room, and one over here as well. I think will look very, very nice. And then I think I'm gonna do just a little, like, maybe table. I haven't done one of these. Just a little pressure plate on top of fence post makes a pretty decent nightstand like that. And then we can maybe, what I'm gonna do, we're gonna make a little shelf with some upside down stairs. We're gonna throw a chest on top of these, and then maybe just a barrel kind of chilling right there. I think could look pretty decent. I think this room does need a little bit more light, though, I'm not gonna lie. So let's be simple. Let's hang one chain, and let's hang a lantern on top of that chain for a little extra light right there. And we could maybe throw a torch in right there and a torch in right there. I think I'm gonna go with the pale oak. Actually, that blends in way too much with the floor since we're using the deep slate floor. I think we're gonna have to go with regular moss carpet, and we can build ourselves out a little bit of a rug like that. Perfect. And one other small detail thing I like to do is just a little bookshelf that I can then outline with these spruce trap doors to just kind of give it a more finished look, something like that. And the same thing on this side, although we're gonna have to break that torch, which is perfectly okay with me, and top it off. And it gives you this nice little bookshelf looking idea. And then I feel like this area is still a little bit empty, and my idea is, can I hang some of these twisted vines on the ceiling here? If I do that and then I grab the vine, okay, it does not come out of wood, unfortunately, but I'm pretty positive I can do a glowberry. Okay, yep, we can do a glowberry. So I'm gonna do a glowberry there, and then I need bone meal. Okay, I got the bone meal. I'm gonna add one more glowberry right there to just expand that a little bit, and we're gonna go ahead and add a bone meal just so I can help light the room up a little bit more. And then honestly, I don't know what else to do. I guess I could maybe go ahead and throw some candles on top of this crafting table like that. 3 candles seems decent enough, and let's go ahead and light those. Actually, there's something I wanted to test. So I have fire aspect on the sword. Somebody told me in the comments that you can light a candle with fire aspect. It does not look like that's true. Okay, I got lied to. I'm not really surprised, but I just wanted to give it a try since I did get a comment about it. I feel like this area could probably maybe use something. Let's see what we got. I think we could go ahead and maybe add a cauldron in here like that, and then maybe a lever. Unfortunately, I need cobblestone. I'm too lazy to head over to the cobblestone farm, so I think I'll just go up here into my pig area, my cute little pig pen. I love how this looks, dude. I think this came together so well, but let's just climb up the mountain here, and I can go ahead and steal 1 cobblestone. Hopefully nobody notices that that's missing, and let's just head back down into the house here. I don't know what it is, but for some reason I really just don't like decorating interiors. It's something I've never enjoyed, so I really have to like force myself in order to decorate these interiors, which is why they take me so long to do. But I think that's gonna be it for this interior. I kind of feel like I should go decorate the bottom floor right away. I think I'm going to, just so it's done, and then we have 4 out of 8 of these homes done at least. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for how to enjoy decorating interiors, let me know down below in the comments. I'm always looking for ideas because it's one of my least favorite things in Minecraft to do of all time. And honestly, this one's about to be a lot harder because I've got this basement. If you guys haven't seen, we have a little auto smelter chilling out down here, and it's honestly super duper handy. Absolutely love it. Wouldn't trade it for the world. I should probably go ahead and farm up some of the lava here. Since I'm here, I feel like it's just a good idea to grab what I can. And I guess we're just gonna clear out a little bit of inventory space. I'll be back for you later. I'm sorry. I know it's rough getting abandoned, but I'll be back. I promise. And I should be good to go ahead and add these into my fuel chest. We almost have a full chest of lava buckets. That's amazing. Anyways, back to decorating. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. So first things first, I need a little bit of a crafting table. Let's get that down so I can go ahead and start crafting. Let's get ourselves a bed crafted. I'm too lazy to go get dyes, so I think we're just going to stick with one bed this time. And this bed is just going to go right into the corner like that. Let's do a little ladder up the wall there. And then I think we'll grab the crafting table, and actually we're simply just going to move the crafting table right to there. I feel like that's decent. Let's grab the shulker out right away, and let's go ahead and I think actually just 2 candles for this one. Light those, it'll add a little bit of light to the room, which I do, and I can definitely appreciate. Okay, I changed my mind. This bed being white is driving me crazy. So let's go ahead and go get a different dye color. I'm gonna actually, instead of going to my dye chest, I'm just gonna go explore, and we're gonna see what kind of flower I can find so we can dye our bed and have a bed. Okay, we already have white. That's not gonna work. But okay, yellow, I'm not gonna lie, yellow is my least favorite color. I think yellow is the ugliest color of all time, but I think we're just gonna go with it just because we can. One yellow bed. This is the first yellow bed I've used in the world, and maybe potentially the last. I'm really just loving how this is all coming together though. We have this nice farming district I think looks absolutely beautiful, and then it goes into the little riverfront village over here, which I also love. And slowly but surely you guys can see we are doing interior decoration, even though it is one of my least favorite things of all time. Let's go ahead and get that bed down, and I don't really like the ladders, so let's get rid of these guys too. I think we need some deep slate in order to hang some lanterns from the roof, so I'm gonna run and grab deep slate. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I went ahead, we got my slabs, so I'm gonna just make the roof even at this level because I feel like in general it's gonna make this a lot more consistent and just make everything feel a lot nicer. So we're gonna finish this all in, and then obviously typical chain in the middle of the floor like that. And I think these torches could be removed and then placed a little bit lower on the walls, just like that. And then over here, let's just do a little bookshelf, maybe 3 tall. I feel like looks pretty good, and it kind of just gives more to that section of this build. I don't know what to do in here. That's the problem. Like, I have no idea what would look good. We could maybe go ahead and do a stack of barrels in the corner like that with a chest on top, and then another crafting table right there. That gives a little bit of decoration right here. Let's add a torch up there. I like that. And maybe we'll just bring these stairs all the way around. Of course, they're not out of spruce. They're out of dark oak. So we got to head over and let's go grab some dark oak. Shouldn't be too bad. I believe I should have some dark oak up in my starter house. If not, I might have to go farm some, but I think I still have more than enough. Okay, so it does look like we have some dark oak stairs. This is all I need. Let's go ahead and take these and head back over to the interior that we're working on designing. And now very simply, I just want to make the stairs kind of be a little bit wider because I think it'll look a little nicer. Yeah, I like that a lot more. I wish the door was just down 1 block, but you know, not much I can do about that. I don't know what else to add to the decoration here. I'm thinking maybe this might be stupid, but the ladder right there like that. And then maybe we could go ahead and add in, okay, not there, but yeah, I don't know what to do because I don't want to like block up the entire room here. Actually, I might just leave this like this. There's one other thing. I think we'll take some pale oak carpet and let's do a giant rug in the middle of the floor like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. Like, it looks okay. And then what else can I add here? I don't know that there is much else I can add. Can you add vine? Oh, wait a minute. So you can grow these from stone. I kind of like how that looks. Okay, I'm going to do one over here and then maybe one right up here. And yeah, I just like those growing around like that. I think that looks pretty cool. And maybe I can do one right above the bed too. And I feel like that's a good enough second floor for me. Like I said, I don't need anything crazy inside these houses, just a little bit of decoration so it's not so plain. And we got the bottom floor and the top floor of this one done. Now we've just got 2 more bottom floors, 2 more top floors, and then 2 more houses in the back and that house up there obviously as well. But for now, I want to break from designing the interior, so I'm gonna go ahead and empty out my inventory. I'll see you guys once my inventory is cleared out. Okay, so before we move on to anything too crazy in the video, I have a tradition in the series I do where basically every episode I name an animal based on your guys' comment name suggestions. So previous episodes, you guys have seen me name all my horses here, from Freya, Major, Poppy. We've also got Midnight right here, to a bunch of cats and other animals in the world. So right now, I'm just gonna take a moment to go ahead and name one of the animals from the previous episode on the Forever World. If you guys have name suggestions, let me know down below in the comments what you guys want an animal named, and also tell me what type of animal or Minecraft mob you want named that. So let's head up to the enchanting area and let's get naming. Okay, so the #1 suggested pick that I do for an animal is naming one of my bees, and the name is interesting. It's actually Zram. Z-Ram. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So that is what we're going to be naming one of the bees. So let's head down to the beehive and pick out one of the bees that we're going to give the name Z-Ram to. Okay, my bee, I haven't been in here in forever, but my beehive, we have a lot of bees. A lot of them are probably just hanging out in their little honey or whatever you call these things, in their bee's nest. But we're going to have to pick one. And I don't know which one. I guess it doesn't really matter. All these bees are probably the same. So I think we're just going to call you Z-Ram. So welcome to the family, Z-Ram. Like I said, guys, if you have name suggestions, you want to name any animal on the server, whether it's a horse, a cat, a dog, a bee, literally any mob, let me know down below in the comments. I always read all the comments, so if you guys comment something, it will definitely be seen and maybe featured in the next episode. But with our first animal named, I think it's time we get started with some actual builds. And like I said, today I kind of plan to expand everything over to this part of this side of the river. Like I said, we've got village from there all the way up a little past that house to the stable. I want to start getting some of the village expanded on this side of the river as well. So we got some things to do. First things first, I think we need to do some excavation work for a trail. And before I can get started excavating, I actually need to go ahead and grab some coarse dirt. Okay, of course we only have 8, but I should be okay to just grab 4 stacks of gravel and another 4 stacks of dirt, and then I should be able to craft up a bunch of coarse dirt, which is absolutely perfect. And I'm also just gonna need some slabs because you guys can see I think these are spruce slabs, right? Yeah, spruce slabs for incline in my trails. So let's head up to the starter house and see what we've got going on for some spruce slabs. Okay, looks like we got at least 2 stacks of spruce slabs. That'll be, oh no, 3 stacks. That'll be a decent start to get me going. Now let's go ahead and get started with this project that I want to start. Okay, dude, I should build some more custom trees too, but I really don't want to. I think other than designing interiors of houses, I think building custom trees is my second least favorite thing in Minecraft. But basically my idea is I'm going to bring a trail that kind of goes down the side over here. So let's go ahead and let's get started with that. First things first, obviously we need to do a little bit of excavation here, and we can go ahead and replace any of that in with the coarse dirt. And I think we'll also just bring it around like that. Looks pretty good. And we can clean up some of this cliff edge here too, just so everything feels a little bit more natural. Okay, I got this kind of laid out how I want. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this all the way down. You guys know the drill for how these paths go. It's very simple. Okay, I'm literally messing up as I say it's simple, but we're just going to do a very simple pathway going all the way down, kind of this little thing here. And then I think I also would like to kind of bring, I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet, but I want to bring it over this direction, I guess. So we'll maybe do a little something like that, and then this way, and then down another, and we'll probably make it go around something like this. I just want a little winding path going all the way down here. I'll have to fix it up later, but I'm not 100% sure how I want to do this yet either. So I think we'll probably go down like that. And yeah, it's too steep. I don't know how to actually make this and make this look good and make this work. So I'm gonna break all this, and I guess we're just gonna keep playing around with a couple different styles and see what we can do here. But yeah, I also just started watching a new TV show. I just finished Ironheart it's that new MCU TV show. I originally thought the first 2 episodes were good, but then it kind of got bad after that. And now I have been watching Merlin, or I just started watching Merlin. So far, I kind of like it. It looks interesting. We'll see how it goes going forward. But I think the best method for me to do this is going to be going down a little bit earlier. And let's get the coarse dirt up here. And we're going to keep it the same style. It's just going to go down like this. It's just going to start going down a lot earlier, so that way I can actually get down to the level I need to be at. So like that looks pretty decent, but I still got to get all the way down there. I think I want to put a house like right there, or some sort of building there. Okay, so I've been thinking a little bit and kind of planning out what I want to do here for this build. I've got an idea. So I think instead of making it go all the way down to the beach level, like I said I was going to do, like all the way down here, basically it's too steep. I'd have to use stairs, and in my opinion, the stairs don't look as well when you're trying to make a trail. So I had this different idea that I'm going to explain to you guys right now. So basically the idea is I'm going to put a building right here, like a little like riverside house, basically right here, where it's going to have a front entrance down here at like this Y level, and then the second floor up here at like this Y level. And then if I build that up, I can make the path simply just come down here, kind of wind over here, and then enter the house right here. And then maybe some rocks and trees over here could look pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with my idea. And I think I want the path path to kind of go a little bit kitty corners. So let's get to work on that. So I'm thinking a little something like this, and then we'll go down and we'll go over. You guys kind of, you got the basic idea of what is happening here. And honestly, probably doesn't need to be 3 wide. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that might be a little bit overkill, so we could switch this into 2. And let's just get it probably about there. Sorry if it's raining and dark because of my shaders, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And then, okay, I feel like we definitely need to go down another layer and down 1 more. And then I think this would be a decent level to have it start at. So let's go ahead and dig that, do a little something like this, and have the trail kind of just go over like that. And it'll hug all the way along, all the way over to here. That should be the basic layout for the trail, and I'll have to do a little bit of terraforming to build this up. We're probably going to add in some rocks as well in the future too, but we'll just start out with a little something like that. And okay, I think we could go with a slab maybe right there, and then also that, and 1 more right there too. And then just to make, no, I can't do that. I don't like how it's just like straight over, but that's what we're gonna have to do. So now I need to come up with a design for what I want the house to look like, so I actually have this go somewhere that I want to do. So I'm gonna go find some inspiration images. Okay, before I go get started with this, you know, the house, I want to do just a little bit of like decoration. So I'm gonna add just a little bit of bushes, maybe something like that. You know what? I want some moss carpet as well, so I gotta go grab some of that. I'll be right back once I get some moss carpet. Okay, so I also just want to go ahead and throw on a little bit of this moss to act as like leaves and kind of give a little bit of difference to the actual build. Yeah, so a little bush right there, and then I think we'll also do a little bit of shrub kind of like right here, just randomly place these guys like that, and I think that'll probably be good and okay for now. And then I plan to do some rock stuff over here that I think will look pretty cool, but I think it's time I get this house planned out and kind of made. So let's go ahead and get started with that. First things first, I can make this pathway definitely go out another block like that, and then I'm gonna go pick out some blocks and decide what I'm gonna do for a layout for the house. Okay, so I was trying to thinking and kind of planning out what I want to do for the house, and I decided I don't really think I've done any houses in like built out of tuff as like the main material. So in the meantime, I'm gonna be collecting up some materials to build the house, and we need a bunch of spruce wood for the design that I want to go for. So obviously right now we're over here at the tree farm. We got to turn our auto tree chopping mod on, and we can just get started chopping down a couple of spruce trees here using our nice tree chop mod. This should not take me too long at all. Also, I don't think I'm gonna have to be here very long because how massive these trees actually are. This should be really easy. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time farming up some spruce wood. I will see you guys in just a moment once I get all the spruce wood I need. Okay, I actually only ended up chopping down a couple of spruce trees, but I think I've got more than enough. I'm now gonna go ahead and place a couple saplings back to replace the ones I tore down, and then we should be good to go collect some other resources we're gonna need for the rest of the build. And honestly, 1 more, that's probably good. We have so many spruce trees to begin with, I'm not really too worried about it. And you know what, we'll do 1 more right there, and maybe another one right there. As you guys can see, we got 4.5 stacks of spruce logs. That should be more than enough. I'm gonna go head back to the base and start working on collecting the next resource I need. Okay, I made it back to the base, and the wheat farm is fully done, so I think I'm gonna just take a moment to go ahead and farm this entire thing up. But first things first, I'm gonna need a little inventory space, so let's put down all of our spruce logs. Apparently you can't put a shulker box in a shulker box. I totally knew that, but let's go ahead and let's take a little bit of time to harvest up the wheat farm. I believe this is harvest number 2 of the video. If you guys are paying attention, remember at the end of the video to comment how many times I harvested the wheat farm. But yeah, I'm gonna finish harvesting this. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Okay, I got all the wheat farm harvested in perfect time for the beautiful Minecraft sunset. Dude, I do not know how I played Minecraft for so many years without shaders, but let's go ahead and craft up our 47 hay bales so we can go ahead and add them into the storage collection right here. I keep saying it every time, but honestly, 1 or 2 more videos, this thing will probably be completely full of hay bales, which I love. Okay, so getting back on track here, next thing I need to do is I've got to go find myself some tuff. I don't think tuff spawns on this layer, so I think I've got to drop down to the deep slate level. I'm just hoping this beacon is still reaching down to the deep slate level and I can still have the effects of it, because mining tuff is not fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't look
look like that's going to be the case at all. But first things first, we got to go find a vein of tuff. So I'm going to start mining. I'll see you guys when I find my vein of tuff. Okay, it's been about 2 minutes. I've found some tuff. I hope it's a really big vein. I can just spend a little bit of time mining away, and of course it's in a lava. So I don't have high hope. Yep, no, it's literally entirely being eaten up by this lava pool here. But I'm gonna mine up what I can, I guess, and hope maybe, yeah, no, this is gonna be a problem. There's like not gonna be any tuff I can get. Actually, I don't even want to deal with the lava, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start heading this direction and see if I can find a new vein of tuff. Like I said before, I'll see you guys when I find the next vein of tuff that I'm gonna attack or try to mine, and actually hope there's no lava. Okay, I'm not having any luck finding, you know, tuff, but we found a vein of diamonds. It looks like it's only gonna be 3, unfortunately, but you know what? I'll take 6 diamonds and we can look around, see if there's more. I really doubt there's gonna be more. Yeah, we'll just keep going. I'm gonna go look for tuff. I'll see you guys in a second. Okay, I found some tuff again. I hear lava though, so let's hope that the lava isn't touching this vein of tuff, and I should be good to just form up all the tuff I'm gonna need. And honestly, I shouldn't need too much tuff because all I'm using it for is this one house, and I don't think the house is gonna be that big. But while I'm here, I don't want to have to look for tuff again in the future, so I'm gonna just mine the entire vein. I'm gonna do that, and I will see you guys once I get the entire vein of tuff mined up. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I've never actually realized how massive a vein of tuff is. Like, you guys probably can't see very well. Let me just place some torches around here. But this is what I've mined out so far. This has taken me probably about like 7 minutes, I would say. And as you can see, that still goes a long way. And let me just go down here, place a torch. Look, all of that is tuff all the way through. So I don't know if I'm gonna actually mine this entire thing, because I think that's gonna take me forever. Maybe I'll just get an inventory full and then call it. But I'm gonna get back to work. I'll see you guys once I finish mining up all the tuff. Okay, basically I've completely filled up my inventory with tuff and a little bit of ores, and there's still a crap load of tuff here. So I'm gonna leave this for a future time, and I'm gonna head back up to the surface. Okay, so I got all the materials, or not all the materials, but I got a majority of the materials that I'm gonna be using for this house. Very simply, it's basically just gonna be spruce wood and a little bit of tuff. So I think it's time to get started. And like I said to you guys before, I have an idea for the house. So it's gonna be a double-story house with one floor down there and like a bottom area out there, and then the top floor up here with an entrance right here. But I've got some stuff to do, so let's go ahead and get started by getting our building set up down. All my shulkers, a crafting table, and a stone cutter, just like that. And then I think I could probably try to figure out what I'm gonna do down there. I'm not too sure yet. This is gonna be kind of hard, but we're gonna figure it out. So first things first, let's grab some spruce wood, and I'm probably just gonna have to start figuring this out. So I'm wanting like a rectangle shaped house, obviously, and the door is probably gonna be right here on this block. So how do I want to do this? I'm not exactly sure yet, but I think I could start simply by digging out a little bit of this dirt here, maybe a little something like that, and then I can start working on a little bit of framework. So let's go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think, okay, how do I actually want to do this? I'm not sure. This is going to be kind of difficult. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's do another one there, 3, 4, 5, and another one there. So I think that's going to be the shape of the house, and then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll have one right here. And let's just bring these pillars up about 2 blocks each, and we need one more right here. And I think this is gonna be a very basic, simple but basic layout for the wall. And I think just to get an idea for the rest of the build, let's go up on all of these spruce pillars just like this. And if you guys have watched the series before, you guys know I build a very simple thing. Basically, I build logs in like either 3 block wide or 5 block wide or 7 block wide if it's a really big build. And it's basically just going to copy that exact format. And we could probably go ahead and bring these guys up too. But first things first, actually, what I want to do is I want some cross beams to go across like there, and another cross beam across right there. And then I can just probably go ahead and do a little bit of excavation work on this cliff right here. And we can extend this down by 1 block in all these places. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got to go down 1 more. And I guess we're going to go ahead and get this cut out. something like that. Also, guys, just bear with me. It's a work in progress. I really don't even know what I'm doing for this house yet. We're just kind of getting a rough idea. And we could bring some cross beams over again. So there we go. We got one floor there. And we'll do the same thing right over here like that. Got to chop that out and replace it. There we go. And yeah, here's my problem. I'm already going to go full inventory. I got to go do some inventory organization real quick. So right up here, let's just go ahead and throw all of our stuff in there. And I just got to remember it's in the left shulker box. But let's get back to the building project. We're going to go over with the spruce in all of these areas, a little something like that. And it's also going to go like this, and boom, 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 boom. Perfect. And then one right here as well. So a little something like that. And then I was thinking for this area down here, I have a little bit of an idea, but honestly, it's going to look strange. So maybe, you know what? I'm going to try it. Let's go get the materials I'm going to need for what I want to do. I will see you guys once I'm back with all the materials I need. Okay, so very simply what I'm going to do is for this under frame part, I'm just going to randomly throw in some of these blocks and make it look like a little bit of a foundation kind of thing. And we can go throw a mossy cobblestone there, and let's just do the same thing under this one too. And I think that looks decent for now. It's probably going to get changed up a little bit later though. And now we could probably just go ahead and throw on all these beams so that way everything just kind of matches, I guess. And we're sticking to these, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, we're sticking to these 5 block tall kind of interior things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we got to go to this corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can basically just kind of, if I could actually do it, but place these blocks here and bring those guys across. And now basically I just got to go ahead and do the same thing on this side right here, just like that. Perfect. Okay, now I can add, because there's going to be a second floor up here, so there we go. And then I'm thinking I kind of want to do like 2 separate layers to this. So the bottom layer, like I said, is going to be tough, which isn't really going to be seeable from here, but I think we could maybe go ahead and get that started. This is going to be so, like, I don't know, it's going to be awkward to build. But before we get started with any of that, let's go ahead and let's just fill in some of this area right here. I'm just going to bring this dirt hill so it kind of goes up a little bit steeper so everything looks a little bit more natural. And we're going to bury the bottom level of the house kind of into the ground like that. A little something like, you know, you guys get the basic idea here. Just so we actually have a proper looking house from down here. And yeah, I think, honestly, I feel like I could go down 1 level, but I feel like that's going to look really awkward, so for now, I'm not going to. And we probably want to go ahead and bring this side up a little bit too. We can use some grass blocks like that. And okay, that is decent enough for now. I can always work on changing this up a little bit in the future, but that looks like a good start to me. The only thing I'm considering is maybe chopping out this. I want to go look at some of my other houses before I decide that. So let's go look up here. Yeah, because these go straight into the ground, right? And over here, yeah, these all go into the ground. I feel like that looks a lot more natural. So honestly, I'm kind of thinking I'm going to drop the build down by 1 block. So let's go ahead and let's get started with that. First things first, we got to chop out these logs and all these underground beams, I guess. So I'm going to get this done. I'll see you guys in a moment. And then we're also going to chop out all this grass on this level as well, like that. And I got to go sleep because it's dark outside. Okay, so I just am kind of thinking, and this is way too tall. So we're going to have to do some work and kind of figure some stuff out here. So to begin with, I think I'm just going to... I was gonna mine the whole thing, but apparently I'm gonna fall off. Okay, 1 second here. But I'm just gonna mine all of this down 1 block here, as you guys can see. All the way around, I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna do this. I'll see you guys when I get that done. Okay, you guys get the point. That's down 1 more level. And now I think I'm going to need... Okay, I'm going to have to actually think about this. But first things first, I think... Wait, are you... Okay, you're not. So that can stay there. We're going to need some coarse dirt. So let's grab some of that. And I want to bring this guy down another layer. So do we have spruce slabs? And we're going to bring this level down 1 more block right here, as you guys can see. And then... Okay, we're going to need grass, but we're going to basically just go ahead and drop this down too, and then we're gonna fill this in with coarse dirt so that way the path is kind of basically the same idea, like that. And obviously we're gonna have to bring down with the slabs a little something like that, and let's just bring this down. Perfect. Okay, I think that will do... Now, I just got to see if that's actually the level I want to be at. So if we're going up... Okay, I need to collect all my resources here. So let me do that real quick. We're going to waste a ton of spruce wood if I don't pick this up. So there we go. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like 4 is a comfortable amount. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like the crossbeam should be right here. Let me try this. I'm going to add these crossbeams all the way around, and we'll just get an idea for what we actually like to work with. So something along the lines of this. I want to take a step back just to look at what that looks like, but I think that's going to be perfect. Yeah, I like that a lot more. And then we'll do another 4 on top of that. So let's go ahead and get that done so you guys can see what that's going to look like. And very simply what I mean is we're going 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're adding the cross beams, if I can remember how to speed bridge from my bed war days. But basically up 5, and then we're going over on all of these to make the cross beams. I'm going to do this. I'll see you guys in just a second. Okay, we got it done. So this is kind of the basic idea for frame. Honestly, I feel like I'm making this house a little bit too big, but for it to work how I want with the cliff here, I think I have to. So yeah, that's what we're starting with. Now we've actually got to figure out a design and a layout for this house. And first things first, I think I can just go ahead and fill in the floor with grass just so I don't have to deal with the hole. And this little framework I did earlier, let's go ahead and let's get rid of that. Just like that. Okay, perfect. And now we actually have a decent area to work with. Now, okay, I'm gonna make this house not so boring, so it's not just gonna be a rectangle. And to do that, I think we're gonna have a doorway right here with a canopy. You guys will see later. And we might add a 3rd floor, like maybe on this part of the house. I don't know yet. Well, maybe I'll do it right now. I kind of want to see what that's gonna look like, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and plan that out right now. Let's add a crossbeam here, and then we can add this higher part. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can bring all these over too. Although this might look really stupid from down there. We'll just kind of see what it ends up looking like. Maybe we end up breaking this part, but it's very simple. I literally just like build all my things in like either 3x3, 5x5, or 7x7 squares, and it kind of ends up looking decent. That's literally what all my houses are. One thing I think is gonna look a little stupid. The house from like when you're right here, I'm not gonna lie, is gonna look really dumb, but that is okay. We'll figure it out as we go. I want to go take a look at what this house is gonna look like from down here. I was thinking a small house, but honestly, this thing is turning into a bloody mansion. So I'm okay with that. Let's see what we can do with this guy. I think first things first. Okay, wait, I'm gonna actually have to lower this trail again. I just realized, which is okay because I can just take the coarse dirt and we can just drop this guy down another block using the slabs like that. And then we'll go over with the coarse dirt like we have been. And let's cut into the ground a little something like that. Add in the coarse dirt so we have a trail, and then let's just make a cliff here so that way it actually makes a little more sense how this all actually works together. Something like that, just a small trail that's going to go into the side of the house. Now I'm going to need some inventory space to actually work out what I'm going to do with the rest of the house. So let's go ahead and dump a bunch of my stuff into here. And I know I said I'm going to use tuff, but I also have an idea. I think pale oak looks really good with tuff, so let's go grab some of that out of Knight's house. If I'm not mistaken, we should have some pale oak moss. Okay, maybe we don't. Okay, no, we do have some pale oak moss. Let's grab some of that. And I just think pale oak moss will make a great complementary block to go with my tuff look. I don't know if that made any sense, but you know what? It made sense in my head. So let's go ahead and head back down and get to work on that little house that we're working on. Okay, I'm gonna start with the bottom level because I feel like it's smart to work bottom up. So let's grab our working materials we need. Just so it's a little easier to access, we're gonna go ahead and throw our workbench setup right here, and we can throw the shulkers down there too. Perfect. And I think what I want to do is we're gonna get some polished tuff, and we're also gonna get some tough brick like that. And let's get our pale oak moss, and I think this is gonna be our triple block setup. And actually, okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go sleep so you guys can actually see. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so like I was saying, we're just gonna use these 3 blocks, and we're literally just completely randomly placing them. See, I think the pale oak looks absolutely perfect with the tuff, so I like this little combo. And I think I'm gonna leave a little 3x3 space right here for a big glass window. Speaking of which, I actually think I'm going to go grab some glass. So let's head up to the starter home. And that is another thing. I really got to build an actual storage system because I still am using my starter house and there is just not enough storage in there. So probably in an episode coming soon on the Forever World, you guys are going to be seeing one of those big storage systems being built. Maybe even an automatic storage system. I've never built the automatic storage system because I've always been like scared to in Minecraft, but it's something I've kind of always wanted to try and kind of always wanted to do. So let's grab some glass here. And if there's any form of glass panes. It does not look like there is. So we're going to just take these and let's head back over to the house. I'm not going to lie though. One thing I feel like that'd be really smart would be getting some sort of glass, like stained glass windows. I think would look really good, but I don't know what kind of stained glass windows. So for now, we're just going to do that. So I guess let's just go ahead and let's do all sides of this on the bottom. Okay, we need to get rid of that. I'm going to keep accidentally placing the wrong block, but we're just going to kind of build these in and see where we're going to go with all these different things. Now I could maybe do, see, I don't know. Like I could do another window here, but with how the cliff is, I don't think that's a good idea. So I think this one, I'm just going to fully build in normally, just like that. And then these back two walls, obviously we're not going to have a window there. So I'm going to completely fill these ones in too. And I'll be right back once I get this done. Okay, I got all the walls done on the bottom here, as you can see, besides this, because I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this yet. And one thing I'm getting a little worried about with this house is I'm really hoping it doesn't end up looking super blocky, because right now, I'm not going to lie, it does look super blocky, and I'm not a big fan of that. Not a good time to be recording this since it's raining, but I honestly really like how these walls look. I think these are 3 blocks that go really well together and just have a nice texture and palette. But maybe I should go ahead and get started with this next level right here. I just really don't know what I'm gonna do. So yeah, I've got to figure it out. I might just be simple here and we might just do something like that right there. So I guess let's see what we can do. First off, we can go ahead and grab a couple of these tough brick walls like that, and I could probably do just like a little bit of an overhang. So we're gonna need some grass blocks. Let's build this guy up like that, and we're gonna go 1 2 3 4. 4 sounds good, and also 1 right there. Perfect. And now we're gonna need some wood. I think we're going to go spruce because that's kind of the core theme of this build. So where did I put my spruce wood? Oh, I forgot I brought my shulker boxes down here. My bad. And of course we don't have any spruce fences, so I'm going to head up to the starter house and see if there's some spruce fences up in there real quick. Okay, I went ahead and we got some spruce fences. So you guys know I've done this in like so many houses. It's such a simple design that adds a lot of depth and detail to a build. So I think we should go ahead and add it. Now, what do I want to do for trim? I'm thinking we're going to go... Okay, wait. We do spruce there. Okay, wait. I think we're gonna go with spruce. Oh no, blackstone would also look really good. Maybe we go with blackstone. I think we're gonna go with blackstone. So I'm doing so much running around. I need to just place the shulker down and just get my inventory opened up here, because we're gonna go ahead and go grab some blackstone. I hope I have some in my chest so I don't have to run down to the nether. Let's go take a look at that right now. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I think I farmed up some blackstone. I did. So we do have a decent little bit of blackstone here. I'm gonna go ahead and just take some of that. And yeah, I feel like I should take it all, right? I can't decide. I think I'll just take a little bit for now, and we'll take a couple sacks there. But yeah, I remember farming that, I think in the last episode, maybe even the episode before. And it's just always nice to have some extra blocks on hand. That way, when I'm actually thinking and planning a build, I don't need to worry about going out and farming absolutely everything. And Gingy also suggested I use blackstone for like my roof, so I think this is going to be a very, very nice fit. So let's go ahead and get started with some spruce wood, and we're just gonna go ahead and bring these guys. Okay, wait, we'll do 2, and then we'll have to go. Okay, this kind of sucks, but oh my gosh, I am failing so hard. So if I go up like that, and then we go over. Now, can I add in a fence? I think, yeah, I can add a fence like that, and let's clear this out. Okay, I literally messed up again. I don't know how I keep doing. Okay, this is actually getting really annoying. So we're doing the outside is gonna be in spruce like that. Let's bring this all the way over here then. And like I said, we're just simply outlining in spruce, and then it's gonna have the inside filled in with some blackstone. So let's go ahead and craft up a little bit of polished blackstone, and we can do a nice little mix of the polished blackstone and the regular blackstone, a little something like this, except these last 2 are going to be dropped down a level. So we'll go boom, and we'll do a polished one there, and then up here we're just going to go boom boom and just kind of randomly fill these in like that. And then I'm going to have to bring that guy up a little something like that. Okay, this actually might look really stupid, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I like that or not. And we might be good to just go ahead and add a spruce fence going all the way up like that. And boom, and a spruce fence right here too, like that. I don't love this. Wait, what if I'm like looking at it from a ways away? I I don't know if I like that at all. I'm not gonna lie. I think I might do more of a design like that. So let's go ahead and break this entire thing. I'm gonna get started with this. I'll see you guys once I get the entire thing broke real quick. And I think we're just gonna go down with every single one. So that way we go down 2 full blocks. So we're gonna chop this out and chop that out and finish that out right there. Perfect. And then I should be good to add the connection like that. And we're gonna do the exact same thing on this side. So we're going full block. Wait, this is so confusing actually. And then boom. And then we're going down and we're going down again like that. And I think I'll just make that stay like that. And we'll bring this guy all the way across so it's like a little outline. And then I can go ahead and just fill all these guys in like this. And I want to say that looks, yeah, I think that looks a lot better. I don't know how I feel about the dark oak though. I'm not going to lie. I think one thing, or not the dark oak, the blackstone. I think one thing that'll help, let's get some of these. I'm going to need 2 of these guys crafted and we'll chop out the tough and we'll just go ahead and replace those with blackstone just so it kind of matches everything a little bit better. And I can clean up this little mess right here. Works for me. Okay, now I got this little area. We'll do some more work on this in the future, but that is a good start. Okay, so now that I've got all of this framed out, I think it's about time that I can go ahead and get started with this. So I think we're going to go door right here. So like I said, we're just going to outline kind of with this stuff and we'll do a little something like that. There, we're going to break that because we need a stair because I really like how the stair looks for this specifically. And let's just cut out a tough brick stair. You put that upside down, adds a lot of depth when you're building something like this. And then we'll probably go with a spruce floor in here. So let's just do spruce. And I feel like the dark oak is going to look really good for trim. And honestly, thinking about it, I actually might swap all this for dark oak. I'm gonna give it a try actually. So let's take out all this spruce that I just placed and I guess we're just gonna go ahead and do that onto both sides right away. And then do I have any dark oak wood? I do. So we can go ahead and get started with some of these and boom and then boom and boom and boom. Okay, like that. Bring these guys all the way over. I feel like the dark oak is just going to go a lot better with this build overall, which is why we're kind of going with this little design here. And there we go. We got that completely laid out. Perfect. And I think we can go ahead and just leave a spot for another little window right here because I think this is a pretty nice looking design like that. And we could maybe do some more stairs. So let's craft some stairs with these and let's craft some stairs with these. And then what if I go ahead and chop that out and we'll do one there and then we'll go polished tough upside down right there. And I can throw the windows in like that. I think that looks pretty dang nice if you ask me. And there's still a lot that'll have to be done up here, but that's a decent start in my opinion. We also can go ahead and chop out all these spruce fences that I already put in and add in the dark oak ones because they match with the spruce a lot better. Unfortunately, we're out of dark oak wood, so I'm gonna go grab some dark oak wood so I can craft some dark oak wood trim blocks. Okay, I got some more dark oak fences. We can chop out these spruce ones and just get everything to match nice and prettily like that. Still a lot of work that needs to be done up here, but I think that is a decent area to start. Now I've got to decide if I want to do this entire house in the same look or if I want to change it up. Like that house, for example, is the same on the top and bottom, same as that one, but that one has mangrove on the bottom and this brown palette on top. So that's something I need to think about and try to decide what I'm gonna do. I'm kind of leaning towards I'm just gonna stick to this palette because I really like the look of the top. And I guess that means we're gonna have to craft ourselves up some more windows. Let's go ahead and get some of these going. And we can go ahead and get started on the second floor. We're just gonna literally do the exact same thing we did on the bottom over here. And right here, we'll do a nice big window like that. I think that'll look pretty dang good if you ask me. And then over here, I'm thinking I don't want to make this the exact same as below it. I actually want to do a little bit of a patio. I just don't know exactly. Of course we fell, but I do have scaffolding. This will actually make my life so much easier if I just do that. I've got to somehow come up with a way that I'm gonna do a patio. So maybe I'm gonna go look over here and see what this one is like, because I really like this one patio design. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's upside down stairs and then just surrounded with the trapdoor. I might try a little something like that. Let's check that out real quick. So it's literally just, we're going upside down all the way out and around, and we'll bring that guy over too. Except I don't know. I kind of don't feel like it looks good with this dark oak. So let's take this out and maybe we'll try the spruce wood for this. Although, no, I feel like spruce wood is going to look really, really strange. I don't know what to do, honestly. How does this look compared to that? Those look very, very similar. Okay. I think just to give it a try, let's go ahead and let's do some of these. So we're going kitty corner and then boom, boom. And then I think I'm going to try cutting it off there. And we just got to go ahead and get the rails going on these guys. So like that. And you guys know the drill. I've done these like so many times, but you kind of just do that. And I'm going to need more dark oak trapdoors, but we'll figure it out. Actually, yeah, I literally need one more dark oak trapdoor. So let's grab the, oh, come on. I guess I can open up all these and we can break these ones. And we got to do our little crawl back up to the top. Not too bad. Okay. And then we can go boom, get the last one on there and break the final one. I want to go take a look at what this looks like kind of from over here. Okay, I really don't mind that, but now that I'm seeing it, I definitely want to go with the dark oak. I do not like how that spruce looks. So let's quickly chop all these guys out and we can do a very simple thing on the exact same design over here. I think that looks a lot better. And then we can maybe go ahead and add in the door. So let's go ahead and do boom and then a little bit of a door right there, and we can finish kind of going around here, except maybe we might do a double wide window. I think could look pretty decent right here. So let's leave that and let's go ahead and throw that double wide window in just like that. And I want to go take a look at this from a little bit of ways away again. Yeah, I actually kind of really like how that looks. I feel like I could maybe bring the patio over one more. You know what? I might do that. I think it'll just end up looking a little bit better. So let's break that guy, and then we're gonna need the stairs, and we just gotta bring it around like that. And let's finish adding in the railing like that. Boom. Break that last one. I think that's gonna look a little bit better. Yeah, I think that looks honestly a lot better. So I'm gonna leave that like that. I think that looks pretty nice. Okay, so I've got a decent look on this side of the house. I feel like I want to kind of do something there so that way this side of the house isn't going to be so flat. So I have a little bit of an idea. I just got to see if it'll actually look good. And my idea is it's going to be like a little patio like this. Okay, this is actually going to be kind of challenging to do, I think. But let's go ahead and let's fill these in like that. And then let's make that go up. Okay, yeah, this is definitely going to be challenging, but we're going to try to figure this out. And then let's go ahead and go up something like that, and we're gonna have to do the exact same thing right over here. So in this area, we're just gonna make a little guy that goes up there, and we're gonna have to remove some of the cliff to make this actually look normal and feel right. So let's do that, and then I'm gonna make a little overhang from this roof. So and we're literally messing up already, but something like this, and then we're gonna go upside down. Boom. Oh wait, I'm thinking, okay, how am I gonna have to do this? I don't even know. I actually might have to do this roof out of slabs, but I feel like slabs is gonna look a little strange. But let's give it a try. Oh wait, we already do have some slabs. Okay, I don't need to craft any slabs, even though I almost already did. I feel like that's just gonna look really strange, so I don't want to leave it like that. And let's just try with the slab look, I guess. So we're gonna go up, and it's gonna go up a total of 2 blocks, right there. That works for me. And it's just gonna, like, I don't know how to explain what we're doing here, but it's gonna be like a little enclosed patio kind of thing is the goal. So basically like that, and then we're gonna go down one like that. Wait, is this right? I gotta like check my coordinate. So that's 76.5, and this one is 77. So we got to drop down 1 block. So we're going, yeah, so it's going to be right there for that. And then we're going to have to go like down here. Boom. Remove that. I'm just going to remove a lot of this cliff just to make my life a little bit easier here. And this is going to turn into a full block. Perfect. Like that. Okay. That looks good. And now I'm gonna have to get some dark or some black stone to I think that looks stupid right now, but I think you guys are gonna get it. But to make this make sense, it's gonna have to go like that. Boom, boom. Okay, we got that kind of look like that. I think that looks okay. And we're gonna need to craft up a decent bit of polished blackstone slabs. Let's get some of those. Perfect. And I can try my best to fill in what I'm like thinking, so that way you guys can just see and kind of get an idea for what the idea is. So a little something like that, and then all these are just going to go down, and we're just going to kind of randomize through the blocks like we have done with all the previous roof layouts we've done before. Little something like that. And the only thing is this one's in the cliff, so I don't know if it's gonna look good or if it's gonna look really strange. I'm gonna go take a look at it from over here. I feel like, honestly, in my opinion, once I get that filled in, I think this is gonna make this look a lot better. I might be completely wrong about that, but let's add in the little fences like that. And then, okay, we're gonna clear out some of these, add that, and then I'm gonna need to add a wall in here. So let's go get the materials to do that. We have the 3 blocks that we need for that, with the tough bricks, the polished tough, and obviously some pale oak moss as well. One thing that I always struggle with though is these type of builds where I'm like building inside of a cliff or building into terrain, because it's like, how do you actually figure out what you're gonna do is always difficult. But I feel like so far, okay, this is kind of a pain, but so far I feel like I'm doing okay. We're just gonna break this because this is annoying me, and then I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna do. So I think let's just start simply. We're just gonna do a little bit of framework, and I think we're gonna go with the same door style that I did earlier. So we're gonna do a little window here and then a door right here, but obviously we need some more materials. So let's go craft up a stair, and we got to do this stupid parkour so many times. There we go. And we can place that. And then let's just get the dark oak door in right there. And obviously we're going to do a window here. Inside it's not going to be a great view, but I mean, it's better than nothing, I feel like. So there we go. Now let's just add that dark oak fence right there. And then I feel like we'll need some light. I don't have lanterns right now. So for now, we'll just add in some torches there and maybe a torch right there. Now I might honestly start the roof over there. I'm not sure though, because that roof is going to face a different direction. I think it's going to be really nice. Yeah, honestly, let's go ahead and let's get started. I can do the walls later, and I really like just seeing how everything is going to look once you actually get everything. So let's crawl up, and we got to get up some more here, and we're going to follow the exact same pattern. So we're outlining with the dark oak, like I said. So down here like that, it's going to overhang one just to add a little bit of detail, and we're going to bring this guy all the way over so it kind of connects into the roof there. And obviously same thing over on this side right here, and then we're going to have to do the little peak thing. So we're just alternating back and forth, upside down stair like that, upright stair, upside down, upright, and then we'll do upside down outwards, and we'll do the exact same thing over here on this side. So upside down, upright, and then I'm gonna have to figure this out. Oh god, this is where stuff starts getting tricky, I guess. And I think we go up like that, right? Yep. Okay, that is the style I like going with. And then in the middle here, let's add the dark oak going all the way into the wall like that. And now we're gonna need some blackstone, so let's go ahead, head down, and let's get the blackstone we need for the build. And let's also craft up some regular polished blackstone, maybe a little bit more, and let's get those. Perfect. And I can head up to the top and get to work on the first roof. I haven't decided how I'm going to do that other roof yet, because I don't know, it's tricky, but you guys know the drill. We're just kind of completely randomizing how these go and mixing it up so there's a little bit of texture in the build. And we're just going to do both sides of this guy right away. And the reason I added the third floor here is otherwise the house is just going to look very bland, and there's not going to be a ton of depth in the build, which I do not want. But yeah, I'm going to finish this. I'll be back in just a moment once I get this done. I think for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to do the next roof. This is an even square, so these are a lot more awkward to build, but we're just going to go ahead and get started. I think it's going to run the same direction. I'm concerned that if I run it the other direction, this house is going to look really strange. So let's go ahead and let's try it this direction and see how it looks. Basically, exact same design. We're just going the dark oak to surround, and obviously we're going to go ahead and do that on both sides, and we got to chop that guy out. Perfect. Overhanging it on each side so it doesn't look like a perfect square is always a good idea. And then we're going to meet this up in the center, going upside down, upright stairs like we did before. And I will see you guys once I get this whole thing kind of outlined so I can move on to the next step. Okay, once again, we're completely outlined. So now it's just time to fill in with the black stone, or the 2 different types of black stone, so we can once again keep a decent bit of variety and a decent bit of texturing in our roof, which I like to do for all my roofs. Yeah, I'm going to fill this in. I'll see you guys once I get that done. Okay, this is what we got so far from this side of the house. I'm actually really liking how everything is coming together. There's a lot of different levels, a lot of different designs, and it just makes for a not boring build. We've got that's 6 out 4 blocks, that's out 1 block. Like, there's just different stuff on every part of this build, but there's still a lot of work that has to be done. So I think it's time we finish filling in the rest of the walls on this. I'm gonna go ahead and get those blocks and get started. And before I can get those blocks, I need to clear up a lot of space in my inventory, unfortunately. And I'm probably gonna need a good bit of tuff, so let's grab some of of that. And we're just going to throw some of that straight into the stone cutter and get the actual tough blocks we need, being some tough bricks and obviously the polished stuff as well. I swear I have another stack. There it is. And let's get some more tough bricks. And we can go work on some more walls with our, yeah, we have literally everything we need. We have the windows, literally everything. So let's go get to work. And I was originally maybe planning on doing some white in the upper levels, like I said, but I think I've decided that I'm gonna not do that because I kind of don't want to. But let's just get started by randomly texturing. This one I don't think I'm gonna throw a window in because there's the roof right here. So I think we'll just leave this a normal wall, something like that. There we go. I think that looks fine up here. Thinking we're probably gonna do something like that, and then we can fill these guys in there and one right there, and then a little glass pane just for a little detail work. Although I just realized that's dark oak. I was using spruce, so I'm gonna have to come back up here later just so I can make this actually work properly because I don't have any spruce on me currently. And this one I think we'll do just one of those 2x3 windows. They're always good and easy enough to do that I'm not really worried about it. So I feel like they're just a great way to get away with being lazy. So let's add in one of these right there. And it also works perfectly with this little roof we got going on here. And over here, I think I could go ahead and throw another balcony right here. So I'm going to need to go grab some materials first. I think while I'm here, I'm going to need some more trapdoors. So let's craft up some of those, you know, maybe even some more. I'm going to just craft a bunch of them because they're super useful. And I'm going to be putting a balcony up there. So I think it's just a good idea to have. And it's a very simple balcony design. You guys have seen me do this like 100 times at this point, but we're just doing the same stair balcony design that we always do. Basically upside down stairs all the way around like that. And then honestly on this one, I might do something a little different. Instead of that, let's chop that out. Let's add a spruce log there, a spruce log there, and let's bring some dark oak fences up on both sides like that. And we're going to add in a dark oak button on the end of this guy and a dark oak button on the end of that guy too. And then I think we could basically just bring these, wait, I can make these guys go out like that. And then I honestly want some fence gates, I think. Let me go grab some fence gates real quick. And we somehow, dude, this is the annoying part about building. I don't know where my other scaffolding went. I had like 60 when I was in the last video when I was building that stuff up there. But now for some reason they all mysteriously disappeared. But I think this is going to help differentiate the porches and make this a little different. I'm honestly pretty excited for this. Okay, now we can throw in, this is going to be a little bit more challenging, but let's throw in a bunch of these guys like that. And then honestly, this might be a stupid idea, but these trap doors underneath to kind of hold that up, I think that might look decent. Let's go take a look at what this looks like from kind of like down here. Yeah, okay, I really like that. It makes this part of the house a lot different than everything else, so I'm gonna leave that like that. Okay, while I'm up here, I might as well go ahead and fill these in. So we're going spruce logs now that I actually have my spruce logs, just like that. And then we're gonna do a little something like that, and we're gonna add in the windows and fill in these other areas. Perfect, that's done, that's great. Let's get rid of these. That was easy enough. And now we can go in here, close that, and I've got to get started with one of these. So let's go ahead, and I think we're gonna do the 4 design. So we're gonna start with the upside down stair like that, boom, and then we're gonna do, I guess we're just gonna put the door in right there, and we're probably gonna do the porch on the opposite side. On the other side, you guys will see what I mean in just a moment. And let's just go ahead and fill everything in besides where the window's gonna go right there, and let's go ahead and fill the window in. And I think we should probably consider adding some light. I want some lanterns. That'll be something I'll get later, but that's a decent start right there. And now we can probably go ahead and just do the same thing right over here. So honestly, I'm going to copy basically exactly what I did on that side. So we're going upside down stair, and we'll get our little door in. Perfect. Okay. And then we're, oh my God, why do I always grab that? Okay, we're just gonna fill everything in. I'm copying that, but it's on opposite side this time, just so you guys kind of have an idea what's going on here. And we can throw in the window right there. Now I've got to figure out, how did I do this porch exactly up here? So I'm pretty sure we're gonna stick out a log right there and stick out a log, I think it's right here. We're gonna go button, and we're gonna go button again. Perfect. And then we're gonna go these fences all the way up, including one on top of the button like that, and same little thing right over here. And then how do you get it on top of these buttons, bro? This is actually kind of challenging. There we go. And I should have the perfect amount of dark oak fences to kind of fill this space in. Literally have the perfect amount. Okay. And then we're just gonna go upside down stairs all the way and finish filling in the patio with these little whatever you call that. Oh, wait, no, that looks weird. Because now the fences, wait, I need to like step back and take a look at this real quick. Like, does that look weird? I feel like that looks weird, right? I might leave it for now because I'm 90% sure that's what I did on the other side. So we'll just kind of see how it looks later. And I suppose I got to get up there to fill in the spruce. Okay, of course, dude, what is my parkour skills are just not it. I think all I got to do here is add in spruce, and that should be good. And then I think we just got these last 3 walls to fill in. So for this one, I think the door is going to be in the center. So let's go ahead and let's get started with that. First things first, I need some stairs because I used them all. So let's head down and let's craft up some stairs. And I think we'll go with some stone brick stairs this time, or tough brick stairs, I guess it is. And upside down stair, and then let's get the dark oak door in. Okay. And then the rest of this is just going to get filled in. You guys know the drill. It's very simple. We're literally just copying the same thing like that. And then if I come out here, yeah, that's a little strange. Like, I feel like you don't really know this is here, but I think the main entrance of the house is going to be the bottom one, so I'm not worried about it. And we'll add like some trees, some shrubbery, maybe some rocks in this area right here as well. And I think we could do a giant 3x3 window here, so we're just going to go ahead and fill everything in around to get my 3x2 window set up. Boom, boom, and then let's get the windows in. That looks pretty decent. I think for a little bit of texture building, we're going to need to add that. This is like such an awkward area to get in, but it's fine. It's okay. And this is what the house looks like from up here. It definitely doesn't look nearly as good from this side as it does on the other side. I think adding in some lanterns and stuff will help with that, but it doesn't look bad either. I think all we have left is this side here, but I want to go take a look at what this looks like actually from the front here. And to do that, I got to clean up any of my building materials so I can actually properly see everything, and let's go take a look. Like, honestly, from here, I really, really enjoy and appreciate the look of this house. It's simple. It's a lot bigger than I expected. I was going to do a lot smaller of a house, but I kind of like it. And then once we actually get some stuff, some shrubbery, some rocks all around the house, I think that's going to help a lot.
Okay, so all I have left is these 2 open areas. I'm trying to determine if I want to do a big open window here or a patio. I'm kind of thinking it's gonna have to be a patio, because if I don't, okay, but a patio is also going to be super weird here. If I don't do a patio, this side of the house is going to be really flat, but I think I'm going to have to do something else to figure out that problem, because a patio is going to look really weird here with the cliff, especially with how the rocks are going to be later that I set up. So for now, I think we're just going to go ahead and start building the little 2x3 window. I love this window design. It works so well for literally anything. And we can throw in the window right away. There we go. And now I should probably just build up a little bit and also patch in, oh, wrong thing there, but I got to patch in the spruce logs right there and fill these holes. You guys know the drill. I've done like 4 of these already, so you guys know literally exactly what I gotta do. And add in some glass panes right there. Perfect. Okay, I want to go take a look at the house from a little bit ways away, because I think for the most part everything outside is done. It's now just gonna be a matter of me adding some small details, which actually I'm gonna go right now, go grab some lanterns so I can actually do the small details I need to add to the house. Okay, so here's the view of the new house from over here. I'm actually really liking it. It still needs a lot of work. Like, there's gonna be some greenery in this little area, and just all around the house I gotta decorate, but I'm really liking how it's looking together. Also, I've been working on it so long, basically the entire wheat field is ready to harvest, but unfortunately I don't have the inventory space to harvest it, so let's see if I can get some real quick. Let's place down all my shulkers, and I'm gonna try to just completely clear out my inventory, and it looks like I barely have enough room, and I'm gonna just take a moment to harvest the wheat field. I think this is time number 3 of the video. If you guys know down below in the comments, let me know. I will see you guys once I finish harvesting this wheat field. Okay, once again we got the entire wheat field harvested. We're gonna go craft up our 47 hay bales real quick. Oh, it's only 46 this time. That's kind of sad, but it is what it is. And that should fill out that stack. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more stacks of hay bales to go. I honestly feel like next episode that will be completely full. Okay, so basically the entire shell of the house is complete. I just gotta add some details, do some interior work, and then the house is done. This side doesn't look very good, but honestly, I don't really think I'm gonna be on this side very much, and there's probably gonna be another house like right here, so it's gonna be covered up unless you walk around that other house, so I'm not really worried about it. But I think it's time for me to go ahead and get to work. So we've got 4 shulker boxes here. Let's get these down. I asked Knight for some opinion, so I'll be right back while I talk to him. Okay, so first things first, I'm just gonna simply add in some lanterns. This is a great way to add some details to your build. Okay, of course. How am I gonna get out there? I gotta get some blocks to actually be able to build here. Yeah, like I was saying, it's a great way to add detail to a build. It makes everything look so much better. Like, if you guys could see it, like, look over there. Wait. I use lanterns absolutely everywhere. It just makes builds look so much better. I love
love it so much. So we're going to go ahead and add lanterns in all these areas. And I might, okay, we need to break these scaffolding. I completely forgot those were there, but then we're also going to go a lantern maybe right there. But can I not? Hello? Okay, apparently I need a dark oak slab, so let me run and go grab one of those. Of course, we're parkouring on the side of the roof, and I don't have the stuff I need. Okay, dark oak slab. I have 2. Come on, I have to have more than that. I do have a little bit there. Let's grab some chains right away too, some oak leaves, and maybe some dark oak trapdoors, some dark oak fences, anything I can use, some grass for some plants, just any small things I can grab and end up using for a little decoration. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the front, I'm gonna do this side. We're gonna do like a little bit of like parkour around here, and then we're gonna hang, okay, wait, first that, and then we can hang that. There we go, we got that lantern up, and I think I'll probably end up hanging one from right here as well. Looks a little weird, but I'm not really gonna be in here too much, so I'm not too worried about that. And then yeah, no, I'm not gonna do in there. I think that's gonna be fine for in here. Definitely gonna need to break that dark oak. Okay, where else? I feel like hanging off of these things, so maybe we'll go chain, and then maybe on this side just one chain, and we'll kind of like uneven these. I think that could look pretty cool. And then yeah, we have one on every side of this thing, so I'm gonna break this little scaffold work that we got going on here, just like that. We've got 2 over here, and then the only other thing I can think of really would be adding some under here. So maybe I'll hang one there, we'll hang one there. That looks decent-ish. And then do I want to hang one from under here? I don't know, like I feel like one right there maybe could look decent. I want to like step back and actually take a look at what this looks like. Yeah, I think that makes the build look a lot better. I'm not gonna lie, I like that a lot more. And I still got to do some stuff here. You guys are gonna see. I don't really have a plan for it yet. We'll figure it out as we go, but I think this front side is pretty good. I think one thing I could do maybe would be, oh, actually, we need some blackstone. Let me go find some blackstone out of my shulker. And we also need my stone colors. Get that guy down. Let's get the crafting table down too. And oh, wrong thing. Let's craft up a couple of these blackstone things. And then just for a little bit more light up front here, I think I'm going to throw that guy right there, and then we can maybe do one of those on top, and boom, a little lantern on top of that. I just want to look at what that looks like from up here. Yeah, I think the front side of the house, besides way on that top level I need to add some, looks pretty good. So before we move on, let's go up to the top and let's add those in. So first of all, these torches definitely do not need to be here, and we can go ahead and add a 1 lantern right there, and the same thing over here. And while we're up here, I might as well do that in the front side of this build as well. And it's nighttime, so I'm gonna go take a nap real quick. Okay, I think we got the house lit up good enough. I like how this looks. Like I said, I don't love this side of the house. I think the other side of the house looks really nice though. So what else can I do? I think I'm gonna add a little flower pot here, just like I've done before. Actually, I have a different idea. With the bushy leaves, I need to turn it on 1 second. Okay, I lied. I do not have the bushy leaves texture pack on this PC yet, so I need to log off, go install it, and add it. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I got the bushy leaf texture pack on. So I believe if I place a trap door, yeah, it sticks through it. And okay, I think we're gonna use signs, so I gotta go grab some signs out of the house. Hopefully I have some dark oak signs in the starter house. I'm gonna go take a look. But yeah, basically what I'll do, I've done it in some previous builds. It makes it look like it's like an overgrown like bush box. I think it looks really good to decorate houses with. Okay, I've got 4 signs, so I'm just gonna show you guys what I mean, but we need like some sort of thing to stand on here. But like you can see the leaves kind of stick through the trapdoor, so that's kind of what I mean. And then you can do these signs on the side and you get the same look here. I just love how it looks. I think it makes a great decoration under like these top windows like that. And we can just go ahead and clear this up, and that makes that look a lot better in my opinion. And we'll probably just go ahead and do the same thing up here, although I'm out of dark oak, so I'm gonna have to go craft some more signs. Hopefully I sell some. Oh, hello pillagers, what's up guys? That is a lot of you. I need to deal with you guys real quick. Okay, there's one with an enchanted crossbow. That's kind of scary. Oh, 2 of them actually. They take a lot of damage for having sharp 5, I'm not gonna lie, but it's okay, they're done. And we got an ominous bottle from it. And honestly, the ominous banner, I feel like could look really good on this house, especially here since there's like no decoration. If we could throw that there, I'm gonna leave that there for now. It kind of matches the walls. I kind of like how that looks. Okay, we've got some more signs now. If I can parkour up, there we go. And we can go ahead and add these signs. Can I add this? I don't think I can do the trapdoor. I cannot do the trapdoor on this one, which is okay. I just gotta go ahead and go to the other side and do these 2 things on this side now, or 1 thing, I guess. There's only 1 roof on this side. So we're doing leaf, and then let's add the dark oak signs again, and a dark oak trapdoor. Perfect. That is some decent looking decoration I like. And it also kind of helps to just give a little bit more depth to the build and add that little thing under the window, which I think is very nice. Although, can I hang a lantern. Maybe I can't, but what if I do a chain and then a lantern? I might do that because it's really dark in that area. So let me do that. Let's see if I should do one on this side. So a chain and a lantern. I think I should for the top because it's really dark in the middle otherwise. Okay, I got most of the outside of the house done. So now I want to do a little bit of work on the interior. So I'm going to start by throwing in some torches, and then we're going to dig out the bottom floor just so I can actually put a floor in. And luckily for me, it's all grass and I've got efficiency 5, so that should be nice and easy. And I think for the bottom floor, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to replace it in completely with spruce slabs just because it's easy and it'll look pretty dang decent if you ask me. So let's go ahead and let's do this whole floor into the spruce. There we go. Maybe we'll add another torch right there, another torch right there, and bottom floor done until we decorate the interior. But I've also got to add a floor to the top, so let's go ahead and get that started right now, which I think we're just going to use dark oak because it kind of matches the whole look of the interior. So let's add this entire dark oak floor in real quick. And there we go. So now, okay, I still got to do the roof. I don't know what we're going to do with the roof on it yet. I'm kind of thinking I might just do tough, but let's go ahead and let's get some torches going in here. Maybe one right there. And let's go figure out what we're going to put in for the roof and the third floor of the house. And I was going to do tough, but I think it's going to blend too well with the walls. So I think just because I have access to it and it's easy enough, I'm actually going to need some ladders. So let's go run over to the starter house and see if we have any ladders over there. Okay, so first things first, it would be really easy for me to do this. So I'm just going to add in the little roof right here in this section. Although I'm stopping and thinking I definitely want to come up here and just throw some torches in so I don't have to worry about monsters spawning. And that should be good. We can clean this up. And then let's go ahead and finish adding in these black stones there. But then for this level, I want a ladder. I don't know where the ladder is going to be. Honestly, I'm thinking, okay, I can't really do the corner. Maybe we'll do this corner right here. And then once again, we're just going to do the exact same blackstone setup. Boom, boom. And wait a minute. We have to go up one block, actually. So let's go. We got to break that. And then there we go. This is the level we actually need these. Let's add in the floor real quick. And there we go. Now we got third floor. Don't know what's going to go up here. And of course, I forgot that up there. I think I'll just throw dark oak. I could definitely choose something a little bit better, but I'm too lazy to go grab a different resource. So this will work. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the color palette of this house. I think the tough with the pale oak moss just looks really well together. And lastly, let's just go ahead, add in some torches for a little bit of lighting. And then I'm leaving this for now unless I end up decorating this in the future. As you guys can see, we got balcony up here and another little balcony right up here. And this is going to be a really nice view, especially when I put houses there. I'm thinking there's going to be a little house right there on that little like upper piece. I'm not sure yet, but we'll just see as we go. And then also one there. But I think that's going to be everything I do for the interior of this house for now, because like you guys know, I hate designing interior. So I think it's time I start working on some exteriors again. Okay, so there's one more small thing I want to do for a little bit of decoration. I don't know what I'm going to do with this side of the house yet, because this side of the house is really flat. It needs some work, but like I'm saying, I don't know what I'm going to put there yet. But one small thing I like to do, obviously, is little flower pots. So we'll just do 3 grass like that. And then for this, I really like the look of these spruce trapdoors. I think these are the best looking trapdoors, and they work in almost any build. So we'll just add those to make like a little flower pot, and then we'll go and throw in some random flowers and maybe a peony on that side. I think that looks pretty decent. And we could maybe go ahead and throw another flower pot right here. And this one, okay, I think since I'm doing this, we got to remove that and do that. And this one, we'll just do a poppy because I have so many of them for my iron farm. I think that looks decent. I can see we could maybe use another one right up here. Okay, of course, I'm going to need to like grab some blocks and build myself a little walkway to parkour on. Once again, let's just add in the grass, add in the spruce trapdoors all the way around. And then we can obviously go ahead and just add in a couple different flowers like that. Break up the little stuff I used to get up here. And let's go take a look at the house from a little bit of ways away. I think that helps out a ton. Although I've got one more idea I want to go give a try just to give a little bit more color to the build. And you guys have seen me do this about 100 times already. Also, sorry if you guys noticed my voice a little off. I did pick up a cold since the last time I recorded, so I might sound a little roughed out. First things first, we're gonna need to craft ourselves a couple composters, and we're gonna have to parkour our way on top of the roof. And let's throw the composter down, and 2 leaves on top of that for a little plant. Let's go take a look at what that looks like from over here. Yeah, I definitely like that. That helps a lot with the build. I might go add one of those up there as well. And luckily for me, I've got like a perfect staircase all the way up here. Let's add in another composter and of course the 2 leaves. And we're probably gonna do one up here too, so I guess we gotta go craft up some more composters. Let's just do 3 this time, even though I'm pretty positive I'm only gonna use 1 right there and the 2 leaves. There we go. And then honestly, just to kind of cover some stuff up over here, I'm gonna just throw in a couple of leaves like that, so it kind of looks a little bit like a bush. It doesn't look great, but it makes it a lot better than it was. And then since we've been using peonies for a little bit of decoration, I think I'll just go ahead and add a couple of those guys in, as well as some pink tulips and some alliums just all over the place for a little bit more decoration. Okay, I think I'm pretty comfortable with the look of the outside of the house. I'm honestly just loving how this house came together. I think it looks perfect here, especially alongside the river. The only thing really left, like I said, the interior, but that's not even close to the first interior. I've still got 4 interiors there and then 2 back there. Also, both the interiors of those 2 buildings I built in the last episode before I do this interior here. But one thing I can do is add a trail. So I want a little pathway out the front of this house, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get started with that. And it's gonna be a very small, simple pathway. We're gonna use coarse dirt like I have previously, just like that. And then it's obviously gonna go and drop down a level, and it's probably just gonna be 1 to 2 wide, I'm thinking, but something like that. And then hugging along the edge right here. And honestly, like originally I was thinking I'd bring it around here and then bring it up along the house, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Like, this is definitely gonna be a trial and error game to get it around. Yeah, this is rough. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe, okay, actually I do have an idea. I'm thinking I could do like a little rock maybe right here using just this very simple block palette, andesite, stone, and cobblestone, a little something like that. And we can bring this guy up and bring him in, something like that. And then we can add in a little bit of extra detail around, so let's add in like an andesite slab there and maybe one right there. And then I can bring the trail over 1 more block, and we'll also just bring it down like that, I think. And then it's gonna be like you walk on this little rock shore here, which honestly I might finish out that way. I need to go sleep so you guys can actually see what's going on. Let me go do that real quick. Okay, I was thinking, and I think what I'm gonna do is like I did a couple episodes ago, like I made the stairs that go up the mountain up there. I think I'm gonna do the same thing here. So we're gonna have this gradual decline that goes like slab, the coaster, slab, coaster, like that. And then once it gets here, I think I'm gonna do stairs, because the problem is it's just a little bit too steep of an incline to just do the slab. Although it does look better, I think for the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna have to do stairs. So we're gonna just bring these stairs going all the way down, probably till about there. And then I think for the rest of this, I could probably just go ahead and get away with the slab method. We're gonna have to go 1 more stairs, I think. So let's do boom, stairs, and then we can do coarse dirt. And then we're gonna wrap around using the slab like that. Perfect. And then we got the trail going all the way down the side of the house, as you guys can see, and it just goes down and around this rock, which I think I'm gonna expand the rock and make the rock actually like down here a little bit more too. And honestly, probably just gonna expand this all the way into this, a little something like that. And then I can also just add in a slab and a slab, and we can just kind of work with things, make things work, make things look good. So it's gonna be like you're walking along this stone shore here. And yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna keep on expanding this upward, and it'll probably stop about there. We could probably throw an andesite wall right there, and then yeah, it's kind of like you're walking down here. And then I also can use one of these little cobblestones just to add a little bit more depth to the build. Can I get that? Okay, that's floating, so maybe not right there, but these little heads I like using as just little decorations. It's kind of like a little rock right there. And I think I could probably cut into here, add a coarse dirt right there. That looks okay. And then unfortunately, since since I have these trap doors, I can't add flowers or anything here, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I can add a little flower right there though. That looks okay. And then obviously the trail's also going to go out this way. I think eventually, maybe soon here, I'm going to put another house right here. But that looks pretty decent in my opinion. Just like a nice little rock shore along. And I could still go ahead and add in some more stuff. Like we could throw in maybe a stone block right there and another wall there and maybe a stair like that. You guys get the point. Maybe I'll take a look at what this looks like from the dock. And honestly, I don't think that looks bad. Just that under there definitely has to be broken. And we can go ahead and just replace it with some andesite. Maybe we'll just add in some slabs just to kind of add a little bit more detail, as well as andesite walls never really hurt. I think this actually looks pretty good besides this staircase. But honestly, I don't know that there's anything I can do to make this staircase look better. I guess one small thing I can do that I ended up doing to the other one is just replacing a couple of these stairs with some mud stairs and some granite stairs throughout, just to add a little bit more depth and color. I actually like that a lot. Maybe I think we might swap this one out, and I think that looks pretty good. I feel like that makes this look a lot better. Now I do want a lantern because I do have a little idea for another decoration, so let's grab one of those real quick, and it'll be a good way to just kind of light up the path a little bit. Let's add in a little lantern right there, and maybe another one right there just for a little decoration. And then yeah, this looks pretty decent. Now I just got to figure out what I'm going to put in this plot of land right here. I'm thinking I might do a little waterfall. I feel like a waterfall could look pretty cool, so maybe we'll go with that. Okay, so in the last episode, if you guys haven't seen it, go check it out. I built this little fantasy tower that I absolutely love and adore, and we also built this little fantasy house. But also in the last episode, I built this little waterfall. I'm thinking something like this from like underneath that orange house into the river could be awesome. So I'm thinking this little like stone kind of outline kind of thing, except I probably won't use tuff. We'll probably use stone with a waterfall from the house going all the way down to the river. Let me go over there and show you guys what I mean. Okay, so very basic idea. I would have like the water maybe coming out from like this block here, a little pond, and then it's gonna go off the cliff here. I think that could look awesome. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and get started with that. So I think I want to bring all of my shulker boxes and my full work setup a little bit closer here. Let's grab all those. As you guys can see, I grabbed another shulker because I am running out of space to store things. Let's get stone cutter down and then my crafting table down right there. And I'm thinking basically just a stone andesite cobblestone mix because it's going to match with this rock right here. And it's also going to match with the rock shore that I'm using right here. So let's get started. And first things first, I've got a little bit of digging. I got to do a small little bit of excavation. So let's get started with that. And then I'm thinking that it's going to come out of the house maybe right here. So let's dig around here and just add the random blocks in and the waterfall. So I'm thinking it's going to go into this little pond and I'll kind of bring this pond out and open this pond up a little bit. And then I'm going to have to remove some of this greenery. I'll maybe add some back later, but you guys are going to see what I mean. And then we're going to do just like a little stone kind of pond all the way around and alongside the cliff, I'm thinking. And then obviously we're going to be able to build up like boulders like that. And we'll build up another boulder here. And I think I'm going to have the waterfall run actually down right here. So I'm going to probably spend a little bit of time. I'm probably going to take a cut so you guys don't have to watch me do this. But basically, I'm just adding in some rocks, adding in some cliffs. And then, yeah, you guys are going to see what I mean in a second. And maybe it'll make a lot more sense when I can actually show you. So I will see you guys in just a moment. Okay, this is going to be a work in progress. I've got kind of a very basic little water pool started. So I'm going to go grab my water if I can find it. I don't know where I put it, but I have 2 water buckets normally. I can only find one. That is not a good sign. I don't see my second water bucket anywhere. So I guess logically that means I'm gonna go up to the starter house and craft myself another water bucket because frankly, I don't want to build all this without 2 water buckets. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we got 3 iron. Let's quickly craft up a bucket, fill it up with some water, and then we can come up here and create some sort of infinite water pool like that. And then let's just go ahead and finish filling this out right away. Let's grab some extra water and let's start the little waterfall. So this is kind of what I'm going for. So it's like a little waterfall into a pool, and then I'm gonna break this, and it should waterfall all the way down to the river, which was the goal. And I think for simplicity purposes, I'm gonna get some of these other blocks here, and we can play around with some different things just to kind of get some different builds and designs going. And we can add in some things like some walls, maybe another stair. No, not there, but like maybe a wall right there couldn't look too bad. And then honestly, this guy probably doesn't even have to be a block. We could probably just throw a slab right there, and some greenery around this I feel like will also help out a ton. But in the meantime, I'm gonna let that flow. I'm gonna go to bed. That way I can, you know, actually work during light. Okay, so I also want to add some moss in, so that way we have like a mossy kind of lush feel for this little river. So I'm gonna go ahead and steal a little bit of moss from Knight's house here. Okay, first let's grab carpet, but then also a little bit of regular moss so I can go ahead and craft that into actual mossy cobblestone. Okay, so I just want to add in a little bit of the mossy cobblestone to kind of give it a little bit more of that lush feeling, I guess, because I think in general it's just gonna help the build look and feel a lot more, I don't know, natural, a lot better. I don't know what the actual word I'm looking for is, so that's the word you're gonna get. But just all the way along here, just add a little bit of green in, and yeah, I don't mind that at all. Maybe we could go do this one right here like that, and then a little bit of mossy carpet as well. Of course, Knights Online mogging me as always, and I don't mind how this area looks. Now I just gotta perfect the rest of the waterfall here. So I think I'm gonna work on this off of camera a little bit, and I'll be back once I get a little bit of work done on it, and I can show you guys kind of what we got going for the finished product here. But yeah, basically I'm just adding a little bit of detail blocks in, stuff like that. And also, you know what, maybe we could just throw some extra blocks in. Boom, we can add a cobblestone wall there. Never mind, that looks stupid. You guys get the point though. We're just kind of playing with stuff, adding stuff, seeing how stuff looks. I don't like that either. Let's add an andesite. That's a little better, but I'm gonna work on this. I will see you guys in just a moment. Okay, so here's what I currently got. As you guys can see, we added in some moss. We added in a couple different decoration blocks like the stairs, the slabs, the walls. I really like how it looks. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I really like how this whole house looks on the riverside here. I think it looks awesome. The only thing is I'm having Knight build one of these cherry trees right there. So I'll be back and show you guys what that looks like when I'm done. Okay, so Knight's down there working on my cherry tree. As you guys can see, he's hard at work. In the meantime, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna collect a little bit of grass, because I think I could put some grass on top of some moss blocks. It could be very good decoration to give a little bit of a lush feeling around the hole, or not around the hole, what is it called, around my little river, my little pond. I don't even know, but I don't need that much. Honestly, 33 is probably more than enough. I've got my moss blocks, I've got my short grass. I think I could just go ahead and we'll just break that guy, add on the moss, and let's add some grass around this place just like that. Add one maybe right there, and we could probably fit another one in right here. And yeah, I feel like that makes things look a little bit nicer. And then we could probably do one right here, and I'm just gonna add a couple of these around and show you guys what everything looks like once Knight gets his tree finished up here. Okay, so I basically have the entire waterfall area complete. Knight's got this little tree in. I think it looks nice. I'm gonna show you guys the view from the dock here. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely love it, especially when I first looked at it. I wish I would have been recording. It was kind of, the sun was setting. It just looks so picturesque to walk through here. Like, I don't know what it was. It was a nice cozy feeling. So we got all 4 of the little cherry trees on this cliff. I absolutely love it. And then also just the hidden little tucked away waterfall coming down as well. It looks so good. But I would say that also definitely helps with that side of the house, because you can't really tell how like normal and blocky it looks now with this. I love it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Next up, I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do next. I still gotta do some stuff up here. I think there's gonna be another building that's gonna go right here, and then also some more buildings right down there, but I'm gonna work on something else for now. And first things first, I need some inventory space, so let's clear out some inventory space here. Okay, with my inventory clean, I actually think I'm gonna head over because I'm pretty sure my weed farm is ready to go, which I believe will be harvest number 4 of today's video. It's either harvest number 4 or harvest number 5. If you guys have been keeping track, let me know down below in the comment section. But it's basically fully grown, so it's about time that we go ahead and we harvest it up again. Like I've said before, I'm gonna harvest this. I will see you guys when we're crafting up our hay bales again. Okay, obviously the whole thing is harvested. Let's craft craft up our 46 hay bales yet again. Oh, hello, Wandering Trader. 1 second, buddy. At this point in my Minecraft career, I truly doubt you have anything good for me, but let's just take a look. Water, milk, yeah, it doesn't. Ooh, wait a minute. I don't know if you can grow drip leaf. If you can't grow drip leaf, that actually might be a good deal, but I don't know where his llamas are. I would maybe trap him. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I think he'll stay in the area. Hopefully, I'm gonna go run and look at something. Okay, I came up to the mountain to just get a look at my village area, and it is insane where this thing has went, because we started out in that little starter house on day 1 back in February. It is now August 3rd at the time I'm recording this clip, and we have got so much going on. We got our starter house, we got our stable, all these buildings here, and that's not even everything we've done. We've got our massive village that we're still working on, still making progress on, but then you guys know we've got the little mine right there, and then right up here, dude, you can't even see because there's also a house back there and a house over there too, but up here, as you guys saw in the last episode, we built that giant stone arch bridge that I absolutely love, alongside our little fantasy house over there that I think is amazing, and my favorite of all, my fantasy tower build I did. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this fantasy tower is still my favorite build I've done in the world so far. I definitely want to do more in the fantasy build theme, but it's a lot harder because you're kind of like restricted to like white and purple, I guess, but it looks really good. But yeah, I'm excited to keep this forever world going and keep expanding builds. Like I've said before, I eventually want to get that village down there connected up to this fantasy village, like so that way there's builds through the entire thing, but we've got a lot of ways to go before we end up getting that. And here's the nice little view we get just from up here. Still a lot that needs to be done, but definitely looking good so far. Okay, so I decided I'm going to start working on another house, but I want to be a little different with this one. Oh, hello, Mr. Skeleton. Let me just deal with you real quick. What are you doing under my amethyst tree, buddy? But the basic idea of this house that I'm wanting is I want a very unique house. I've built houses in this world on a lot of different materials. You guys saw that was my first tuff house I built, which tuff isn't that unique, but it was unique to me in the world, so I really do enjoy that house. But one house I wanted to do going forward was in a house out of endstone. So we're currently heading into the nether, or not the nether, the end rather, so that way I'm able to start collecting some endstone for the next house. The only slight problem with that is I honestly don't remember where we have the actual portal at, so it's gonna be a work in progress. I'm gonna look around. I think it's this way, and this, if I follow this, I believe takes me right to the end portal. I did this in the last episode, but that was already like a month ago, so I don't remember it. But I'm gonna walk down this. I'll see you guys at the portal. Okay, there it is. I see the portal. This should be where I need to go, so let's just jump right in and hope nobody ended up trapping the nether portal, because I would be a little salty, but it looks like we're good, and we can just jump right into the end and get started with the process. It looks like I completely forgot to bring torches, so I apologize for the dark environment of the world. I really should have brought a pumpkin too, but I think I want to build, let me try something. So with this endstone, I believe I should be able to craft this into endstone bricks, and I think this is going to be more the block that I want to build out of. So I'm going to spend probably about 15 to 30 minutes farming up some endstone. Probably would have been a really good idea to grab some sort of beacons so I can actually mine this stuff quickly, but I'm gonna spend some time mining. I will see you guys in just a moment once I get all the endstone that I need for the house. Okay, so I went ahead and collected all the endstone I'm gonna need, basically just 8 stacks. Now I think I want to use dark oak as the trim, so I'm gonna need to spend a little bit of time harvesting up some dark oak over here at the forest. And luckily for me, whoever was here last, looks like they kept everything intact very well, so I'm gonna harvest the entire thing, replant the entire thing, and then head home. Not gonna lie though, that is damaging my axe very quickly, so I think I'm gonna avoid using the axe. I'll see you guys once I get this all done. Okay, so I basically have farmed all the resources I'm gonna need, or at least a majority of the resources I'm gonna need, so let's start getting everything down and everything in one area so I know where it's all at. And I'm gonna need some stuff that I used for this other house earlier, so we might as well just grab these shulker boxes and crafting table and stone cutter right away as well. And let's go ahead and get all these guys placed down here a little bit out of the way, but still so they're accessible for me to use. Right there looks like a good spot. Now for this house, I'm thinking of going with a little L-shaped house, and I mean it when I say little. So okay, let me just kind of give you guys an idea here. So I'm thinking there's going to be a part of the house that's going to stick out right here. So first let's start off by building this area up a little bit, and yeah, this looks really weird, so I'm gonna have to do a little bit of terraforming to make this work. Hopefully I should have some dirt in here, which I do, and let's just kind of terraform this up a little little bit like that. And honestly, I kind of want to cut this hill out a little bit. I don't think it really needs to be here, so let's chop out all of this. And it's gonna look really strange for now, but once I get the house and a couple gardens and stuff set up, I'm gonna fix this to look a little bit better. So let's just break out all this stone and replace it with dirt for the time being. And let's just get a basic idea for what the house is gonna be like. So I'm thinking the house is gonna start right here, 1, 2, 3, and we'll do something like that. And the house is gonna go all the way back to this back corner, just like that. And then what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could probably bring the house over and have it go a little something like that. And I think this will be the basic start of a layout for the house. So now I just got to show you guys what I'm actually going to do to fully build this thing up. Now I'm just going to explain this to you guys real quick. So this house is made out of a lot of 5x5 squares, which gives it this bigger look. And this one over here is going to be a lot smaller, built out of these more 3x3s, as you can see. So the only thing that means basically is this house is going to be a lot smaller like this one. It might even be smaller than this little river house, and it's not going to look like that one. But I think we could go ahead and get started by adding these pillars, and we're just going to build all of these guys up to 4 right away. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to cut back once I get all these guys built up, just like that. Okay, now I think I'm going to bring all the beams across at this level. We'll see as we go. This might end up changing, but I already need some more wood, so let's grab some of that. And luckily for me, I spent a decent bit of time farming dark oak, so I really don't need to worry about it all that much. And that leaves us with these little 3x3 areas, which is going to be perfect for the house design that I'm going for. I think that looks good. And now I think it's time we go ahead and we build up and start working on a second floor. So once again, we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll build all these corners up 4 high. Once again, we're doing all the pillars of the house where I actually want it to be this height. So let's go all the way over. And I think just this part of the house is going to be this height, and then this part of the house is going to stay this height. And I guess we can bring these beams across right away just to keep everything the same and keep everything very, very simple here. And next up, I think I want to work on the actual roof, so we're gonna have to go get materials for that. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I think prismarine would look amazing for the roof of the house that I'm going for, but I don't really want to go farm up a bunch of prismarine, so I'm gonna use some warped wood instead. I think they're very similar, just a slight difference in tones, so let's head up to the nether and see what we can find. Okay, so like I said, basically all I'm doing right now is we're looking for a warped wood forest so I can farm up some warped wood. I know I have some mushrooms so I can grow it in the overworld if I really need, but honestly, farming it out here is probably going to be a lot quicker, so I'm currently just running around looking for a warp forest. Hopefully I find one. Okay, so I looked around for a little bit. I couldn't find it, so I messaged Knight. He hopped on and he showed me where it was at, so thank you, Knight. We found the warped wood forest thanks to him. But yeah, I'm basically just gonna, you know, farm up some warped wood for a little bit. That way I have the materials I want to use for the roof, and then I'm able to finish, or rather to start out the house. But I also think I want to grab some of this because Knight and Gengi have used some of these warped roots to make like little gardens, and they look absolutely amazing. So yeah, like I was saying, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time farm up some of this warped wood. I will see you guys when I'm back in the overworld. Okay, I've got everything I need, so I've got a very basic idea. This is kind of probably getting to the point of being overused, but what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna use a dark oak wood as an outline and then warp stairs on the inside. So I use dark oak trim on a lot of stuff, as you guys can see. We used it on that last house we built, we used it on that house, we used it up there. Even, is that dark oak? Yeah, that's dark oak too. We use dark oak a lot, as you can tell, but I don't know, in my opinion, it just looks amazing and it outlines and works so well with so many different building blocks. So I love it as a general kind of center point for a build. But basically, we're just gonna do the exact same roof design as the previous house, upside down, upright, and then we're gonna go boom and boom, and I think we'll probably chop that guy off too. And then we'll run this down the middle, and we've also somehow got to figure out how to do this roof on this side. And I think the way we're going to do that is chop this out, and we're going to start the roof right here, and then upside down in the center, and we'll just come out here and work on this part right away too. And just like that, and then boom, and we'll break that slab. The only thing is I've somehow got to get this to do a little upside down thing over here. So I've got to somehow figure out how this works. I believe just like that. And we can go out, we can do that. And I think this will look decent if I'm not mistaken. So if I bring these guys all the way across with the slabs, that should make the full level 1 roof design that I need. And then obviously, like I said, we're just gonna go ahead and fill in with the warped wood to give it that little blue aesthetic. I absolutely love it. And we're gonna go ahead and fill in, oh, I guess we forgot a little bit of the outside, so let's finish up the trim with the dark oak here. And yep, see, I'm already forgetting we need to do that. Okay, somehow I think here is where we're gonna start going up, and then boom and boom, and I think that should be right. The only thing is we need an upside down one right there. Perfect. It's hard for me to work in such a small build format because I usually never build this small, but this should be easy enough. Let's fill these in with the warped wood. I absolutely love this wood. It is so pretty in my opinion. And we want to connect that guy into the wall like that. So then we'll kind of bring, oh, this is going to be hard actually. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do here. I guess we're just probably going to do that. And then, okay, can you please just place the right direction? It's not going to. Maybe if we build down like that, let's crawl back up onto the roof. I want this block to go in the corner like that. Perfect. And we're gonna do the same thing over there. There we go. And then we just got to do a little cleanup work on the underside there like that. And we've only got one more area to fully finish connecting into the rest of the build, just like that. And the first roof should be done. And now all we got to do is the roof here. So this roof is going to run the other direction, as you guys can see, and it's going to be using the exact same format. So we're outlining with the dark oak trim. Do that on both sides right away, just for ease of use here. And then we'll do the upside down meeting in the middle, so that way we have a nice centered Felco point on the roof. And same things on both sides. I'll be back once I get this whole thing kind of outlined and figured out for you guys. And then since we got the whole thing filled in, we'll just add the warped wood in the center like we did with the bottom level. And obviously we're gonna have to do that on both sides yet again. And I believe the roof of the house should be completely complete. Now I just wish I would have finished the rest of the house so I actually knew what it looked like, but that's what it's gonna look like. Okay, so for the bottom level, I'm gonna be using this stone brick, stone and polished andesite mixture of blocks, just like that. And we'll just throw a glass pane in that window right away, just because it's an easy way to decorate. And then we're also just gonna randomly place these blocks, little something like that. And since these ones are underground, these ones aren't gonna have any windows, obviously, but something like that looks pretty dang decent. And then we'll probably do the same thing right over here, and we'll throw the window in that one too right away. Okay, we need some torches. This is too dark in here. I don't like it. So let's grab some torches. Let's add a little bit of light in here. And then I think, okay, what I want, I'm gonna have like a little patio, but somehow I've got to figure out a block palette I'm actually gonna use. I don't know what that block palette is yet. I think first, it's hard for me to decide. I want a big window out this end here, so we'll maybe just fully leave that open, and we'll do, oh, actually, you know what? I think right here, a 3x3 window could actually look pretty dang decent. So let's try that out. And then maybe a 2x1 window right here as well. And we'll just go ahead and throw that guy in. And let's throw our little 3x3 window in too, just like that. It's weird because I'm used to building obviously in a lot bigger scale like this house here. This one is going to be a lot smaller, which I'm okay with. And I'm thinking that we'll probably leave a decent sized window in right here too. And actually, no, I'm going to stick to just one of these little 2x2s. And we have the perfect amount of glass for that too, which is awesome. And lastly, let's just craft up 2 polished andesite, and let's throw in some upside down stores right there. And I think I've decided the inside floor is actually going to be out of spruce wood because I think it'll go well with the dark oak. So let's chop out all this grass, and we'll quickly go in and replace that all with these spruce slabs. And we've also just got to clean up because I'm making a little bit of a mess, but that's okay. And let's just craft up a couple of these warped doors since it's like the trim, and let's throw those guys right there. I think this is my first house in the world that's actually using a double door, and I actually really do not mind it. Okay, then I want to do a little patio, so we're going to dig out some of this dirt, and I'm going to bring these spruce slabs going all the way out like that, and we'll maybe bring the patio over here 1 block too. I think that looks pretty decent. And then let's just go ahead and bring this up. Okay, we need to go like 1 more maybe, and let's go out 1 more, and then the stairs right there. I think that looks pretty good. Let's do a single dark oak log like that, and I think we'll bring some spruce fences along just like that. Like, it looks pretty decent. Let's throw that torch on there. And then let's finish these out into full blocks like that. And then there we go. We have this little patio. It's not really doesn't have any room for anything, but it looks decent and it gives me an entrance into my house. Obviously, we're going to connect like this trail to this trail eventually, but that's not a priority as of right now. Okay, another thing I want to do real quick. We're going to throw some torches in this little attic here so we don't get any monster spawns. And then let's go ahead and add in these dark slabs like that, just so we actually have a roof on the bottom floor. And now we can go do the top floor. I know you guys saw me collect all the endstone. Let's go ahead and put that to use. Now, honestly, since this house is so small, I probably could have done the whole thing out of this, but I think I'm gonna like the double texture. And first things first, let's craft up a little bit of glass panes, and then we can get on the roof and start working on this actual project here. And we're mostly gonna use these endstone bricks, but I also just want to add in some normal endstone just to kind of differentiate some textures a little bit. In this back level, I could easily add a window. I think I will add a window just because it's gonna look really stupid if I don't. Could also just not add a window because where it is, the window is gonna be looking in a cliff, so it really doesn't matter. So I think for this one, we'll just do a small little double window like that. And then in the side, I think I might I'm gonna just stick to the single window, and we need some more endstone bricks because it's a better looking block in my opinion. And then finally this one. Okay, so there's two things I could do here. Number one, I could add a patio. Number two, I could do a giant window. I think I'm gonna go with the giant window here, so let's just add in those. And this one's gonna be a little 2x3 window like that. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and finish in these attics like that. And we've got another attic to do right over here, but this is a little bit of an interesting position, but I should be good to reach the attic from right there. And then we've got two more attics to do, so let's just go ahead and do what we can here. I don't even need blocks here, which is awesome. Let's fill that guy in, and then the one in the back. And this one is going to be very easy to access. There we go. And I forgot we also have a little one right over here, so let's get this one filled in. And it looks like we have a torch in the corner here, which is a little annoying. Let's just do that. Thank you. And then this looks really stupid right here. So what I'm going to do actually to fix that, we're going to make it fully go into the ground here. So let's chop these out and let's add a couple more blocks in, and then it looks a little less stupid in my opinion. And then here's kind of the official look. I really do not like that window. I'm going to have to change something about that. That looks really stupid. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but for some reason that window looks really dumb. So let's get up there and let's figure something else out. This is why I don't like working with these smaller houses, because you get problems like this and you don't really know exactly how to fix them. I might have to do just a 2x1 window to make this actually look pretty decent. So let's try that little design out real quick, and let's get a faraway view from this to see if we actually like how that looks. And yeah, I feel like that's a lot better, but this is the basic start to the house. Now all I got to do is add some small details and do the interior, and it should be good. Okay, now for some small details, I'm gonna just get started here. So first of all, I think we could do a little balcony over here just to kind of fully fill this out, and I think this will look a little decent. So let's go ahead and get the upside down stair, basically the exact same layout we used for that over there, but we're gonna use it over here, and we're gonna chop out the window, and then let's get some slabs in the floor. Okay, of course we don't have dark oak slabs. Why would we have dark oak slabs? And there might not even be any in the, it doesn't look like there is, so we're gonna have to craft some more of those. Let's turn a bunch of those into dark oak slabs. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and add in the little trap door panel or railing, I guess you could say. And we're just gonna go all the way around with this, and we can chop these ones out. I'm not gonna lie, having the existing house here is really nice because it makes it easy to get in these hard to reach areas. And there we go. Then we can chop these two off, clean them up, and we'll go ahead and throw in the warped wood door. Although I need it to craft, let me use my stone cutter, and let's get an endstone brick stair. And just for a little bit more detail, let's chop that out, put that there, and it gives it more definition of the build, which I really like. And while we're in here, let's just go ahead and finish in the floor. Okay, you guys already know the drill, but for basic small details, things I like to do to make the house not seem so square, like I already did here, is this little balcony. And then we also just hang some lanterns for a little bit of lighting. That always helps with literally every build. So if you want a little tip, just hang lanterns like this from the roof. And we'll do another one right there and another one right there. You guys know the drill. All the way around the house just makes it look a lot nicer in my opinion. And then I guess we'll probably do some on this little upper part here too. So one right there and one right there. And perfect. I ran out of lanterns right when I used up all the lanterns I needed. Now, what else can we do? I have a plan here for one of those little warped root gardens. So I'm going to leave this open area for that. But there's definitely some small things we can go ahead and do. So let's get started and let's find some of those. First things first, let's go ahead and craft up, I'd say about 10 stone brick walls. And we can do the very simple stone brick wall and then boom, some fence on top of that. Gives a little bit more depth to the build. And do I want to do the same thing over here? Maybe. I definitely am not going to be doing the fence because it's going to be way too big and way too chunky, but I think something like that. And over here, I think we could go ahead and do both of them. So stone brick and then dark oak on top. Perfect. And I think that's going to be good. That adds a lot more depth to the build. Now, maybe we could do some raised garden beds as well. But honestly, first things first, I need to just move all this stuff. And luckily for me, we have a nice big open plot of land right up here on my little patio. And we can also just grab this guy, don't tell anyone, but we're going to put those guys on my massive patio too. And I guess we just want to extend the pathway. So we need to find wherever I'm storing my coarse dirt. Unfortunately, we have like 30 chests at this point. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to run this pathway over like that. And we're going to build that in with the coarse dirt. I think we'll probably add one there, and maybe one more right there. And there we go. We have our nice little path that goes into my porch that's being completely eaten by shulkers. Now for this little garden, I'm going to go take a look at Knight's build to get some inspiration because I saw it earlier today and really like how it looks. Okay, so taking a look, this is what I'm talking about. So Knight has this little like coarse dirt underside, and then he's got all these blue warped stems coming out of it. And honestly, I think it looks absolutely amazing. So I want to replicate this right in between my two new houses that I built in today's episode. But first things first, apparently I need to go grab some shears and head back to the nether so I can actually collect the short stems. I don't know if that made any sense. I will show you guys when I'm there. So I'm gonna go grab shears and my elytra. I'm gonna head back to the nether. I'll see you guys there. Okay, so I was talking to Knight. Like I said earlier, I couldn't get these. He told me he thinks it's silk touch. It looks like it is. So I'm gonna take this chance to use my silk touch to get a couple of these short little, what are they called? Nether sprouts. They look really good. I think they'll be good to mix into the garden. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take a little bit of time to collect a bunch of these. And honestly, I have the shears. I might just fully use an entire shears just so I have them, and then I'll never have to worry about coming back and getting more of them. That would be very nice. But actually, I think this is probably going to be pretty good. We can grab some of these mushrooms too, because I love the look of these warp fungus mushrooms as well. Anyways, I think that's going to be enough. I'm going to now head back to the nether portal. I'll see you guys back in the overworld. Okay, so I got all the small basic materials I'm going to need, so now it's time to just go ahead and add in some shrubbery, and we're just going to stay simple with this. Just a little bit of leaves around like that. Maybe add in a little bit of moss carpet for a little bit more detail, and we could go one more right there. Okay, and I honestly might throw a little bit more of these leaves on the backside too, just to add some more greenery. And we'll go under this little patio too, just to make everything look nice. There, I think that looks pretty good. And now time to replace the entire floor with coarse dirt. First things first though, I want to make this little entrance area like some of this moss carpet like that. That way it's a little bit different than the rest of everything. Let's put the coarse dirt in the offhand, and we can go ahead and just start placing in the coarse dirt. And I'm basically gonna do this everywhere in here. So let's just start digging out the floor, and then we can obviously replace it in with the coarse dirt. Very easy, very simple. We'll probably do this one here as well. Oh, no, please. Okay, you know what? Apparently, I'm gonna cause an absolute mess everywhere, so that's cool. That means we do need to add some more moss carpets. I don't know where the moss carpets were that I broke, so I'm just gonna leave it, I guess. Anyways, though, let's go ahead and finish off with the little coarse dirt we need to do. And let's place all that in real fast, just like that. And I think one more right there and one more right there. Now I need to go get more of my stems that I farmed earlier, and we'll just throw these guys kind of around all over the place like so, with a couple of these small ones spread out too. And we're gonna get a decent looking garden like this. We could maybe even add one there and a couple more, maybe one up there and another small one right there. And then I also really like liked what they did with the bees, so I'm gonna go ahead and just get some of these bees floating in the air and break the moss. In my opinion, it makes the entire build just look a lot better, so I want to get a couple of these guys going around, and maybe we'll do one right there, and then honestly one more will probably be okay, just like that, and I think that looks decent enough. Now I've got my little, I don't even know what you'd call this, blue warped root garden with my little bee enclosure. I absolutely love how it looks. And you know what? I'm going to do one more bee maybe floating right there. Actually, I don't like that. We're just going to break this guy. And I guess we're just going to put him inside the house for now, so he can just chill right there. But yeah, I absolutely love this. Thank you for the idea, Knight. And I think Gengi did this in his area too. It looks amazing, and I absolutely love it. Okay, so I stopped recording for about 15 minutes trying to decide what I want to do and fill this area of land with. And I think I've decided that I'm going to be lazy and just do rock. So basically from way over there, you can't even see it from here, but basically I think it's starting right there all the way to right here. I have a rock shore. I think I'm going to continue it because I don't know. It's just sometimes there's things that are just way too hard to actually figure out. And this is one of them. And honestly, a rock shore just looks good in all cases. Also, it's super weird to end the rock shore just right there. So I think for the sake of this, I am just going to continue my rock shore and I'm okay with that. It always looks nice. It always looks good. It's kind of a cop-out answer and I'm just going to stick to it. It works. So we're just going to do a little bit of work. Add in this little rock shore. We're mixing andesite, cobblestone, and regular stone. And then we'll just add in some small detail blocks and kind of just keep the whole thing kind of going. But yeah, I'm going to work on getting a basic layout for what I want this to look like. And I'll be back once I get that figured out and get that done. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Okay, I've got a very basic little layout here for what I'm going to do. And I kind of like it. There's a little stuff like I'm going to add in some more details here and there, like something like that. Maybe another lantern somewhere right here, probably. Boom, lantern. And then also I want to add a little walking path. So a little, like, I'm gonna leave just a 1 block coarse dirt pathway here, and then we're also gonna need some spruce slabs. So if I can find where my spruce slabs are, which for some reason it looks like we use up all the spruce slabs, so do I at least have spruce logs? And then I can go ahead and craft some of these spruce logs into some spruce slabs. That'll do. But yeah, basic idea is I want to keep a little pathway going along here that I can kind of use to get around the house, because right now I don't exactly have that. So something small and simple where, you know, maybe even up here it's just gonna hug along the cliff like that. And I just want it to be small and like it goes around the house, because like I said, in the future I want to put another house right over here. So just having access to this, I think, is a good idea. I think we're gonna throw up another fence right there and maybe a lantern on top of that one. And then some of these somehow, it's really hard to do this because I have so much limited space here, but I want to keep this going. And maybe we'll break this guy, and then around the corner we'll kind of just do that, and then we'll probably go a little bit wider out here. So let's drop down, do a little slab thing, and then right here it'll just continue and go over here. Perfect. But now to make this look a little bit more natural, I'm gonna have to, you know, continue bringing this down and making this little rock cliff that we've been working up here for the last little bit. And I'm gonna bring this guy down right here too. And we might even do like a little bit of an overhang here using some of these slabs. I think this will make everything look a little bit more natural if I can do something like that. And then I'm going to come up here and get a little look at what this looks like. So from outside of the door, we're going to have this little pathway that kind of goes up around. Yeah, I like that a lot. Like I said, just want to keep it small so it's not like a super well lit trail, but just a small little thing people can use to go along here. And I think we'll go ahead and we'll add that, and we'll add another lantern. You know what? Maybe no lantern on that one, because that one we have the lantern hanging right here, and I can just add in a little bit more design and a little bit more of these blocks like that. And yeah, we're kind of just completely randomly throwing blocks in and seeing what looks good, seeing what works together, and seeing what we can use, which honestly maybe that there. I'm gonna work on this a little bit more. I'll be back as soon as I get the official design I'm gonna go with. Okay, so the stone shore is basically as good as I'm gonna leave it for now. This is the current view of everything new I built in this video with Knight sitting in the background. And honestly, so far, I'm absolutely loving it. There could be maybe a little bit more detail in this rock shore, but for now, I'm going to leave it as is. And I just love how the two new houses are looking together. Next up, I feel like I got to build a house up there to fill in that little bit of a gap. I haven't fully decided what I'm going to do yet. Maybe we'll work on this area down here, get another house over here. I really don't know. Okay, with all that stuff done, I want to take a little bit of a break from building. And so what I'm going to do is I have wanted looting 3 on my sword for a while before I turn in netherite. So my goal is going to be to achieve looting 3. My sword is completely maxed out besides looting, so I'm going to dump everything I have in the chest. Also, sorry about my voice. I am a little sick, so I have like no ability to speak, so I apologize for that. But what we're going to have to do is get above level 30 right now so I can start enchanting some diamond swords and get looting 3. And I think the best way for me to do that, let me check. I'm pretty sure that our automatic XP farm that I have down here is broken. Yeah, my allays all died. And unfortunately, that means I'm not going to be able to use that for XP. So I think the next best option is heading into the nether. Obviously, if I go to the nether, I can mine up a bunch of quartz, which obviously is super useful for building in general, but also it'll help me get level 30. So I'm going to head into the nether. I'll see you guys once I get there. Okay, so actually I lied. My wheat field is completely grown. So I'm going to take a minute just to go ahead and harvest this whole thing and replant it so I can work on filling out my hay bales. I believe this is harvest. It's either harvest number 5 or harvest number 6 of the video. If you guys know it, let me know down below in the comments. I'm going to quickly finish harvesting this thing up, and then we can go ahead and replant the entire thing and head into the nether. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit of time to replant, so I will just see you guys when I'm over in the nether. Okay, I've been running around the nether for a while, kind of just mining up a bunch of quartz. As you can see, I basically have a full inventory worth, but I haven't really gotten any levels because all of it has went into fixing my tools. So obviously we repaired both my pickaxes, my axe, both my shovels, so most of my tools are completely repaired and good. So now it's just time to get level 30. And basically, like I just said, my only method for getting XP is we're running around the nether and we're mining any quartz we can get. And then anytime some like piglin or anything attacks me, we kill them and get a little more XP that way too. But yeah, very simple. This is my method I use for XP basically anytime I need it. I kind of just run around the nether and mine up a bunch of quartz. And then we also have quartz for future builds because quartz is one of my favorite blocks to build with of all time. But yeah, I'm going to spend a little bit of time. Oh, hello, buddy. What's up? Okay, you're coming in here with me. That's chill. But yeah, I'm going to spend a little bit of time mining, getting some levels. I'm probably going to overflow. I didn't bring a shulker box with, unfortunately, but I'm probably just going to overflow quartz, get to like level 33 maybe, and then we'll head back to the overworld. So I will see you guys more than likely when I'm back in the overworld because I don't think you want to watch me mine quartz. And hopefully we can end up getting a looting 3 sword first attempt. That would be awesome. Very unlikely, but it would be awesome. Okay, we made it back to the overworld safely with about 34 levels. Let's just hope that's going to be enough for me to be able to get looting 3 on a diamond sword. First things first though, I have got a ton of quartz. We're going to deposit right there to get our quartz supply back up. And then I'm quickly going to go put my elytra back down in my ender chest because I don't really like using it that much outside of nether travel. So I'm going to put it back in the ender chest where it belongs. Okay, I've got my lapis, I've got my diamonds, and all I'm missing is a stick. I'm really hoping there's a stick up there in the chest, and I think there is if I'm not mistaken, as long as Cow didn't end up stealing it. So I'm going to head up to the enchanting area, and let's just hope we can get looting 3 on my sword. Also, those of you that are wondering, the main reason I want looting 3 is so I can start grinding some wither skeletons, so that way I can get some more beacons set up. Currently, we have 3 beacons on the server. I believe Night supplied all of them, so I want to do my part and start grinding some wither skeletons so I can get some more beacons. And luckily for me, we do have some sticks right here, so let's go ahead and craft up a diamond sword and hope we get looting 3, which I didn't have high hope. Let's just grindstone that. And we've got one more try. Smite 4. I don't have high hope. Yep, of course. We might as well smite that one too right away. And I guess we need more XP, so maybe I'm gonna go see if I can maybe breed any animals or anything like that. Okay, so I do want to do a little bit more enchanting, try my luck to get looting 3, but I really don't want to go back to the nether, so I have a different idea. Now, what I'm planning is I'm gonna go over to the tree farm up a bunch of spruce trees, more than likely, turn them into sticks, and trade with a bunch of villagers. The reason I want to trade with villagers is because I'm low on emeralds. I use emeralds to get my cooked pork chops and a bunch of other things from the villagers, so I think it'll be a good use of my time to go ahead and get a new stockpile of emerald. With all that being said though, I'm gonna head over to the tree farm, which should be right over this mountain, and I'll see you guys at the spruce farm. Okay, as you can see, we have made it to the spruce tree farm. I turned my auto tree chop mod on, so all I gotta do is break one thing and it breaks the entire tree. And that's basically almost a full stack of spruce wood in one hit. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time farm up some spruce wood, and I'll be able to make a boatload of sticks, hopefully. Without breaking my axe would be ideal. And honestly, I don't even know how much I want to farm. I'm not gonna farm for that long because this is gonna make me so many sticks. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, if you guys want the auto tree chop mod, I basically just use a plugin, a spigot plugin. It's called auto tree chop, and it basically just makes it so that way anyone on the server can break one block and it breaks the entire tree. And yeah, it's definitely super helpful for any projects like this when I need to farm up a bunch of wood, which happens a lot with how much I build on here. But yeah, I'm gonna farm up trees for a little bit. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Okay, I farmed up a ton of spruce wood. I think that's gonna be enough for now. So now I'm just gonna replant some of these large saplings so that way I got trees for the future. Although honestly, this spruce farm is so big, it goes way down there. I honestly don't even need a replant, but I just like to have as many as I need in case of a big project in the future. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time replant these, and I will see you guys once I make it back over to the villager trading hall. Okay, we got our wood. I am in the what's up, Mr. Iron Golem? I will happily take the flower. I am in fact married though. His name is Knight. But as you guys can see, we've got a ton of spruce wood, so let's go ahead and craft a ton of sticks, and my inventory is already full. Okay, but yeah, my goal is to trade with as many of these villagers as I humanly can, so let's just go ahead and get started. Also, one of the things that I'm looking to do within probably the next episode is I definitely want to get a better area for these villagers. Right now, they're kind of just behind Knight's house in a cave, and I would like to get a proper villager trading hall completely set up. But in the meantime, that's not a priority. Right now, I'm just trying to build up a decent bit of... Okay, where are the Fletchers at? What do the Fletchers even look like? But like I was saying, I'm trying to just build up a decent bit of emeralds so I have them for trading in the future. I believe, yeah, you're the emerald trader. Okay, you're done. You can trade with me some more. I'm going to spend a little bit of time trading with these guys. I will report back to you guys when I'm done, and I'll report the emerald gains we made. Okay, I believe I've traded with all the Fletchers that are currently in this villager cave breeding room chamber, and we got just under 2 stacks of emeralds, which I'm not disappointed with. Now, I think I'm gonna use their bed to sleep, and I'm gonna go store these, so I will see you guys after all that. Okay, so I got 33 levels of XP from trading with the villagers. I've got my diamond sword. Let's grab some lapis and let's head up and hope we can get some looting 3 on the sword. Okay, with my enchanting RNG, I don't have high hopes, but we got 2 chances here. Come on, looting 3. Okay, smite 5. Nope. I mean, honestly, pretty good enchant. Smite 5, unbreaking 3, knockback 2, but not what we're looking for. One more try. Okay, unbreaking 3, and we got sharpness 4. Unfortunate. Guess we're gonna unenchant it, and I'll probably just take the loss and come back to enchanting later in the video. And I'm gonna put the diamond sword and the lapis in here and just hope nobody ends up taking it. Not gonna lie though, if Cow logs on the server, the diamond sword is definitely gone. So let's just hope he doesn't log online. Break from building houses. I was planning on building a little medieval blacksmith building right about here. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna do that quite yet because I do want to finish building my little like riverfront village first, so I'm gonna go down here and do that instead. So the plan is, like you guys saw, we have this trail that goes over here. I want to do one more house right here along the riverfront, so I'm gonna get started with that. First things first, we're gonna need some wood materials, so let's head over to the tree farm. I'll see you all when I get over there. Okay, for the house I have planned, we're gonna need 3 different wood types. Number 1, dark oak. I think I've still got enough dark oak from the last house, so I'm not gonna farm any right now. Number 2, we're gonna need a little bit of pale oak, so let's go ahead and let's get started collecting some of this. I'm gonna just farm some of this. I'll see you guys after I get enough that I'm comfortable with. Or I might actually just farm the whole farm because it'll be a lot easier to do it that way. Okay, so next up, oh my god, bro, that creeper scared the daylights out of me. Let's deal with this guy first, and then I will finish commentating her. Okay, there we go. That's better. You guys could probably guess by now, but I'm gonna need a little bit of mangrove wood just for the roof. So I'm gonna harvest a little bit of this, and unfortunately, with how mangroves grow, it's gonna be a lot more than a little. And we're gonna grab all of our mangrove wood. I really don't need roots. Okay, oh my god, the whole farm literally is going down. That is not good. I wanted a little bit of mangrove wood, but it looks like I'm gonna have way too much to know what to do with, which is really unfortunate, but you know what? It's okay. Dude, I'm gonna be collecting this probably. Oh, okay, it does end. So I just gotta get to here and replant all these, and then I can head back to the base. But I feel like this is gonna take a long time. Let's put the mangrove roots in there. But yeah, I'm gonna farm all this and replant it. I will see you guys when I make it back over to the base. Okay, we're back at the base with way too much mangrove logs to know what to do with. So first things first, we need to get our materials. And honestly, I think it's gonna be best if I just go ahead and make a double chest right away, or two of them. And let's go ahead and let's bring these down to where we're gonna be working, so I have a little bit of a storage system. And I think for now, we'll just put this double chest right here, and I can dump all my materials in that I have so far. Perfect. Now let's go head back up to that other chest and grab all my other materials I'm gonna need for the build. I think the most important thing is getting the shulkers and the stone cutter, and then we can just grab any other random bits of garbage. And let's just clean up this chest so it's out of the way. Now let's go ahead and let's get our setup built right here. Okay, I'm literally using all my shulkers at this point. This is insane. And let's get the stone cutter down and crafting table as well. And then let's dump any extra garbage into this chest for now. Okay, this is gonna look really ugly for now, but for the sake of having room to build, I'm gonna clear up a little bit of this grass just so I have the room. That should be good for now. I can always make that look better later. And then for the actual build, I think we're gonna go probably right here. And then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then a center, and then 1, 2, 3, and then an edge. Perfect. And we can probably just go ahead and bring this guy back. And we can do the same on this side. I think we're gonna use dark oak logs as little pillars. So let's go ahead and do that. And then this is gonna be very different, but I want middle logs that are gonna be like more offset like that. Okay, but there is one thing I don't like. I'm just gonna remove the tough, and we're gonna stick to no tough. I was gonna originally use tough to kind of make everything a little different, but I think I'm gonna like this look a lot more. And that means we gotta replace these, and we're gonna have to go up with these dark oak logs, probably about 2 more blocks at least. Boom, boom. And then the center, obviously, let's just go up with that one too. Okay, so I kind of want there to be like these outer pillars and then this more inner part of this build. So we're gonna go ahead and do something like this real quick. And yeah, I'm thinking about 2 tall, and same thing on this side for another big window right here. And obviously we can go ahead and strip these guys down like that, and then we can bring these logs connecting over like that, and we'll go ahead and do that on both sides. Obviously we need some glass. Let me just go grab some of that. If I can find my glass panes anywhere, that would be great. There we go. And let's go ahead and throw these guys in. Boom and boom. And this is gonna be a little weird because the house is gonna be in the hill, but I think I want the back pillar to be right here, and that means we need another back pillar, I believe, to go right here. Oh, let's go ahead and bring that guy up too, and then we're gonna need some middle pillars right there, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring these guys up too, and we'll just go up with both of them, and then one more right here in the back. The inside of this house is going to be tiny, but the house is going to look huge just because of how I'm building it. And we're just going to go ahead and go with the exact same kind of look right here like that, and let's just do that, and we can throw glass panes in. And then obviously same exact thing, we're just copying the exact same layout all the way around just so it's all different and like that. And then we can cross over with these pale oak logs again. And now we're gonna have to craft some of these solid pale oak wood so I can chop that guy out and replace it with that. Now we got this design on this side, this design on this side. Let's continue and copy those designs right here and in the back as well. Start out by replacing that, and then we can just go ahead and get started. Oh, wrong block, but you guys know the drill. It's very simple. We're just going ahead and doing that, and then stripping and glass. Oh, that is not a glass pane. I meant to say glass pane and put glass panes in, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and finish these last areas, and I'll be back once I get this whole thing in and complete. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I really am liking the layout, but I'm realizing that I don't have nearly enough space to build a house this big, so we're gonna have to scrap the whole thing. Luckily for me, I can go ahead and turn on auto tree shop and make it a lot easier to clear up the whole house, but it's still gonna take me a decent bit of time. So very simply, I'm just destroying the entire house, and we're gonna start over from scratch. I think I'm gonna still stick to this block palette because I really do like it. The only thing is, okay, do I have silk touch? I do not. Let's grab silk touch. Yeah, the only thing is I just don't think I have the room for the size house that I was hoping to build. So we're just gonna have to take it down, start over from scratch, and see what we can do. I'm thinking instead of going 8 wide, we maybe go 5 wide, and that could help with a lot of the problems here. I'm realizing though, once I break all the wood, it's gonna be a lot harder to see all the glass and break all that. Like, look, that looks so weird, but hopefully I'm gonna be able to just go ahead and grab all that. Also, gotta remember to turn auto tree shop off, otherwise things are not gonna turn out well for me. And just a couple more pieces of glass, and there we go. Okay, so instead of doing those 2 3x3s, I think instead what I'm going to do is we're gonna start right here, 1 2 3 4 5, and we're just gonna go 1 2 3 4 5, and boom. So boom, 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 and then I have this room to work with. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a lot better and just a lot more manageable in my opinion. So then let's go 1 2 3, and then for this we'll just go ahead and go back 3, and then 1 2 3. Yeah, so it's 3. So yeah, it'll still be the same depth deep, but we're just changing the overall size, so the house is going to be a lot smaller overall. And let's add in some cross beams. I like to just do this right away just so it's done and easy. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough dark. Oh, I do. Okay, let's finish these all in, and then let's go ahead and add in the little side building them thingy. So we're going to go 1 2 1. Okay, yeah, so we're going to build this guy right here, and we can build these across. And also, it's going to be really awkward because I'm building in a hill again. I do this all the time to myself. It's fine. You just kind of got to clear out the hill from the inside of the house and make it be covered up by the house and nobody can really tell. So let's clean up all that, and we can build the final one up and add on our little cross beams. And then we'll just add the next 4 3 4, and 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. And I'm going to leave that for now because I don't know if I want to go one taller with that or not. So now what I want to do is I still want to bring this middle pillar up like that. And then we're just going to go ahead and add in a little area for a smaller window like that. And we'll do one right here as well. And then boom, window and window. And now I want to go take a look and see how this looks from over here. Yeah, I really, maybe not. Okay, maybe this middle pale oak should be chopped out and simply just replace. I think that'll look a lot better. Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and add in all my little windows like that, and then we'll also run one probably right here, even though actually this makes no sense because it's into a cliff, but I guess that has never stopped me before, so we're just gonna go ahead and do that. And then also we're probably gonna throw one right here. So let's throw a window in there, and then this is the part I'm a little confused about. Like, I know I want a door, but I don't know exactly how I'm going to or how I want to do this. So I'm going to leave it like that for now. And then obviously these we're just going to kind of fill in because they're not, I mean, I don't need a window looking directly into a cliff. So we're just going to go ahead and start filling some of those guys and then adding in our planks. And let's strip all those. Although I think I need to bring these guys in one block. I didn't realize. Okay, let me fix that. And we'll just go ahead and do something like that. And fill all those guys. Oh, wait, I literally just redid the exact same thing. We need to bring it in one block, otherwise it's gonna look extremely weird. So let's go ahead and do that. And I guess, well, the back probably doesn't have to be brought in one because it's against a cliff, so I'm gonna leave that like that for now. And we can just go ahead and finish in this top wall and then strip it all down right away too. And I think next up I'm gonna work on roofs because there's some little details I could do, but I think getting the roofs in is going to be a good idea. And once again, we're going to be outlining the roof with dark oak. So I want to find my dark oak stuff. There we go. And then the inside is going to be mangrove wood. So let's also grab some mangrove wood. And let's just go ahead and craft up some more dark oak. And we're also going to craft up some mangrove supplies as well. And some mangrove slabs too. Perfect. And I think we're going to... Okay, do I actually... I don't know if I want to do a normal roof or if I want to do like a slab roof. I think to begin with, I'm going to start with just a normal normal roof, and we can decide from there. So upside down, upright, and boom. This is like the basic roof design I always use. It looks really good. It's super simple. I don't know. I just love it, and it's not hard to do. Like some roofs, like I hate building the steep ones. I think they look really nice, but they're also kind of really hard to make. And we can just go ahead and finish wrapping that guy. And then same thing right over here. We're going to wrap that guy all the way in, and then we can bring this guy all the way in too. And we're going to do another higher roof. This one's going to go the exact same direction as the first one. So let's just outline that real quick like that, except I literally placed it wrong. And let's make this one arch all the way to the top. You guys know the drill. Very simple. And we're going to do the same thing on this side. I absolutely love dark oak as trim for roofs. I think it is the best block to trim roofs. As you can tell, it works with so many things. We use it with the blackstone, we use it with warp wood, and now we're going to be using it with mangrove wood too. Like it's just, it's so underrated in my opinion. Absolutely love it. And we got that side done. Let's go ahead and do the same thing onto this side. And we also have to connect the two. So it's actually one roof like that. And there we go. That should have that finished. Perfect. And let's add our little peak and break our slab. And let's just connect the two. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and add in the actual mangrove color. And yeah, I think these go great together. The mangrove with the dark oak, I think looks absolutely amazing. Let's go ahead and fill that whole side in. And we're also just going to go ahead and fill this whole side in. And honestly, I probably should add a chimney into this. I haven't done a chimney in either of these two houses. I think that would be a good idea, but I'm not worried about it right now. That'll be an afterthought fact, and I'll maybe add one once the rest of the house is done. And with that done, I probably should go ahead and build up the rest of this. Of course, I forgot my blocks. Let's go grab some pale oak again. If I can find pale oak, we're gonna grab pale oak, but we're not having, okay, there it is, pale oak. And for the top level, okay, I think I'm gonna do the inner walls again, just because I think it looks a lot better. So let's go ahead and do that. And once again, we're gonna strip all those guys just like that, and we're gonna do the exact same thing all the way. So let's just go ahead and work on that. And I'm just gonna go ahead and finish all this, and I will see you guys once I get the whole top layer built in and also all the wood stripped out. Although the inside of this one is not really going to be usable or anything like that. Okay, I should be good to just go ahead and strip all of these logs. Like, oh, if I could reach it, there we go. And last one, there we go. And strip those two, perfect. And then for consistency, we're going to add in that dark oak slab like that. And I got to do that on all four sides, I think. So let's go ahead and add it in right here. One nice thing about building in the mountains like this is it gives me a lot more room to work with, like, walking up this and not needing scaffolding, because usually there is a way that I can actually just, okay, how am I going to do this? I'm not exactly sure. We're probably going to run that over, and then we're just going to fill, oh, that doesn't work though. I think we're going to just do this, and we can strip all those, and then let's go ahead and add in that to hold that up. Perfect. And then I think I should be good to add in my actual mangrove roof. So let's go ahead and let's do that. Of course, we're placing literally all of the mangrove like the wrong direction. That kind of sucks, but whatever. And I need this guy to be straight. Thank you. And then we're also going to do this side right here. I absolutely love the look of the little red mangrove roof. I think it looks absolutely amazing. But there we go. I think that looks decent enough. Now, I just got this little thing, but I think I want to do something a little bit different for the roof. I think for this one, we're going to do the typical leaning roof. So let's chop out whatever we need to chop out here. And this is the unfortunate part about building in a cliff. Like I said, we've got all these problems with this. But yeah, I'm just going to kind of do like a leaning roof all the way into the house here. And we'll go one more and then boom, perfect. And we can go ahead and we can fill it in with the mangrove wood, just like that. I think this is going to look really nice when it's all said and done. I think we could take out this inside part and put the dark oak slabs there. I need to go sleep so you guys can actually see that. Luckily, when I'm right here, I got that house right there that I've already furnished the inside of with a nice bed in the corner. And honestly, this is what we got so far, and I actually really like it. So far, I think this looks absolutely amazing, but it still has some work that needs to be done. And what I think needs to be done here is go ahead and fill all this stuff in right here, and we'll strip that, and then same thing right over here. And obviously, we need to go ahead and finish off that. So we're going to go up
and in like that. Perfect. And then I'm going to have to chop all this out so I can actually work this properly, but we're just basically going to fill all this in. And let's go ahead and strip all that. And then we can hold it up with these dark oak slabs. Perfect. I'm not gonna lie, from up here it's gonna look really stupid, but it doesn't really matter because there's gonna be a house right here, so you won't really see it. The main thing is I want this house to look good from across the river. And honestly, just taking a look from right here, I'm really liking how this house is looking. It's not perfect, but with my limited space and limited resources, I actually think it looks pretty good. Okay, now for a little detail, I think I'm gonna go ahead and add in these upside down dark oak stairs as a little bit of framework like that, and we'll probably go ahead and do the exact same thing right there. And I'm just gonna go all the way around the house and add this little framework in. So it's upside down stair with some slabs, and then same thing here, upside down stair, slabs. And okay, what do I want to do here? I actually don't know what would be good here. Maybe I could do like a little one of these little arch window things, and then we could throw a little actual window right there on the inside, even though there's nothing inside. And we could throw a little lantern. I actually don't mind how that looks. I think that looks okay. As far as the back goes, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this yet. Oh, okay, wait. What if I chop this? Oh, no. Okay, I don't know what I'm going to do with this yet. I'll figure that out later. I guess in the meantime, we can chop that out, and we can go ahead and craft up some stairs. And let's get the stairs like that. And then do we have any dark oak doors? Because I think I'm going to want a dark oak door. Looks like we have one, so we are going to have to craft up a couple more of these. Let's go ahead and do that. And you know what? While we're here, I'm just going to fill in the floor with the mangrove. I think it looks very nice with the white, so let's go ahead and get that started. And let's go ahead and get that all filled in right away too. And unfortunately, we're one short. Let's just throw the mangrove wood in, and then we need the dark oak doors. Let's get those guys there. And there we go. I think that looks pretty nice. And now for this part out here, I think I'm going to do these dark... Oh, no, wait. Actually, we're going to go dark oak, actually. So let's chop these. Let's throw ourselves in some dark oak, and then the pale oak in the corners. And we're going to do a stripped one there. And let's throw in the glass panes for another little window right there. And we might as well do the typical add the lanterns, give it a lot more detail like that. So let's go ahead and add these in all of these little overhanging roof. Fortunately, we're not fitting one right there, so maybe we do one right there. And we can obviously put one in the back and on the back overhang too, just like that. Perfect. And I think this should... Oh, of course, we're going to need a dark oak slab. And it's going to look a little weird, but that is okay. I think that looks pretty decent to start out with. Now, honestly, I could probably go ahead and yeah, I'm going to take all of this stuff and I'm going to move it inside of the house so I can work on the landscaping in the area. So let's go ahead and throw in all of our shulker boxes. And I guess I don't have any torches. Normally I do this with torches, but since I don't, we're just going to throw some lanterns in here for some light. And honestly, we're probably just going to have to craft up another double chest, throw that down right there, and let's go ahead and fill that guy up. And then I should have enough inventory space to move the rest of everything inside of the house. You know what? This will be a lot quicker. Let's just go ahead and mine it. And oh no, we're missing... Yeah, I need to get this stuff in. We're missing some shulker boxes out there. So let's get all this stuff put down and hope... Okay, my shulker box has not despawned. That is very, very, very good news. And I guess we have one more shulker box. We'll just throw that guy down right there. Hopefully I don't forget about it there. And I could probably go ahead and start working on this pathway. So we're going to need coarse dirt and spruce slabs. If I can find those, that'd be great. A lot of normal dirt. We need coarse dirt though and spruce slabs, which I'm not seeing any of. We actually might be out of coarse dirt. Oh, nope, there it is. Coarse dirt, perfect. And some spruce slabs. Okay, we are all set to go. And we'll take some oak leaves for a little bit of landscaping work too. And let's go ahead and dig out a little bit of a pathway here. And we can go ahead and get our coarse dirt in. And it's kind of going to just be a work in progress, but we're just going to make it climb up the hill like it normally does. And slabs to increase the incline, and we'll probably go ahead and do another slab right there, another slab right there, and a little bit more coarse dirt, and I think that'll be good for our trail. So now if you walk around the house, you got this little trail that's going to go all the way down to this area here, which I absolutely love. Now we could go ahead and maybe just add in a little bit of some greenery around here. And then I think in this area too, also just because I'm lazy, a great way to cover things up is just using some leaves. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And I think that helps out everything look a lot better. Although we could maybe even up the game by getting some peonies, and let's throw some of these guys up here as well. And I think that looks pretty nice like that. I don't mind that at all. And we could probably just go ahead and do a little bit more of this stuff over here too. And lastly, some more flowers. And then I think I just want the pathway to kind of go out to the river, so that way it's like people can fish from the shore. I think that just makes sense in my mind for kind of what I'm going for here. So like that looks good. So now the official walkway, I'm just going to show you guys from start. Actually, I want to start from the beginning of the video. So we basically started the video up here with nothing done. And we got this nice little pathway. It goes down into the top level of this house. We built this nice little pond over here with the tree knight built for us. And the pathway kind of just hugs along here. We got our nice little bee farm right here, which I love. House number 2 we built. And then our little like cliffside pathway over here, which leads into the third and final house, which I honestly absolutely love. There's one more thing I think that could look good. Let's throw a wall down and let's add a little lantern for a little extra light. And then honestly, I absolutely love how this looks. Okay, so this house is basically done aside from a couple of small details. So I'm going to add little archways above all the windows because I think that'll help. And it's basically going to be the exact same for all these. I think, that looks really stupid though. I'm not going to lie. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to do this. See, it's kind of hard when you're picking stuff like this. Maybe we have some spruce trapdoors. Okay, only 2. That's kind of rough. Okay, there's 41. So if I do something like that, I think that'll be a little better. And then maybe 1 and 1. I think that's a little bit better. And then for this one, we'll do the full 3. And any of these single ones, I'll just go ahead and we'll throw the full 3 on like that. As far as back here, I feel like I need to do some sort of window here, right? So maybe we'll just do a 2x3 window. And of course, we don't have glass. So let's see if we can find any of that. 1 pane. All right, yep, because 1 pane is definitely going to be enough for what I need. Where is the glass? There it is. Let's go walk all the way around and back up here. And we could probably just go ahead and throw that window in there. And then let's add in some bushes like that. I think that helps a lot. And honestly, I think chains would help. So let's go grab the chains because we can hang more lanterns. I don't know exactly where the chains are though. Okay, there we go. Honestly, of the 3 houses I built in this video, this is probably my least favorite, but I also still don't mind it. So we could probably, I was also going to grab dark oak slabs. Of course, I forgot 2 things in a row. Okay, dark oak slabs. I don't see, there we go. We got 32. And you know what? I kind of want to add in, okay, that's too big of a flower. Do we have any smaller allium? That's nice. And then let's also just throw a nice little pink tulip right there as well. And I think we'll just go ahead and add those to the corners. Add a lantern, and then we could probably hang one from here. So 1 chain and 1 lantern right there. And then I think that's going to be good enough for the back. I'm never really going to see it back here anyways because there's going to be a house right here eventually. So I think for now, we're just going to leave that like that. And let's go ahead. We need a roof. Okay, I need to get some torches. Let's go grab some more torches because I am fresh out. So let's head up to the starter house, see what we got for coal, and get some torches made. Okay, we got about 51 coal, and I think somewhere in here I thought I had torches. Or not torches, I thought I had sticks, but apparently I might be incorrect. Okay, yeah, apparently I'm incorrect, so let's go back over and find ourselves some torches. Or not torches, some wood so I can craft some sticks. Okay, we got some sticks here. Is there any? Okay, there's 10. It's so weird because we got like a bunch of sticks just kind of randomly scattered. Let's get some torches going. And we got 12 of these. Let's just go ahead and throw these up here to make sure no mobs are going to spawn in the upper level. And we'll just go ahead and throw these basically everywhere up here because I don't want monsters spawning. And then we can go ahead and add in the spruce ceiling. And we're just going to use spruce slabs. There's not actually going to be a second level to this. So it's going to be very simple and very small and easy. And then, like I said, eventually in the future, we'll probably end up decorating the interior, but that's not really a priority I have right now. Okay, so I don't mind how this area looks. I feel like this area looks decent. Ooh, actually, I do have one idea. If I have some flower pots, I could throw one of those guys there, and then there's something I need to go grab over here. So let's head up over to Knight's house. Okay, so I've come over here to Knight's farm so I can obviously steal some azalea bushes. I think flowering azalea will look a lot nicer, so let's grab these and let's go. Okay, so with the flowering azalea, I think I'm gonna do one of these, and then yeah, I really like how that looks. It gives it a nice little comfort feeling I like. And there's probably some more stuff we could do, so let's go ahead and add maybe just some leaves around these guys, and we could throw up another one of these azalea pots, maybe one more right there. Looks pretty nice. And then yeah, I think that looks a lot better in my opinion. Only thing is I could maybe even add in some more leaves like here, and also maybe like some lilacs if I can find my lilacs. Let's go ahead and let's throw a couple of these guys around, and I think that looks a lot better. So from this angle, I think the house looks good, and from this angle, I think the house looks good. I'm not gonna worry about this side that much yet, and I mostly say that just because, wait, what does it look like to put a lilac? Oh, you can't put a lilac in a flower pot, okay. But yeah, like I was saying, I mostly just say that because I don't know what buildings or what stuff is gonna go over here in the future. So for the simplicity of everything, I'm just gonna leave it plain. But I guess we could do a little bit of leaf action just to make things look a little bit cleaner and a little bit like there's actually something going on around here. I like that. And on the back side, I think, you know what, I'll just throw a flower pot just because I think the flower pot looks really nice. And then we can go ahead and throw a couple more leaves, and it's just a really easy way to make literally anything look good. So there we go. And I want to say the outside of this house is basically complete. I'm going to take one more look at what we think of the house from like right over here. Yeah, I really like how that looks. I am happy with it. I'm pretty sure my wheat field is probably completely done growing, so I'm gonna put all my stuff down for a second, and then I can go ahead, head up to the wheat farm and harvest that for, I don't even know, like the 7th time this video, I think. One thing I do wish is that I had a bridge somewhere further down here, because it is a long walk all the way around to get up to the bridge to the main house. I know I could just swim in the river, but I don't feel like it. I also wanted to come over here. I mean, you can't really tell, but we got 1, 2, and then there's a 3rd house over there built all in this episode. But I'm gonna spend a little bit of time to harvest up the wheat field. Let me know down below in the comments how many times I do this by the end of the video, and I will see you guys once I get this all harvested and fully replanted. Okay, we've harvested the entire wheat field. Time to craft up my 46 hay bales as per usual. Oh, we actually got 47 again this time. That's good to see. And yeah, we are getting super close. We have less than 5 stacks of hay bales left, and we've got an entire barrel full. Okay, so my axe needs to be repaired. Oh, I'm using the wrong pickaxe, but like I was saying, my axe needs to be repaired, and I want to try to get looting 3 one more time. So I'm back in the nether. I'm going to quickly repair all of my tools, and then probably going to grind out a little XP in hopes that I can, you know, enchant some more diamond swords. So you guys know the drill. I'm just going to spend probably about 30 minutes farming up some quartz, getting some XP, and I will see you guys when I'm done with that. Okay, I've got 34 levels of XP, which means I get 2 chances to get looting 3 on the sword. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have high hopes, but let's hope we can actually get it. And here we go. Diamond sword. Okay, smite 4, please. Okay, looting 2 is not bad. I honestly want to keep the looting 2, so I think I'm gonna run down and craft another diamond sword because I have more of a chance of getting another looting 2, and then combining the 2 of them to make a looting 3. Unfortunately, that does mean I'm gonna waste 2 more diamonds, but I also really don't care because at this point of the game, I don't have much use for diamonds anymore, so it really doesn't matter all that much. We can quickly just fly our way back up to the enchanting area here. Let's craft up 1 more diamond sword, and please just give me looting 2 is all I ask. Okay, sweeping edge, and of course not. We can go ahead and unenchant that. I think I'll leave my looting 2 sword here as well as that one. I don't exactly need it, and we'll just hope nobody ends up taking it from me. I don't really feel like mining more quartz because I was in the nether probably about 35 minutes, and I'm extremely bored of mining quartz, so I'm gonna take this out of my inventory and figure out a different project. I maybe could go trade with the villagers again, actually. I'm gonna go check that out. But first things first, I want to deposit all the quartz that I mined into the chest, and we're gonna have definitely over a double chest worth of quartz, which is extremely nice to see. Now I'm gonna go head over to the villagers. I'll see you guys when I'm down there and see if I can trade more with some of them. Okay, I'm not super familiar with how villagers work in Minecraft, but I would think, yeah, it looks like I'm able to trade with them again. So let's go ahead and let's start grinding out some more emeralds here while I have the chance. And I honestly might have to go farm up some more wood too, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm gonna spend some time trading with these guys. Hopefully I make it to level 30 and I get one more try at the looting 3 sword. If not, it's okay. We're gonna get some emeralds at least out of this, which is very nice. But yeah, I'm gonna work on this. I will see you guys in a moment once I finish trading all my sticks away. Okay, I traded with all the villagers. Once again, we're just shy of 2 stacks of emeralds, which is gonna be very nice. That brings us almost up to 4 stacks of emeralds, which is amazing. But unfortunately, the villagers are all out of commission. There is a couple guys in there without jobs. I consider turning them into Fletchers, but I don't know if that's the best method. Usually Knight deals with the villagers, so I think I'm gonna leave the villagers for him and I'll just build them a new spot to live in the next episode. Okay, so if you guys have saw a couple episodes ago, you guys would know we got this sheep farm going. We've also got this little pig pen going, so we got a bunch of little piggies in here in this nice little aesthetic pig pen that I absolutely love. And obviously we've got a crap load of cows all over the place, but Knight kind of brought it to my attention that we actually don't have any chickens. So I think I'm not going to make them a very pretty one, but I think my goal right now is going to be to go find some chickens, bring them back to the farm and trap them and start breeding them. I don't think I'm going to build a chicken coop in this episode. We'll probably save it for next episode because I don't think I'll really have time to, but I can go ahead and get started with the process by obviously collecting up some seeds. We're going to need seeds so we can go ahead and breed the chickens. And then I'm probably going to go look for some chickens. I guess I'll go look this direction first. I don't know where there specifically is chickens. I feel like part of the reason we don't have a chicken farm is because I haven't been able to find any. But I'm going to go around, collect up some seeds, see if I can find a chicken. I'll see you guys when I do. Also, guys, I completely forgot about Sophia's home. Her base looks so good. Like, look at how aesthetic that looks. I absolutely love it. Sophia came on for like 1 episode and built all that within like, honestly, I wasn't even online and she did all that. And I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen her on the server since, unfortunately, but it's okay. But yeah, I always forget it's a thing. Like, it's not far from my base. It's just not seeable from the base. So you have to go a little ways away and you can see it. But yeah, so far, I haven't even found a single animal, let alone a chicken. So things are not looking good. Okay, I found an animal, but this is not exactly the animal I'm looking for. We have a cow and a pig here. So, I mean, literally almost everything except a chicken. I guess we're missing out on a sheep too, but I need a chicken. But unfortunately, oh, another pig. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just not getting lucky and not finding a chicken. I'm going to go ahead that way, see if I can find a chicken over in our peninsula. Once again, I'm not going to lie, I don't have high hopes, but better try than to not try, right? Okay, I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot that DC literally has a chicken coop, and right there's my base, right here's DC's base. So I honestly don't know how I managed to forget that, but I think the plan, I'm gonna just see if there's eggs for me. If there's eggs, I'll take the eggs, and then if I can't get 2 chickens out of these 9 eggs or 10 eggs, I'm gonna steal some of DC's chicken. But nobody tell him that. He doesn't need to know. Okay, Knight wanted these for a chicken launcher. I don't know exactly what that means or how that works, but I'm gonna go and put these in his house. Okay, so jokes aside, I'm not gonna put them in Knight's house, but I am just gonna do like a little hole maybe right here, and eventually probably in the next episode you guys are gonna see me actually make a nice chicken coop. But for now, this is what we got. And then let's go ahead and okay, there's 1. We have 5 more eggs to get 1 chicken. There we go. We got 3 and 10. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's not bad odds. I would breed you guys, but you're babies and I don't think that exactly works. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I also completely forgot I got 3 levels from trading with villagers, so I can enchant my diamond sword again. Let's just hope, fingers crossed, looting 2 or looting 3. Okay, Bane of Arthropods. That's not, yeah, no, that's not gonna cut it, Chief. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of that. Okay, last attempt of the video. Can I get, okay, Smite 4, please give me looting 2. Of course, we don't get it. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And yeah, I definitely don't feel like grinding any more XP right now. I've grinded so much XP in this video without an XP farm. I honestly should really think about making an XP farm. If you guys have a favorite XP farm, let me know your favorite XP farm design down below in the comments. I used to use an LA farm, but it broke, and it honestly broke like 3 times, so I don't really want to fix that again. I used to use an Enderman Endermite farm in the end. I might do that farm again. That one was really good, but honestly, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I just want to give you guys like, okay, look look, this is the map. Oh, this was so long ago. Unfortunately, there's no date saved here. Somebody broke the date sign, but this is what the world looked like. I'm probably gonna say May or June. As you can see, this was right when I started building across the river. We got the bee farm, we got the cow barn, but none of the riverfront village, and nothing built on this side of the river either. I honestly really want to get a new map updated because I think it'd look awesome to have one of those maps, but we'll see. Okay, I'm kind of just running around doing small tasks now. I haven't farmed the potato farm in a little while, so I'm gonna do that because honestly, potatoes are always nice to have, and especially since I have the auto smelter, like realistically, I could start smelting potatoes. That'd probably be a pretty good idea. Instead, okay, I guess I have like unlimited emeralds because my auto tree chop mod gives me unlimited sticks, but I don't like wasting emeralds to buy steak. I don't know what it is, I just don't. But yeah, we basically have half a double. Oh, we do. I think we have exactly, no, that would be half a double chest of potatoes. So a little more than half a double chest of potatoes. And while I'm in the farming mood, we might as well farm up the carrot farm right away as well. Obviously, if you guys didn't know, you can use fortune on carrots and potatoes. I believe you can use it on wheat too, but it only increases the seeds and not the wheat. But yeah, if you're ever farming carrots or potatoes, little tip, or nether wart as well, use fortune. You'll get a lot more produce, which is always super helpful. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the reason I never farm these carrots is because how they are on this cliff is really annoying. Because actually, when I have to start replanting these and dropping levels, oh, whoopsie, we accidentally broke that. It's supposed to be stone, but I don't think anyone will notice. Let's hope. I'm really hoping. But yeah, when you actually have to come around and replant these, it can definitely just get really annoying. And let's quickly go ahead and replant this entire thing. I'll just see you guys once I get the entire carrot farm replanted. Or actually, I want to show you what I mean by this is really annoying. So I'm on this level. Obviously, I can't just drop to that level because I'm going to end up breaking the crop and then I'd have to rehoe it. So basically, I have to run all the way to the end and drop down, and then I can start planting this layer. Okay, so we got this full of carrots. I think I'm gonna go ahead and harvest this small one too, just because I'm here and I'm already harvesting everything else. Might as well get the little bit of extra carrots while we're here, and we can replant this guy really fast too. But yeah, we've got this completely full of carrots, and this one's gonna be also full of carrots. And I guess we're gonna start this one. We just got 18 carrots in that little barrel right there. But yeah, it's crazy. This house was built February 28th of 2025. It's now August, I think 5th of 2025, if I'm not mistaken. It's crazy how far the world has actually came. Like, it actually feels like a full-on village now. Look at this. Wait, I want to go get the view from on top of the mountain now. I will see you guys up there. Okay, this is the current view of the village from on top of the mountain. I love it. It really does feel like it's actually expanding and growing, although we still got a lot of work to do. Our original goal, mine and Knight, was I would start there, he would start there, and we'd fill this entire peninsula, and we haven't even really started. All of that in 7 months. But I think, like, now that I'm working on this side of the river, I think I'll start filling this area in pretty quickly because I could do some, like, bigger builds. Like, I want to do a massive church build in the upcoming video and a giant villager trading hall. So I feel like I'll be able to fill in a lot of that space really quickly. And then, yeah, we also have my little side project of the fantasy village we started here in the last episode that I do plan on expanding in the future. This one is not really a priority. Like, I'd much rather work on that down there and then just occasionally chip in little parts to this right here. But yeah, I wanted to come over here and get the final, like, bridge view. Okay, it's kind of bad because of my shaders fog. I know you can turn it off, but I don't want to. But I feel like it's actually kind of almost filling out a full frame having my village here now, and I absolutely love it. Also, I just came in this house to use the bed to sleep, but I looked out this window. I'm absolutely loving, like, the look. I don't know, just the houses along the river here. I think it looks awesome, especially when I get some houses up there on the hill behind it, because then we'll have, like, multiple different levels and houses going all the way up. I think it'll be awesome. I also just had the thought that since I'm intending to steal a bunch of DC's chicken for my own personal use, I think it'd be a good idea for me to just come in here and breed them. If I spend a little bit of time breeding them, I'm gonna get a bunch of chickens and then I won't feel as bad stealing DC's chickens. So let's just spend a second. Ooh, wait, it's also free XP. I didn't even think of that. I could maybe enchant another sword with looting 3 out here, but I feel like I've got to be pretty close to at least getting all these guys bred. I would think I'm not getting any more, so I don't think there is any more. Can I get to level 30? I don't think so, unfortunately, but that is a decent start. And also, I got 12 more chicken eggs just from stopping in there, so let's go bring these to my little stockpile. Okay, so we got 3 chickens out of my 10 eggs earlier. How many can we get out of 12? Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, come on. My odds are, okay, there's 1 out of 6. That is not, oh, there's another one. Okay, that's 2. Odds are not looking as good. Yeah, we only got 2 out of 12 when we got 3 out of 10 the first time. That's kind of sad, but that's 5 total chickens. But yeah, I think that's going to be the end of today's episode. So thank you all so much for watching and supporting the channel. I'll see you all in the next one.